it's been like 9 days. I apologize. I'm a terrible streamer. I don't know why anyone gives me money, but I appreciate everyone who does. And we're gonna play Factorio now. Let's see if we can pick up kind of where we left off with the plant farm, and then from there we're gonna go work on actual like factory work. We want to automate all the smelting and all of the chemistry lab materials is kind of the goal here. And I have a couple side things that I could do in the middle of the stream to keep things fresh, so it's not just going to be me digging holes in the ground for like 6 hours. Maybe like 5 hours tops. Alright, let's see. How we doing? Is this the frame rate going to stabilize? Give it a second here. There we go. There we go. That's the 60 FPS I'm looking for. Alright, so it's been a little while, so to pick up where we left off, this is more or less what I was doing for the last 2 streams, and it looks a little different than it did last time, but all I actually did was rebuild these holes in the ground to be a little bit further apart and spaced out better, and then I moved these arms up onto the ceiling like this. Because I've explained this before, but for anyone who's not aware, as far as how this game works, these auto arms, despite indicating like a circular area on the ground, let me go find one that's actually on the ground. Here's one. So the indicator for these arms being a circle on the ground or a sphere. Hold on, I'll wait for that.
Here is your money for streaming after 9 days.
Oh my god, no, I don't do that. I don't deserve that. Thank you though for the resub. Anyways, this like spherical shape that they show on the ground is not actually the auto arm range, it's actually a capsule, which is basically a hemisphere. Let me get the text out of the way. It's a hemisphere that's like kind of going below the floor here, and then a cylinder that's about as tall as this this building here, and then another hemisphere to cap it off on the top. So these upside down arms could basically reach down into the pit with that large cylinder that they have for range and can actually grab things out of the pit. I don't know why the devs did this, why they don't just indicate the actual range, but video games. So anyways, I'm going to show this briefly, but the unfortunate, tragic, fact of the matter with this farm pit is it only works if I stand near it, because for some reason the devs didn't feel like simulating the growth on these things when you're more than like 16 inches away from them. So it's cool and all to automate for this event. The event, for anyone who's not aware what I'm talking about, is literally just make a couple recipes out of these plants and then send them into space. But the best we can really do is make a farm that I can stand next to an AFK. It's like I'm playing Minecraft and standing next to a skeleton spawner, except it's more complicated than a skeleton spawner. But anyways, the way that this would actually work is this timer that I had turned off while I was building it would be running. And then if I have this button right here in the middle turned on, it'll activate the entire farm. So we can go ahead and do that. And then immediately get a bunch of crap put in our backpack because I'm standing in the wrong spot. Thank you, Dubs. Very cool. But if we stand over here, it's pretty much going to auto-harvest and then replant these crops on a cycle. And then what those arms up on the top are going to do there is whenever the storages are not full, so this resource canister or this silo full of the seeds, it's going to go ahead and pick up the crops that are sitting in the pit, put them on the silo, and then these arms over here in the middle that are at weird angles are going to actually feed these 2 quadrangias that I have here. Let me stand in a spot where they won't put crap in my inventory. So anyways, it's hard to tell why this works, but if you look at the one I have highlighted right now, that blue circle just barely overlaps with like the inputs for this cauldron. And then this arm's blue circle barely overlaps with those 2 inputs on the right side of my screen, these ones right here. And then we have a mirror image of the same thing on the other side for the other seed type that we need for this. So that's how that works. And the reason why I did it like this is because this game is stupid, and if 2 auto arms are attempting to put items on the same cauldrangia, like roughly the same time, one of them will place the item, and then the other one will just drop it on the floor, and its brain will turn off, and I have to toggle it off and on again to fix it. So I specifically can only have one of each type accessing each of these cauldrons, because this video game is 90% functional, and this is the 10% of things that don't work in this game, is shit like that. So you get used to that. You do workarounds. It's extra challenge, I guess, added difficulty. So anyways, I ended up making a bunch of this off stream just because I had it running in the background while I was testing stuff. But this is the event platform. This is the thing where we ship the fuel into space. For some reason there's a duplicate of each type here, but there's actually only 3 of them. And we're sending the one that's worth 50 points, because I mean, what kind of peasant would send the other ones? I definitely didn't spend a whole stream doing that. So, alright, I have rewards. This happened last time too. I have rewards pending, so the game just dropped all of the stuff on the floor, and now I have to pick it up. And wait for the rewards to come back so I can get a bunch of packages I don't need, and then we can load up the thing. And actually get the rest of the rewards for the event. Well, just give it a second. This happened last time. I also yelled loudly when it happened. This time I honestly am not even surprised. How did I make this base? If you've used leveling blocks, basically position yourself under a gateway, use a leveling block, it'll make a literally perfectly flat surface aligned to that gateway, and you can just make perfectly flat walls and floors. That's like the Cliff Notes version. Does anyone even know what Cliff Notes is anymore? Am I old? That's like the Cliff Notes version of how you make true flat. I could show a little bit more of it later, but maybe you got the gist of it from that. Alright, now let me go get a medium storage real quick. Alright, so those are the rewards that the game wanted to send me really badly, so it just dropped all my crap off of it. We got a nanocarbon alloy, we got some other stuff, we got a weird looking, we got a 6-cylinder. Alright, now I can actually send the crops, or the fuel away. So let me just put these over here. These are called noxethane, apparently. Every single one of these fuels is apparently like a gasoline pun of some sort. Alright, there we go. Now we can actually send it away. And I think, yeah, this shipment right here is going to finish the events, because this event is actually really easy. But I'm going to keep sending them after that, because you do get some rewards for that.
You sucks cosine 2 Tommy face.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you for the prime. It sucks a little bit, I guess. I didn't stream for 9 days. I kind of deserve some abuse. Alright, how do I do different colors? That's what the terrain analyzers are for. So while we wait for this thing to come back, again, I'm just giving you like a brief rundown of how this works. I can show this off more thoroughly later. But these terrain analyzers here, if you craft a new one, it's just in your research catalog. Basically, you take this, you dig out a bunch of the terrain color that you want. It will permanently attach that terrain color to the terrain analyzer. So in this case, the dark gray color I have here is actually from the underside of that logistics depot that I placed here. I just dug out underneath it. And then you pretty much put an inhibitor mod. Not a sturdy squash sample. You put an inhibitor mod on your terrain tool, the color that you want. You activate both of them, and then when you press Alt to add terrain or whatever the equivalent is on controller, and then click, it'll paint the color that you wanted. And if you want the default light gray color, you turn it off and paint over it again. You can do this with any color in the game. It will not, however, take the marbled texture from stone. It'll only take the base color. So there you go. There's your like 1 minute rundown on how I colored this base. And then through painstaking tedium with the narrow mod, I was able to paint like specifically within the lines and make these cool looking roads. It is very difficult to do this. It is a huge pain. My Kuchler has arrived. I don't know what that means, but hello, welcome to the stream. Oh, okay, a lovable emote. There we go. A person of culture, I see. I just didn't recognize that one. I need to lurk in lava stream a little bit more, I think. I think that's what's going wrong with my life. Haven't been watching Lava Man nearly as much as I should have. Alright, so anyways, I'm basically just burning off the extra fuel that I had sort of like buffered while I was developing this farm here. And something really important, if you're going to automate this stuff in your own save, is these pumpkin seeds. The pumpkins don't spawn additional seeds. You only get one seed back from each pumpkin. So basically, if these things are not auto-planting themselves because they're like on top of stuff, they'll eventually despawn after a couple minutes, and they're gone forever, and you pretty much have to go out into the woods and look for more. This is why I'm not happy with how they implemented this update, because you will run out of seeds if you move away for too long and the physics engine can't run properly, or if you're just not paying attention and you accumulate too many of these sturdy squash samples. I could fix the problem with the sturdy squash samples by only harvesting if I need more. But the fact of the matter is, there's so little left to do with this particular bit of content, I decided not to just invest more time into it because I just didn't feel like there was a reason to. This could be improved a little bit more, but yeah, farming's a tough life. If you move more than 15 feet away from your cabbages, they just don't grow anymore. This happens in real life too. This is why farmers are so grumpy and they have to get up so early in the morning. They just have to sit next to their crops for the entire day and wait for the crops to grow. It's tough. It's a tough life, but somebody's got to do it. So anyways, I'm just getting rid of the surplus fuel, and I need to make sure that I have the farm turned off before I leave, and we're probably never going to look at this thing again. But, you know, we did it to say that we did it. Maybe this was interesting to someone, and in theory, you could AFK next to this thing with a slightly better automated setup for the pumpkins. Again, to make sure that you don't harvest the pumpkins unless you need sturdy squash samples, and then most of the seeds should automatically fall to the ground and get replanted by these proximity repeaters that I'm setting off every few seconds. So that's the hopeful way that you would design this. So anyways, let me top this one off, send away, get some more rewards, and then we're going to go work on the rest of the factory. Though there will be a brief intermission before that where we go look for something that we forgot about last stream. At least I certainly forgot about it. Oh, by the way, you cannot automate sending this rocket. Oh my god, again! You cannot automate sending this rocket. We don't have the technology for that. Apparently I had more rewards. Oh, this is starting off good. I'm already tilted now. Alright, well, while we wait for that to send me more crap, let me drop these ones off. That is game. There's no universe where that's what I clicked on. I was trying to put it over here. Alright, so let me just manually drop off these. Now, what else did we get? We got a nanocarbon alloy. We got a 6-cylinder like revolver, whatever the reload capsule is. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, some hydrazine, I'll deal with that later. I do not want that on the smelting platform with the furnace. And we got some hydrazine jetpacks that I'll probably never use. I'm probably supposed to use the hydrazine with these jetpacks, but I mean, I already have one. That's why they use scarecrows, they keep the chunk loaded. Really? Oh, that makes sense. I never thought about that. Why don't they add scarecrows to Minecraft? Real life is way better than Minecraft. Real life has chunk loaders. I mean, Minecraft kind of has chunk loaders, but they're not very reliable, and they break in every update. Stupid Minecraft. Alright, so this time for sure, I'm going to be able to actually send away these resources, and I'm not going to be upset. And then we're going to for sure do the other thing that I said we were going to do today. Do I have any rewards pending? I have rewards waiting to be claimed. Still. Wait, why did it take it this time? No! Why did it drop my items off yet? I don't understand. Devs, how does this event work? I thought I had this all figured out. I had rewards pending, so I was like, oh, it's going to drop all of my stuff off the rocket again. This time they just took off without the main payload. Oh my goodness. This is a bad video game. Chat, don't play this video game. Go buy Factorio. I mean, Factorio doesn't have funny hydrangeas, but it also works like 100% of the time. Factorio is the most well-programmed video game I've ever played in my life. Like, whether or not, like, it has gameplay issues, but, like, functionally, Factorio works, like, 100% consistently. It's an amazing game. Alright, now can I send the stupid rocket away with all the fuel on it? Please. I just need to burn off these extra ones so I can go play the rest of the game and make an interesting stream. This is not how this was supposed to go. I just wanted to save this until, like, I was actually streaming so people could see the final stage of it. Factorio is also a good game, don't get me wrong, but even if you disagree with, like, some of the design choices, which admittedly there's a few things about it I don't like, it's still so well programmed. It just works. I fucking swear to God. Chat, I don't understand. I just don't. I don't understand this. Oh, rewards! I'm this close to making an auto arm to pick the Noxophane off of the floor, put it over here, and then have this arm put it back on the rocket. I'm like so close to doing that. Okay, game, what did I win this time? Let's get the big silo. Back with the raid. You're just in time to see me get a bunch of garbage from this rocket that I don't need. Isn't that exciting? Let's see if it happens a third time. Oh, how was that going? You were playing Spelunky, I think. So how'd that go? What accomplishments did you make? Or did the game just regrettably abuse you for the whole time like it does every time I play it? Also, something shout out. There you go. You can do the other shout out, I think. I don't know. Soviet, do the mods have access to that? You can do the other shout out, right? I think you have access to that. But yeah, Beck streams a lot of Spelunky, and she is cool and fun to watch. That's me. Like that's... Wait, what the... Wait, what is that why did Nightbot do that? Is that a built-in Nightbot command? I didn't write that command. Like the one that Soviet just did, I didn't write that. I don't know why Nightbot has that command. How is that useful? Everybody knows that already. This is literally like visible on the UI for this stream. Whatever. The game was how it was when I played. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you had fun at least. Yeah, Splunky do be like that. I would say sometimes. Honestly, Splunky's like that every time. Alright. I have rewards waiting to be claimed. Alright, here's what we're going to do. Big brain strats. We're only going to put the one on top. Okay, it got sent this time. I have so many rewards. I don't understand. Big Ego Stream. I didn't make that command. I don't know why that exists. I think that's a Nightbot command. Why would a shoutout command by default do that? If I shout out somebody else with that command, does it do something different? Is this like a default command they added? Alright, here, you're gonna get a freebie back. No, that just ran the other shoutout command. I'm so confused. Like, the second one there is the one I wrote. The one I just did. But if you just do it without a stream, it just shouts out... Like, it does a different command for my own stream. Wait a minute, what? These Nuts has never streamed before? Wow, imagine taking the account name These Nuts and then never streaming. What a savage. Like, that'd be a great stream name. That definitely wouldn't cause issues if you ever wanted to get affiliated. Alright, I think we're finally done with the rewards. Let's see, do we have any more? No, I do have more rewards. I'm so confused. So let's see, what was our haul? We got some dynamite and packages, a bunch of metals I don't need, some nanocarbon alloy, which is kind of cool. So I still have more rewards, apparently. But I can't send the rocket for them. Can I launch it from here? Okay, is this going to get me more rewards? This is so bad. I could have left the farm running this whole time. Let's see if all the pumpkins replanted at least. I might AFK this if I just want to get more stuff, but again, realistically, I think we're about done with this farming setup. I just wanted to show this at the start of the stream. We were not supposed to be 20 minutes in and still looking at this, but this game is really just the gift that keeps on shitting. So let's see if we get a few more rewards. And meanwhile, did I even get the cosmetic rewards for the event? I think they'll show up in here. So let's see, what have I not looked at yet? I'll wait for the rocket to come back. I think we did get him. I think this is... Yeah, this one I think is one of the ones you unlock from the event, and I think you get a hat as well. So I can have this thing that makes me look like a contagious disease. Gross. And I think I got a hat as well. This one, maybe... I don't actually know what I got, or maybe it was this one. No, this was from last year. I have no idea what I got from this event, but I'm just going to keep wearing the farming hat, because, I don't know, I like it. It's kind of grown on me, even though it looks really dumb. Alright, we got more dynamite and packages. Now are we done? Now can I go play the video game? Okay, yeah, we're in the care package phase, so yeah, event is definitely done now. I've gotten all the cosmetic related stuff. I have rewards waiting to be claimed. Alright, you know what? Chat, this will be a cliffhanger. We'll come check on this later, and we'll see what the rewards were, so don't touch that dial. We're gonna go do something else for a little while. Let me drop off all the junk that I got. So first of all, let me just put the dynamite over here, uncomfortably close to all the explosive things in my base. All the gas canisters. Yeah, just do that. That one there. I've just been storing these packages on the floor here. I did a lot of cleanup in the base, and I made a couple extra packages, and this is just where I've been putting them, because the mullet is already covered, though at this point, like, the silo is just wearing sideburns. Like, I don't know what this fashion statement is. It's basically like a short fro and like just extreme sideburns. This is like something you would see from like just a band in the 70s, I think. What a time to be alive. Alright, cliffhanger's over, by the way. And it's okay, it's not, I mean, it's nothing bad, I guess. And we got 2 of these. Do I have more rewards, or are we done now? Can I actually stop interacting with this thing, please? You have rewards waiting. Oh my god, chat. I'm gonna have to do this off stream. I'm going to have to actually harvest the rewards off stream because I'm gonna be here for an hour collecting them. Oh god. Alright, let me drop off some of the items here on the half-finished sorting system. Should be able to just drop them on the floor and the arm will pick them up eventually. We do have a sorting system. I haven't shown it for like 2 streams because I've been very distracted, but we do have it. It exists. Technically, the nanocarbon is not built into the sorting yet, so let me just put all these here, put this back where it was a moment ago, and then we are going to go look for the snails. So if anybody remembers, there were some funny snails that I had earlier, and I put them in gravity globes at the end of the stream, and then I was doing off-stream work for like 4 hours. So basically, I have no idea where they are now, and we're going to go find them. I have absolutely no idea what happened to the snails. I don't know how that research sample ended up on the floor over there, so we need to go look for them, because they're probably starving to death or something right now. So hopefully they show up on the map, because otherwise this might take a while, and maybe we'll find one like a couple streams from now. Go drop these off, store these away. Everything else here looks to be just an exo chip, so I'll just put them on the silo I have over here. Up, up. Stop! Stop! Speaking of snails getting hungry, I forgot to feed these assholes. Alright, here you go, have that. That noise is my portable oxygenator, activating and deactivating every frame. Why does it do that, you ask? Because this video game is 90% functional. Alright, so let's go feed them real quick so they stop whining. Yeah, including you. There we go. Looking a bit messy. What, me or the base? I'm looking fabulous. I don't know what you're talking about. What happened to my lab coat? Why does this keep taking itself off automatically? There we go. That's what I'm supposed to look like right now. The scientist cowboy crossover. Chad, if you need a Halloween costume this year, don't wear this. You'll look like a fool. But that's what I've chosen to go as for Halloween in video games, because I'm not actually going to step outside for the entire day of the 31st. Well, there you go. If anyone needed some ideas, again, that one's on the house. That one's a freebie. You don't even have to sub for that idea. Alright, now we have an extra silo for whatever. Let's go look for the snails. I think we're finally done. We'll check on what the rewards are later. So, we're looking for a gravity globe indicator on our map here. Do I ever get trick-or-treat attempts? Thankfully, they do not do that at this apartment complex, nor my previous one. I don't know if that's a thing in general at apartments. But, like, I have never had someone show up at my door for trick-or-treating ever since I moved into an apartment. And I'm quite grateful for it, because I don't have any candy and don't want to deal with it, because I'm basically the Halloween equivalent of a Scrooge. I'm also a Scrooge, but I'm also the Halloween equivalent of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to skim the edges, just to see if one of them like wound up on the side somewhere. I highly doubt they got outside of these walls from this edge. Wait, was that a gravity globe? Hold on. No, that's a rover icon. They will egg my door. I mean, the apartments are going to clean it. I don't care. They egg my door. Like, they can. I mean, it's not my job to clean it. I didn't egg my door. It just isn't my problem. I mean, I still don't want it to happen. Don't get me wrong. You have to step outside to go to a party. You have to go to a party or you want to. I mean, it's fine if you want to, but if you don't want to go to the party, then why are you doing that? You're a grown-ass adult. You have free will. You don't have to do that. Oh, there's one. Alright, this icon right here is the thing we're looking for. This weird-looking hamster ball thing. Alright, we found one. Alright, which snail is this? Inoki. Alright, we found Inoki. Can I pick this thing up? Okay, I had to take the snail out first. So we found one gravity globe. It has probably been in that pit for several hours now. Alright, so that takes care of this one. Let me just package these up so they don't roll away again. We can do this again, like, on a different stream and see if they wind up in a different spot. But I do want these back. I don't know if they're going to disappear forever. I mean, I could recover the snails, but I don't know if the gravity globes are going to get lost. Bad pet owner. Look, I found it eventually. It wasn't dead. The pet has been subsiding off of roadkill this entire time, okay, Cue-Ball? Quit being like this. I'm a mediocre pet owner at best. Speaking of being a mediocre pet owner, so there's 2 more snails. There's 7 of them in total. And, let's see. I have 4 of them. We have a Noki. So we're missing Usagi and whatever the other one was. I don't remember the name. I only remember Usagi for bad reasons, but I'm looking for that gravity globe now, and I have no idea where it is. So, this is... Oh, I left the front door open. Like, I went on vacation, and I left the front door open for like a week straight. Oh no. I can recover the snails. There's the mission terminal lets you recover the snails, but I don't know where the gravity globes are. If I need Usagi during this stream, I'll recover the snail, but I think I would like to actually find the gravity globes, is kind of what I would ideally want to do. So, I don't know, we're not going to go looking around for an hour to find them. I might like, figure something else out to make that amusing to do, but we'll see. For now, we're going to leave Usagi and the other snail out in the woods. I know you can buy the gravity globes. I'm aware that I could trade Astronium, I think, for the gravity globes, but I'm trying to make this a little more interesting. Look, we're streaming this here. Make a little content. So you know what? Here's where the story leaves off. We have 2 gravity globes that we don't know where they are. We have no idea what happened. And if they randomly turn up in the middle of the stream, that just makes it more magical, is really what it comes down to. So, I'll recover the snails if I need them for anything, but I would like to just find where they went. I don't know how far away they can go, I don't know if they get stuck on something, but one of them got stuck in a pit, and the rest of them are seemingly just gone forever. So, they might like turn up while we're down here in the mines or something. I really don't know where they are. I did not look for them off stream, because I kind of forgot about them until very recently. So I think what we'll do is we'll work on the factory, we'll do a couple side trips. You want to know where the snails are? We'll tune into season like 7, when we'll finally get around to finding them. But anyways, hopefully they'll just turn up randomly, and it'll be funny, and it'll be content. Everybody will like, comment, and subscribe to my YouTube channel that I don't have when we find them. And also Twitch, I guess. So, anyways, the factory. I'm going to fill people in on this because it has been a long time since I built this, but before I do that, I'm going to hydrate, because no one has told me to do that yet. There's a gravity globe indicator on my radar. Well, there is if I get near it, but there isn't one right now, or at least I don't see one. That's the rocket. That's a rover. These things are all beacons. That's one of the called Drangias. And I have like 1,000 of these exo caches on the gateway above me. So right now we don't have one. Wait, there is one in the mines. Uh-oh. Chat was paying more attention than I am. Okay, hold on. We might find where one of these is. Oh my god, you're right. I didn't even notice that. Okay, we might have found another one then. I think it fell in this pit. Let's see which snail did ARP just save. Oh, you were right. Yep, someone was paying attention. Alright, so it's Stilgar. So Usagi is still unaccounted for. We do not know what happened to that one. Let's see. I don't have any packages. Interesting. They have a really high like height differential that they'll show up for. But for some reason the marbles don't. If you're like 2 feet above or below the marbles, they don't show up on your compass. I don't understand this game. This does, I think, confirm my suspicion, though, that it's a function of altitude and great circle distance for whether or not the compass shows anything. It's not spherical. Or it's cylindrical. It could still be cylindrical. I don't really have a way to, like, prove that, because I don't have an extensive way to test that right now. But alright, we found 2 of them. We found Stilgar, the one that I haven't been using. There's nothing wrong with Stilgar, I just haven't needed this particular snail. This is the one that makes oxygen, but the thing is, I have to feed Stilgar. I don't have to feed the portable oxygenator, so I just have not been using that snail for a really long time. So wait, do we have Usagi? Hold on. No, Inoki is yeah, Usagi's the one that's missing. Okay. I'm sure Soviet is in shambles right now, because he loves Usagi. I don't know, Usagi kind of grew on me, if I'm being totally honest. So let's see if we can find the last one, since I wasn't paying a damn bit of attention, and it looks like at least one of the snails fell into the pit. Yep. Alright, there's another one. Alright, looks like we're going to be wrapping up the season, like, immediately, because there it is, there's the last one, they fell into the mines. Alright, we have located Usagi, who is still just having the time of his life. I have no idea if these things stop moving after they get like really far away from you, or how exactly this works, but there we go. Mystery solved. Just hold spacebar for a couple hours, get back out of here. That is a very large height difference that you can detect these from. This game is weird. And at least none of them wandered off into the dunes. That's kind of what I was worried about. If one of them had wandered off in that, like, into that chasm that was over to the south, it would take a long time for me to find that. So I'm glad that didn't happen. This is honestly the best case scenario. Alright, so let's put those away. Alrighty, Soggy, you're home now. I'm not gonna feed you that. Feed you later. Alright, so finally, chat, we're going to work on the factory. So if we go over here, I needed to fill people in on how this thing works to start with. So let me get this horrendous looking eyesore out of the way for a second. Alright, so we have this cool factory that I built a while ago, and then I got distracted. But the gist of it is that we have this train running back and forth here. And when it gets to each of these terminals, each of these rail posts essentially, let me get a better camera angle for this. Each of these rail posts, it'll turn on all the auto arms that could interact with it. This spot right here is basically an input, where I could put whatever garbage I have. I'm going to move this input somewhere else or make a couple of them. It'll get put on the train, and then the train will move back and forth along this. And each of these arms picks up one particular type of resource. And we have not finished it yet. There's a bunch of empty spaces over there for all the chemistry lab stuff. But we went up to the metals is what we have right now. There's like 12 more of these things I need to add, as well as one for like scrap and Astroneer. And these auto arms will place resources in this canister. This is an overflow canister. And then if there's room in the large ones, these arms will move things to the large canisters. And then if there's resources in the large canisters, these arms here will take them out of the canisters. Again, remember, the interaction range for these arms is a giant cylinder protruding up in that direction. So this zinc arm here can actually reach this canister, grab resources, and then the output, the blue circle down there, can actually reach this medium platform right here. And it can only reach this medium platform. I very meticulously set this up so that this was in range, but neither of the two platforms to the sides were. And that's the gist of the main storage here. So I could pick an item off of this, and the game will automatically refill it. So there it goes, it just refilled that zinc, and then if I had anything in the overflow canister over here, this arm would move it back over into the main storage, the large canister. Now the thing is, I have very minimal automation for any of this stuff. Like this, the automation is for sorting, but we're not actually producing any of these materials right now. The furthest I have it going right now is raw resources. These things back here that are intermediate products are just getting stored in these canisters right now. But what we want to actually do is automatically smelt these and then put them back into the sorting system and have them wind up in their proper receptacles. And then, once I'm done with all of these materials here, I want to do the same thing for chemistry lab recipes. So there's a lot to do here. I don't know how much of this we're going to get to. If it becomes very, like, samey, I'll do, like, a bunch of them off stream. But I'm definitely going to show the problem-solving process for this, because I think that's the thing that's interesting to people. So, in order to do all of this, we're basically going to need 7 smelters and a chemistry lab for the ammonium. These are the 8 materials that I have classified as intermediate resources. They serve no purpose other than to be turned into a refined resource, with the sole exception of ammonium, which you can make solid fuel thrusters out of, but we are never going to make any more solid fuel thrusters because we have the hydrazine ones now. So there's essentially no reason why I would ever want to have ammonium on the selection rack out here to craft things with. So that's why it's back here. And as for these 7 here, the clay and then the 6 metals, we just need to smelt those. So I was originally going to do this with smelting furnaces, but after I had already started this playthrough, that is when they added the portable smelter. And despite it being called a portable smelter, we are never going to actually use it as a portable smelter. However, the thing is, I think it works at the same speed as the regular smelter, except it's smaller. So as far as I'm aware, there's literally no downside to using it. It uses less power and it's smaller. However, let's test that to see if it's faster or not before we actually go forward with this. Because if it's not faster, then we might just want to use the big smelters. So let's see how that goes. It is looking to be the same speed. Yeah, these look identical. There we go, they are identical. Yeah, you could fit 4 portable smelters. There's a lot of reasons why it's better to use the portable ones. That is true, I could just put 2 of them there to make it faster. Or 4. So yeah, we're using the portable smelters. So, That means we need Astronium, because I have been unsuccessful at finding a single one of these out in the field. I don't know how rare they are, but you can use Astronium to get them from the trade platform. So I think it's 8. Let me go check. Did I scroll? There it is. It is 8 to 1. So for now, what we're going to do, I think, is just use 1 each. And if I need more throughput, which I don't think I will, I think 1 will just be fast enough. But if I need more throughput, I can add more. Since large smelting furnaces take up one of these slots, so like I could put 1 billion of these like portable smelting furnaces on this slot if I combine silos together. Yeah, I could put up to I think 288 of them there, so we're not going to have any problems with being able to fit enough of these things on the platform. So this should actually be way more compact if I even have to use like 2 or 3 of those. So we need Astronium. Luckily, this event is useful for something other than giving me crap that I don't need as a reward. Speaking of rewards, here's what we got this time. More hydrazine jetpacks. But anyways, this event was useful for something else, because something that didn't happen while I was showing it off is occasionally, I think there's like a 2% chance that one of these pumpkins will be a special variant that provides Astronium. And this canister right here basically has all of the Astronium I've ever gotten over the course of this event. So there's 1 in there, there's 14 pretty much, and then 2 more here. So I've gotten about 16. Yeah, they're purple. They're basically colored like the Astronium. I don't know why I said funny color, I could have said purple. But anyways, I'm going to grab a couple of these. Actually, I'll just grab the whole canister. We're not going to ever fill up 2 of these, I'm pretty sure. And let's go let's go order a couple of these smelting furnaces over the internet. We'll go get these on eBay real quick, or Amazon or something. I don't know who sells these. So let me just drop these here. Need a couple more. This I think will be just enough for 2 of them. Do you think it's I don't know how to pronounce that word. Is that a color? I don't know how to pronounce that. So anyways, let's order a couple of these. Oh yeah, we have just enough for 2, and then we got like 4 extras. I'm just going to leave this canister here, honestly. We're not going to fill that up during the stream, because that is not going to be running at all, because I'm not going to be over there, and I don't want to lose my pumpkin seeds for like the 7th time. Because while I was building that farm, I left it running a couple times and left for a little while, and when I came back, all of my pumpkin seeds were gone. Like, the devs really need to add like a farm plot building or something that basically will auto replant one of the seeds 100% of the time, so that we don't have to worry about like stepping away from a farm, having the physics engine turn off, the seeds don't settle properly, and then they despawn. Alright, so there's one of them. So this could definitely be better implemented than it is. So this is going to give us a total of 3 of these, because we're not actually using the one that's over here. We have the regular smelter for that. I'm going to eventually need a few more, and I think what we'll do is, mid-stream, we will go make an Astronium extractor. Like down at the core of the planet, because that is not something I have done yet. And for any savvy Astroneer players out there, you might be thinking to yourself, but Cosine, why are you doing all this shit when you could just go to the core and make a scrap factory out of Astronium? Where I think you make like thrusters or something, and then shred the thrusters into scrap, and then trade for every other resource. And the answer is because it's boring. So what I wanted to do in this playthrough, instead of the boring scrap factory that just makes everything, was actually have the logistics challenge of making auto extractors, making rails to those auto extractors on all the fun, exciting planets in the game, and then like trying to accumulate them all in a main factory like this, and have like big cool storage racks, smelting systems. I thought this would make way more interesting content than making a scrap factory, and it's something that I had like never really like considered doing in this way before. I did one of these off stream. I showed it once before I was even a streamer, but I thought it would be more interesting to build a factory like this with using the new train systems. Hydrate out of stock. What do you mean hydrate out of stock? What? That's not supposed to happen. It's right here. Out of stock. Check back later. What? That can happen? Okay, hold on. This is more important than automation. I didn't put a limit on that. Twitch, what are you doing? Alright, hold on. Hold on, I'm suddenly dying now. Okay, it's enabled. Edit, redeem. Limit redemptions per stream, 99,999. I guarantee we have not redeemed it that many times. And that's the same for individual redemptions per viewer. What? How did that happen? I don't understand. I'm going to die now. I can't hydrate anymore. Oh no, this is terrible. Do any of the other ones work? Money hole's fine. Twitch. What are you doing, Twitch? How much stuff are they gonna break until I become a YouTube gaming streamer, honestly? I'm just gonna uncheck the entire cooldowns and limits section. Let's see if that does anything. Let's see if that fixes it. I do need a limit on it so people don't redeem it like every 2 minutes. Or not every 2 minutes, every 2 seconds. Alright, there we go. We gotta hydrate. See, this right here is the reason why I needed to put a 1 minute cooldown on it. Because otherwise people were just doing this. Oh god. Alright, hold on. We need to turn that back on. I'll take a big chug, like, after I'm done fixing this. We're having technical difficulties. Alright, so I turned it back on. I'm gonna just type a different number for the limit of redemptions. Maybe that'll reset it or something. Or can I set it to 0, or does that just turn it off? Hold on. Let's save that. I don't think enough people redeemed it for water intoxication. Okay, maybe that works. Now you should be able to redeem it, but there should be a cooldown on it. Yeah, it's on a 1 minute and 2 second cooldown, apparently. Okay, whatever, Twitch. Okay, good. That's what we want. I have no idea why that happened. Alright, thank you. Anyways, what was I blabbering about? I was blabbering about scrap factories or something. Let me scroll up and see what else I missed. Automating with trains. Okay, yeah, the automation with trains was the fact that when I had last played this game, it was not possible to make these trains. They didn't exist. They were not in the game, and neither were the snails. So it meant that moving things from an auto extractor into a factory was just a daisy chain of auto arms. And like everything in this game, auto arms are 90% functional, which means there's a random chance that an auto arm will just turn off and not do anything until you turn it back on again. So those farms would just infamously get jammed if you had like 100 auto arms in your save, which you did if you needed to do this for every resource. These things would just jam constantly. And it was a pain in the ass. You had to make timers to unjam them. So hopefully the addition of the trains is going to reduce the number of these arms in my save and make them slightly more reliable. That's what we're counting on here. Whether or not that's going to work, I guess we'll find out, because we're about to add like 60 more of them. But anyways, the trains were definitely a big quality of life update. If only this one works correctly when you're far away from it. But I set it up in such a way that it is reliable while you're near, and it doesn't break when you're far away from it. It just kind of doesn't do anything while you're far away from it. It gets stuck, but when you come back, it starts working again, which is the best we can ask for from this game. So anyways, factories. What we need to do is utilize this cool space that I built down here. Actually, hold on, I didn't actually chug yet. Let me do the hydrate chug while you admire this void that I made down here. There we go. I partially choked on some of the water. You rolled the small chance that I just inhale the water like an idiot instead of drinking it like a normal person. Oh, by the way, don't worry about this cursed compound nugget down here. That's just this video game. Again, Astroneer is a 90% functional video game, and that's the 10% right there. I had a rover down here to dig out this big abyss where we're going to be building the factory. And for whatever reason, between saves, when I loaded back in, the drill on the rover had one of these on it, and this little nugget was just on the ground when I came back into the save. Can't believe I didn't play Dark Tide. What, is it over? How long was the beta? Isn't it still going? Alright, anyways, so you have 3 of these compounds, is how you call these. I like that, that's good. Anyways, you can't pick these up. Nothing can pick these up except the winch. This is permanent. I don't know how to get rid of this. I could like maybe deposit it into the void of space. We're just going to put it over here for now. And it's just gonna be somewhere in the base because I cannot get rid of this thing. And maybe I'll drop it down to the core eventually. But you need to use a winch to move those around. Like, those are supposed to get deleted if you, like, package a drill or anything, but I didn't even package the drill. It was just there when I loaded the save. It was just sitting on the floor underneath the drill. Like, it was for, I think one of these rovers. Where's the crane rover? It was this one right here. It was the crane drill, which I have used since then. So I have a different one on it now. This one hasn't dropped off yet. I don't know what caused it. One of the updates, I think, like, caused this to happen. I think actually the farm update is the one that caused that to drop off of it. But this game is weird. Captain, I am curious if the beta is still going. I did download it. I just didn't play it yesterday because I was doing other stuff. I mean, if it's over, it's over. Honestly, I probably didn't work half the time. It is over? Oh well, I'll get over it then. What the hell? Okay, well, we'll fix that little bump in a moment. Anyways... Oh, it's still up. Okay, never mind then. I might play it later tonight. Not on stream, but I might still give it a look. Anyway, so what we're trying to do here, chat, is we have these canisters. And I don't have enough room up here to do anything. Yeah, I could build it out further in this direction. But we have 3 whole dimensions. That's right, 3 dimensions, not 2. And I want to use the third one. So we're going to go down is what we're going to do. Up here is just kind of where I'm going to handle the logistics of delivering materials to the system. And down there is where we're actually going to make stuff. So what I need to do is set up auto arms that could pull these resources down through the floor into the factory area where I could smelt all of them. And the way that you could do that is basically abusing the long cylinder hitboxes that the grab ranges have on these arms, or just placing arms sideways on the walls. I don't entirely know which one is going to work better, because the cylinder is not tall enough to reach up through this floor and actually do anything with these canisters unless I elevate the auto arm a little bit. So my options are to either stick the auto arm on the wall like this. Let's see, it would be like this. Stick it on the wall underneath these canisters to grab the resource I want, deliver it to an intermediate platform, and then have a second arm pull it down. I could also put the smelters on the intermediate platform as well. I'm considering doing that. Or I basically have an arm like this below the floor, like halfway up. So either of those two things will work. I think what I'm going to try to do is place them on a wall. I think that'll be slightly easier to line them up. So what we basically need to do is get the proper building materials. So whoever asked earlier about how I smoothed out my base, or I think you were asking about the colors, but if you were wondering how I smoothed out the base with the leveling blocks, we're going to be doing that again. So this is the usual loadout I use for this nonsense. We need to take off the big boy tools and swap to narrow mod and boost mod. Boost mod's optional but highly recommended. It will make it much more consistent. And I'm just going to poke a hole in the floor. So let's see, I'm trying to think how I want to lay this out. You died from what is basically entity cramming. What, in this game? Oh, did you just take like lethal fall damage or something? I thought that can only happen on a server, but I mean, knowing this game, it probably could happen at any point. So anyways, I'm going to dig a hole in the floor here so that I can actually visually line these up. I may or may not actually fill this hole in later, but for now I need a visual aid to figure out what I'm doing, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to find these canisters through the floor. I don't have a good way to see them. Now, there's technically a way to do it, where you can put your cursor on something like this, and then run below the floor, and as long as you hold right click like this, your cursor will stay there. So I do have a visual aid I could use. You can see my cursor is still where I anchored it, but I just want to be able to visually see this and move up and down through this hole. So we're going to do it like this. From standing and harvesting pumpkins. Yeah, I'm not even surprised, honestly. But I'm curious, was it on a server or was it solo? Because I thought solo doesn't do that. I could be wrong. I could be 100% wrong, because this video game is 90% functional, but I thought solo didn't do that. It did kill you on solo. Okay, well, thanks for the heads up. I don't want to die to that. That'd be very embarrassing. I'm going over here, by the way, to get a hydrazine canister for my jetpack, because I'm almost out. There we go. And now we need these as well, so let's move these over. So first step, set up the arms. And in order to do that, I'm going to make a wall, like roughly here. I'm trying to see what my grid looks like here. The grid doesn't matter too much, but I have OCD, so everything has to be all clean and perfect. I mean, that's not even what OCD is, but Whatever, we can just put the wall here. I'm also trying to set these up in such a way that if I have to replace these platforms, they don't, like, start tilting, which they tend to do. Not tilting like getting mad, tilting as in literally they aren't perfectly flat anymore because there's a slope in the general vicinity of the platform. They're very finicky. This game is very finicky. 90%. Anyways, I'm going to stop saying that now. It's getting old. So let me go ahead and build a wall, like, right here. Smooth that out. Okay, that's where I want that. I have no idea where my leveling block just went. I think it dropped in the hole underneath me. What do I think about support Shadow Fiend? What for? I don't know what that means. Anyone else in chat, if you know what that means, feel free to interact with Captain, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Right, so anyways, let me smooth this out to be a little bit bigger. So don't stand any pumpkins. Yeah, that was the lesson that I took away from that. Alright, so let's get this side carved out a bit. Very hard to see what I'm doing here. Let me zoom out a bit. I'll clean up the mess that I'm making here later. I just need to get the gist of the flat surfaces figured out, and then I can go back and smooth it out later. If I get Blightstone. I'm going to ignore you now, because I think you're just trolling, but if you're not, I still have no idea what you're talking about. Alright. So I might as well just make this one, make it 4 wide. 4 is usually a good size for these kinds of things. It tends to interact well with both of the terrain tool sizes. I need to find my leveling block. There it is. Do that. I'm assuming you're talking about Dark Tide right now. I didn't play Dark Tide, I said this already. I did download it, but yesterday I was busy playing Minecraft, which was more important than playing Dark Tide because I don't have proper priorities in my life. What? Where's the audio? This game is weird. You're already ignoring him and you're in Discord with this joker. I'm sorry to hear that. You're subjecting yourself to that. Godspeed, Kai. Alright, so let's see. We got that figured out. I'm gonna smooth out this wall here. I'm sorry, Chad. There's always some of this. Every stream we do a little bit of this. So for anyone who hasn't built a true flat base, this is why you do this, like below a gateway, because you can make a base like this. Really, that's where that was going to go? Anyways, you can make a perfectly flat base like this, which is incredibly useful if you want to make like precise builds where you need auto arms to be perfectly aligned to things. Because these auto arms will just love interacting with the things you don't want them to. And that's bad. So I need to make sure that they're like literally almost pixel perfect with the coordinate system here when I'm building stuff like this. So you pretty much can't make a base like this if you just pick your starter spot on Silva and just start flattening, because it will inevitably not work correctly. So true flat, very powerful. Once you go true flat, you can never go back. Or if you're a Rick and Morty fan, insert the true level meme, because that's basically what this is right now. Everything is crooked once you've done this. Speaking of true flat, yeah, we're basically playing Minecraft right now. Alright, so let's see here. That should be the correct width. Why did I say width like that? What's wrong with me? Why does anyone watch me? Anyways, that's the correct width for this, so I just need to tidy up this end here, smooth out all the bumps, and then it should be ready to go. It's not too hard to change it later. And this is the kind of stuff where I do a lot of this off stream because it is not very interesting to watch it, but I want to show like the initial process of how I build like platforms and holes and stuff like this. So let's see, let's start by doing this one. And yes, this game is cubes. It's cubes with I forget what the name is for this algorithm, but if you've ever played Deep Rock Galactic, it's the same basic concept. There's a lot of like indie games that sort of started doing this around the same time, but it's basically a voxel system with an additional algorithm layered on top of it that can sort of simulate like complicated slopes and surfaces. And then some games will also do some like render smoothing on top of that to hide the fact that it's cubes. Astroneer didn't really bother doing that. It's very obvious that it's triangles, like you can see it on that mountainside over there. Some games will smooth this out, but essentially everything here is just a voxel, or like just a 3D pixel that has like a few extra like bytes of data that are storing like what the slope information is. There's limitations to how complicated the slopes can get, And the gist of it is, with this particular game's implementation, you can get smooth surfaces and 45-degree angles really easily by using the leveling blocks to initiate the whole process. It's technically possible to do this without the leveling blocks. I actually did it before they added those to adventure mode, but it was a pain in the ass, and I'm very glad that we have the leveling blocks now. Before then, you basically had to finagle with the game engine until it would snap something to the cube grid by just excessively like smoothing and perturbing the surface until you got a specific triangle to generate. It was kind of horrible, so thank you devs for adding that, and no thank you for taking 2 years to add it, or however long it took. It took a while, but I'm glad we have it finally. I think I accidentally punched this in the floor while I was building this. Let's go ahead and smooth this out. And since I didn't really explain why the boost mod was useful for this, the boost mod is basically just making the grid be snapped to faster. So I have to spend less time per unit of like terrain to get it to snap to the grid, at which point I could say this is perfectly flat and I don't have to worry about it anymore. And when I say perfectly flat, I mean it is literally mathematically perfectly flat, because that's how the floating point precision works in this game. If you try to eyeball this and it's even like literally one like float unit of precision off, like I'm not sure what the exact precision is, but if it's even one like unit off from exact, it will eventually stop working and you'll start noticing like weird bumps and perturbances in your terrain. Alright, here's the one I mentioned I was going to fix earlier. I don't know how that got there. You're surprised nobody has made a Minecraft map voxel. Wait, what, in this game? I'm trying to understand what you mean by that. I mean, this game, everything's, like, it's still spherical, like planets. Like, the gravity is pulling me towards the center of the planet, not straight down. So, I mean, a Minecraft map would be of limited utility, because as you move closer to the edges of the... Like, you can already see, actually, I'm on a slope right now. And as I move further away from the gateway, this slope becomes steeper, because I'm being pulled straight down. I'm not being pulled down, like, relative to the grid. I'm being pulled towards the center of the planet. So, like, there's only so much you can get out of this before it actually becomes steep. You could make a limited MC map. I mean, there's general limitations on it. Like, you see these corners right here that I have? I don't want these to be 45-degree angles, but due to the way the game's voxel algorithm works, it's actually impossible to not have these here. I can have 90-degree angles for these outside corners here, like the one I'm running my cursor over, but not for these inside corners. These will always be 45-degree angles, just due to how it works. So like you can't get like Minecraft levels of precision on these voxels. I can't entirely explain why it's like that. I kind of conceptually understand it, but there's still some things I don't understand about this game's grid. But this is really the best you can do, is this kind of thing. The smaller you get, the more janky it gets, and it stops working after a while. You can only do true flat under one of those purple floaty things. Alright, let's bust out this diagram I made to just clarify this to people. Okay, here's the shittily made diagram I drew. It's not even completely correct, because the square, the cube on the top center doesn't actually like accurately show how a triangle would be depicted by this system. The vertices are in the wrong spot, but you should get the basic gist of it. If you look at the sphere on the left, the purple like the half-assed purple like diamonds I drew are where the gateways are. The moons only have 2 of those, but the spots where the gateways would be have essentially the same system, so it works the same on moons. You just have to find the spot where there would be a gateway. But pretty much you need to be on one of the faces of this cube in order to have access to squares like you see down here. That's the gist of it. And then the thing on the right is just me showing off the oct tree. Well, it's a quad tree, but I was essentially just showing off like roughly how this game like optimizes storage based on modifications you make. That's not even an accurate depiction of a quad tree, so just don't pay attention to that. Just pay attention to the left side. Those are the spots you have to be in, where those gateways are or would have been. And then what you're essentially working with are the cubes that I'm showing. And the cube on the bottom center is pretty much what my floor is right now. So I have a flat surface on the top of each of those cubes. Or technically it's on the it's on the inside bottom of the cube above that, but don't worry about that. Just let it happen, chat. This is the best I can explain this. There's maybe better explanations of this. Honestly, if you looked up like game dev videos for this kind of like voxel grid algorithm, you could probably find somebody with a better explanation for this, because I don't even remember what the name is for this algorithm. Nerd drawing shaped, excuse me. Apes are very cool, I'll have you know. Squares, it is hip to be square, okay, Captain? You just don't understand. Captain's just a jock. Don't pay attention to him. He's just a high school bully, but he can't actually like swirly you, so you don't have to worry about him. Well, he might bully you on the internet. I don't know. Toxic. But anyways, that's the gist of it. So there's your basic explanation for how this voxel grid system works. Looking out for all the dummies in chat. I mean, I'm more than happy to explain this kind of stuff because I feel like the technical community in this game is kind of non-existent because people don't realize how technical this game can actually get because it just looks like a baby game for babies and it's very easy, but you could build shit like this and it's actually really cool. The game just doesn't like encourage you to do it at any point, so most people don't actually bother exploring any of this content. Anyway, speaking of content, this is not very interesting anymore, so let's do the next thing I was going to do, which is we need to build a wall for these to go on. So I'm going to pull my auto arms down here now. Alright, enjoy your lurk. I'm going to pull all my stuff and auto arms down here now, because this is where we're going to be doing the bulk of the work. Here's a bunch of extras I printed. I have a big pile of them up top. I've made tons of these off stream. So hopefully you don't have to watch me ever actually print any of these when I'm doing builds. So it'll increase the pace of my streams is what I'm doing pretty much. Like the off-stream mining I've been doing consists of stuff that is repetitive that you've all seen before that odds are nobody wants to watch. So we can actually get to the interesting stuff. So here's what we're trying to do right now. You just beat Inferno Mode Providence. I don't know what that means. I assume you're talking about Calamity, but I'm assuming it's hard. So congratulations. This is what we want to do with these arms. I want to have an arm sort of positioned like that, maybe a little further down. And this arm, like I said, with the weird like pickup range of the arms, is going to be able to pick up like the ammonium, or I think we're going to actually start with the clay, because that's the one I want to smelt the most. The clay and the aluminum probably. So we were going to have an arm like right about... Yeah, let's do it with aluminum actually, because I have a full pipeline for aluminum. I already have laterite getting brought to the base. It's just over there. So we'll do it with the aluminum first. The hardest to rate difficulty. Well, it's modded, so it's tough to say how it compares to other mods, but congratulations, you did it. I still don't know what that mod and what that difficulty entails doing though, but I'm assuming it's very difficult because people make some insane mods for that game. Alright, so we've got an arm there, and I want to see how low I can get it while still giving it the ability to grab from the canister that is up here. And I apologize for the bad camera angles. This game does not have a first-person camera. So you're going to be looking at my Astroneer's crotch and or bum for a large majority of the work on the ceiling here. I will try to stand like further back so you can get this kind of angle, but at the end of the day, if I look up, this is what the camera is going to do. Devs, for the love of God, add a fucking first-person camera to the game. This is not good game design. Anyways, let's go ahead and make the wall that we wanted. So, go ahead and do that. And let's just kind of go down a bit, maybe like 4 voxel units. I don't know exactly how far I want this to go yet, so I'm just kind of eyeballing it. I think 4 will probably be good. At the very least, we'll want that many. I could build the wall all the way down to the floor, but I'd like to be able to walk under it. So ideally, we don't have to actually do that. So we're eyeballing stuff right now. I will go back and smooth this out properly once I have something I like. Alright, so how good is this? And this is why I got the extra hydrogen canister. We're going to be doing this a lot until I have these lined up correctly. So I'm going to move it down a little bit further. Let's see if I have range to do this. Alright, so if it was all the way down there, that should still be able to grab the laterite, which is the aluminum ore off of this. Yeah, it has no problem doing that. So we could definitely move it down further. And you can't see the range for the output really, but it's hard to explain it, but it's basically the cylinder is centered right here, protruding towards my camera right now. So it won't be able to reach the floor, but it will be able to reach something positioned in the air along this line where I'm running my cursor, and that's kind of what we're going for here. And conveniently, we just so happen to have a platform that works for this, which is a platform that I think almost nobody actually uses for stuff other than decorations like I've been doing here. But these tall platforms actually do serve a purpose, and we're about to use them for something. The alternative to this is that I build up to that location with like terrain, but it's much easier if you can just solve a problem with a platform. And that's what we're... Once we stop falling down to the second floor, we don't talk about this layer, there's nothing here. Once we fall down here, if you see the height that this lines up at, this is like right at the top of the range for this auto arm. To the extent that I actually might not need this intermediate wall, I might be able to move the arm back up like this. And since we have these cool portable smelters, like again, I hadn't planned for any of this because I wasn't expecting to have access to these, I might actually just be able to put portable furnaces on top of these and essentially do all of my smelting here. Which would be really sick if that actually works correctly. And we just have 7 of those things side by side, do all the smelting up here. And then again, due to the ridiculous height that these arms can reach, this arm down here should be able to pick smelted products off of this furnace or these output slots here. So that's kind of what we're banking on, and I'm going to attempt to do it like that. So we may not need this wall that I put here. I may be able to put the arm just right here in this gap. So what I'm going to do now is the pixel perfect alignment thing I'm talking about. We do need to make sure that these arms can only place on the correct building. So I could have 7 of these, I could have them share them. I would rather not do that, so I need to set these up in such a way that each arm can only reach one portable smelting furnace and not the other ones. I'm going to stop calling these portable, I'm just going to call them furnaces or smelters interchangeably because I'm not consistent. But this is where having a voxel grid is incredibly useful. So we're going back to this, I showed this briefly earlier, but this is what I was actually going to use this for right now. Is again, inhibitor mod, terrain analyzer with any color other than the base color for the floor, narrow mod, and we could actually mark out like pixel perfect positions on these walls here. So I'm going up to the one that I want to do, which is the aluminum initially. And I think I want it to be roughly here. So if I click, I'm literally just clicking for like 1 frame to create these. This is, for whatever reason, this is the pattern you pretty much always get if you just click for 1 frame with a different color on a flat surface like this. And this is what we're aiming for. Because I could place this platform right here at the very center of this, and it is pretty much pixel perfect if I do that. So I know that these will be evenly spaced apart. That's how I placed all of these other auto arms that you see here. That's why this zigzag is underneath them. It's because that's how I've been aligning them. And the other thing you could do on the true flat grid is this game has some jank. If you rotate these slowly, there are 2 positions where they will start doing this right here. And this looks like a bad thing. I'm not clicking anything. I literally took my hand off my mouse. This looks like a bad thing, but what this actually means is that this platform is at a perfect orthogonal angle. And what an orthogonal angle means is pretty much this platform is perfectly aligned to the voxel grid. It is exactly squared off with the grid. It is not rotated to any extent in any direction other than being aligned to the grid. And that's what I did for these ones as well. These are also perfectly angled. So these arms are perfectly pointing forward, and we want an arm that is perfectly pointing up and down. So if I rotate it like that, and then rotate the arm, there we go. Now all I have to do is I'm looking at the center of the circle, not the little dot for my cursor, the center of the white circle, and I'm positioning that right there. And then we lock the platform, and we now have a almost pixel perfect platform. This arm is pointing straight up and down. It is in an exact spot and an exact height. This is how you could build like really condensed auto arm builds like this without having to worry about the arms like interfering with each other or doing things you don't want them to. However, they will still output onto the wrong platforms if you don't position the output spots correctly, because the devs refuse to give us target pins to select what the arms are allowed to interact with. So the next thing I need to do here is position this tall platform in such a way that the arm can't interact with anything else. So again, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm rotating it slowly until it snaps. It'll do this in 2 different angles. I think this is the one that we're going to get. I might have overshot. There it goes. Alright, when it starts jittering like this, again, this means it's perfectly aligned to the angles as opposed to the grid. So it's orthogonal now. It's axis aligned, however you want to say it. And what we need to figure out is with like a couple of these, what can I do with this auto arm that allows it to place things on this tall platform, but not place anything on the 2 tall platforms to the side? Well, I don't want to say align to the voxel grid because we're working with two different mathematical systems here. There's position and angle Voxel grid is for position. Angle also applies to the voxel grid, but specifically the rotation of these arms needs to be, I keep saying orthogonal, but that essentially means that the angle of this arm relative to the Cartesian coordinate system in this game is at either 0, 90, 180, or negative 90 degree angle is what we're going for here. I've been saying orthogonal because orthogonal usually refers to the x, y, and z axes, which correspond to 0, 90, and 180 degree angles, and so on. I'm basically just muddling together a bunch of different math words that all mean approximately the same thing in this context. So I apologize, bear with me. I try not to make things this complicated, but words are hard. And explaining things is hard, but I think most of you get the gist of it at this point. Just everything is perfectly aligned. We can just say the voxel grid, honestly. So anyways, let's make a couple more of these tall storages. Or tall platforms, not to be confused with tall storages, which I could technically... Oh, voice break. That was more of a burp, honestly. But yeah, I could technically also do this with the tall storage. But tall storages are weird, and I don't like them, and I'd rather just use the tall platforms. This thing, by the way, is the tall storage. It's this bizarre looking thing right here. I guess you're supposed to put lights or something on these, but I don't know. I actually used this earlier. This is how I brought one of the solar arrays to the top of this gateway, was using one of those tall storages. So they do have a purpose, just not the one the devs intended. Hydrate. I should do that. Thankfully, we fixed the hydrate command. I checked. Was I done receiving rewards? I still have rewards. Alright, more rewards. I got so many TAM points from doing that. Alright, so anyways, what we're going to do is set a couple of these side by side, and we're going to do this in such a way that each arm can only interact with one of them. So the first step is just sort of eyeball it, try to get something that sort of works. Unfortunately, I did pick up a bunch of those. I didn't realize I left this arm on, so I'm going to turn it around so it moves them back out of the way. And then we'll do a little bit more testing with this once I've emptied out this storage a little bit. I can occupy any of these side slots with like trash items so that it's not able to interact with those. We'll see what we want to do after I get a layout that works. Alright, so turn the arm off, rotate it back around again. So now it'll output to this. Just leave this one here. And I have to just sort of eyeball this. So I'm guessing that the maximum height, which in this case is just a horizontal distance, is like maybe about here for the arm. I don't think it'll be able to reach it if it's any further away than that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our paintbrush here for our grid and just sort of just do this. And don't worry about that little extra bit. I'll clean that up in a moment. We're just going to sort of do this and mark out the ground in a few places and see if we can figure out how far away this needs to be. So that'll just happen sometimes. It's finicky, but if you paint back over it with a different color, you can usually get it to work out like that. And this is what we want. This is as close as we're going to get to a proper grid. It's always going to be these damn like parallelograms because that's just how this works. It's very hard to make like an actual square, if not impossible to make an actual square on the grid. So making pixel art in this game is a huge pain. I don't really know how to do it or if it's possible at all. This is kind of the best that you're going to be able to get. Alright, so just eyeballing this. Doesn't have to be super precise. We're going to put one there. I'm going to rotate all of these to be at the same angle so they all snap correctly. There's the next one. These arms are 3 voxels apart, by the way, up there. So this is how far they're going to have to be down here as well. That's the wrong color. And depending on how long this takes, I might do the rest of these off stream, but we are going to build a couple of them on stream just so you can see the process, and maybe somebody will learn something or get inspired to build something they wouldn't have normally done in this video game. So here's the next one. Right there. Okay, so that's pretty good. These are almost close. I will adjust these to be just right later, but ideally we don't have to have them pixel perfect. I want a little bit of leeway. Because at the end of the day, I'm a squishy human, and I could only do so much to get these aligned correctly. So we don't want it to be super precise. We want it to be just good enough. Already packing up basically everything you... Oh, you're going to actually do this? Alright, well, I'm happy to hear that, if you want to try any of this stuff out. Very, very cool. If this was inspiring. There we go. This is what we don't want. We do not want this happening, where the arm is able to reach one of these side platforms. So we already know this isn't going to work. but I want to see which slots it's able to reach. I don't know if I have enough laterite in the canister, so I need to go get more. Which I should be able to intercept them here. I need to fix this problem, where these rail cars get stuck at these endpoints. Again, this video game is 90% functional. Because, I mean, go figure. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this arm off, and I'm going to let that go pick up some laterite and bring it over, because we need that for testing here. Because we don't have enough in this canister to properly test what the range is on it. I could probably do this with a different material, but we already picked aluminum, so just give this a hot minute. That train should come back with a full load, and I will be able to pick them all off, put them in the canister, and that should be enough for our testing. The other thing I need to do while I wait for that is get some tethers. And the reason we're getting tethers is because tethers are an excellent filler. They're basically useless. I don't know why they even exist in this game anymore when you could just have a vehicle with you at all times. But basically, I'm going to use individual tethers to fill slots. You can see that I was actually doing that over here. That's what these are for. These are just preventing auto arms from putting crap on these platforms when I don't want them to. That's what we're going to use these tethers for. We'll need more than just one of these because you could put 11 tethers. I don't know why it's 11. But anyways, you can put 11 tethers on any of these individual tether racks. So we'll probably bring a couple more later. And what I want to do is pretty much prevent these side slots from getting interacted with at all. So I'm just going to put a few of those there, and then we're going to see how the arms are able to interact with the top slots in particular. I might actually already need another tether bundle. So just deploy individual tethers to split them. You could technically do this with glow sticks, I think, as well, but I mean, who makes glow sticks? So just use tethers. They're a little visually easier to interact with, I think, as well. I don't know why they become comically large when you're putting them on these slots. This video game is video game. So anyways, let's do that. Put one there. I think I have a few extras actually down here, so I can do that in a moment. Okay, that's all 11 of them. If you accidentally put them on a slot that already has a tether, they will combine together, which is what we don't want. And then I should have some more here. I don't use these for oxygen. I don't even have an oxygenator on this platform. I specifically use these for what I'm doing right now. Or marking stuff out. I also use them too as markers to like mark out the grid occasionally. So there we go. This will prevent anything from interacting with these bottom slots. Depending on how this works out, I could also put the smelting furnace on the bottom slots as well. I have a few different options for how to go about doing this, but for now this is what we're going to try to do. I think our laterite should be here now. I'm going to turn off the auto alarm while I do this. Our laterite is not here. Why is it not here? I'm just going to call the car. I'll deal with whatever is jamming it down there later. There should be something on it. There's an auto arm down there loading it up with laterite. I just need to wait for it to show up. Oh, you know what happened? This game doesn't work correctly, and this target pin just detached for some reason. So I'm just going to put it back on, and hopefully it'll start working again. I don't know why it stopped. I might have to put that on a timer, because the timers are robust. The targeting pins for vehicles are not robust, so they sometimes break. Just go figure. I don't know why I dropped all those down there. I need them up here. So this should be enough for all of our testing purposes. As long as I don't turn on the auto smelter, I don't have to worry about losing these. So we can see whether or not our slots are aligned correctly. We got like, there's like 10 of them up top, I think. Alright, or 8, I guess. Your Silva base is a mess. Yeah, my base was a mess too. I eventually got around to fixing that, but there were a few streams where it was a complete dump, and it was a disgrace, and I hated it. It happens. Everybody's Silva base looks like this. It's just like Factorio. Your first base sucks, and you know, you just accept it, and you live with it, and then you make a better base that isn't terrible, and you end up with this one, which, I mean, it's still kind of a mess, but it's way less of a mess. Okay, anyways, what we're trying to do here is let's take all these off again, and let's think about how I'm going to do this. Do I want to occupy that last slot right there? So these things have 6 storage slots. I could use any of them for the portable smelting furnace, and then I don't really need this output slot, but it would be nice to have it specifically accessible for the output product, because what that means is that the smelting furnace can work 100% of the time. So for instance, if I were to fill this slot right here and place something on this, it'll smelt eventually, and then I think the output product will just sit on top of the smelting furnace until an auto arm pulls it off. Which, speaking of that, let me actually do that right now. Let me set up an auto arm down here. So it'll sit on the output slot, and that basically reduces the throughput of the system if I let it do that, because it can't smelt anything new until I pull the old one off. However, if I have a slot like right here, when it finishes, the finished product will go into that slot right there, and it can immediately, on the same frame, start smelting a new one if it has another one waiting for it in a slot like this. So pretty much I could have an input and an output buffer. It's difficult to do that. I don't know how important it is to do that, and the thing is, that is actually, I think, one of the only advantages that the large smelting furnaces had over these small ones, is the ability to do that, because they have multiple input slots, which basically means they have a buffer. So all you needed to do with a smelting furnace like this is have an open space for it to output to, and then it'll immediately start smelting a new product. With this system here, I think the furnace is not going to be able to do anything until it receives a product and until I get rid of the old product. So the fastest way I could think of to do this is to make sure that one of those steps is accommodated immediately, and then the other one, it's just going to be a bit of downtime between smelts. It's fine, I can make multiple of them. So that's what we're going to ideally want to do here. So what I'm looking for is extenders right now. Anyone who's unaware, they made extenders not suck recently, so you can actually use them in your base and they won't drain your power grid. So if I could get myself unstuck from the site pylon and look for the one I left on the floor, there it is. We're going to use extenders to get power down there so we can start doing some testing. And I'll just use extenders off of this rail here, I think. Actually, that's kind of far away, let's just use these. Alright, so let's see if we can reach the floor with this. Hopefully we can. If you want your extenders to not drain your power grid, just hold E and toggle them to networked power. That's all you have to do. They're actually usable now. Do they drain power when it's one-way extending? Yeah. My understanding... I need to get more snail food. My understanding of what the extenders used to do is pretty much if you had an extender protruding off of your base for like the one-directional power... Stop making that noise. If you had an extender like protruding off of your base, it basically took half of your power away, is what it did, I think. It's a bit hard to explain, and I'm not sure if my explanation is 100% accurate, but the game divided power between all of the extenders that were attached to a specific power network, regardless of whether or not there was anything on the other end that actually needed that power, was the problem. So like if I had two extenders going out of my power sources, half of the power would go left, half would go right, and if I was not using any of the power on the right side, that power was just deleted. It just got sent to the Shadow Realm, and only the left side was getting half power. And extenders were more or less doing that to your base. So if the more extenders you placed to go out to your like auto extractors, you might have noticed like, wow, I don't have power for anything in my main base anymore. And it's because even if that auto extractor wasn't running, the damn extenders were still using the power for it. And it was horrible. And they very recently finally made these damn things useful by adding networked power, which means power can go in either direction and they no longer drain your power. This is just the same as having like a platform connecting your base together. So actual good change. Extenders not dumb anymore. You can use them for things. So very happy that they did that, and that was also a fairly recent one. So they're still making decent updates to this game. I can't complain too much. I just wish they'd fix the damn camera. So what we want to do here is a little bit of testing with these smelting furnaces. So I'm going to set this up in such a way that I have an arm ready to take the product off of the smelting furnace and also put a new item on the furnace. So first question, are these auto arms dumb enough to pick up smelters? They sure are. So we need a aluminum for this. Devs, while you're fixing the camera, please make auto arms have target pins to tell what I want them to interact with, because as they are now, they're infuriating. So anyways, I need to get just the output product as a filter. There we go, get one aluminum. I could have smelted one of those laterite, but honestly that would have been faster. I should have just smelted a laterite on site. But we got this. Put a filter there. It won't do this crap anymore. So put this back on top. And let's start off with this design here. So how long is this all going to take if I fill up all these slots is the question I want answered. So let me go get one more tether. Do... not that. Do this. And do that right there. Okay, so that is the only slot that we have available. So turn this on. What is it going to do? It actually can't interact with either of these two on the side, so we might have an alignment that works. I might push it a little further back. But this looks tentatively pretty good right now, because this auto arm is unable to slot into any of these other spots. I'll work on that later. So anyways, the other thing I want to worry about here is, what is the throughput of this? Is it fast enough? So if I turn this thing on, yeah, it starts smelting, but it doesn't have a buffer. So we're going to sit here and wait for a second. It's going to finish, and I think this arm is going to have to take it off, and then this arm places a new one, and then it starts smelting again. So what I'm trying to do here is eliminate one of those steps to make this a little bit more efficient with only the one smelter. So we have the option of either buffer a laterite like that, thank you for demonstrating auto arm, or have an output slot that this can retrieve from. Either of those two things will do what we want. I think it will be easier to have a laterite here. I have no control over what goes in that slot, so if I didn't have any laterite inbound, eventually one of the aluminum is going to occupy that slot instead, but I don't think that actually matters. I believe it doesn't really matter what's in that slot. We'll get the efficiency either way as long as it's open while the smelter is running. So in theory, this should work. Let me get a canister down here, or maybe like a medium storage so that I can actually do things. What happened here? I don't know when my ceiling got scuffed like this. Maybe I did some painting upstairs and that perturbed it slightly. Hold on, just need to smooth this out a little bit because it's agitating me. I don't know why this sometimes happens. I guarantee this was smooth, like during a couple previous streams, and something I did upstairs, I think, jostled the terrain on the ceiling down here, because, I mean, the ceiling is only 4 tiles thick. There we go. Okay, anyways, I'm going to get, like, a medium storage, just so I could put stuff on it, and not have things laying on the floor, where they'll probably disappear if I move away for too long. I know there's one over there, but I want to see if I have an empty one sitting on the ground here. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Alright, so... and this is an output slot. We'll have this thing fall through the floor instead. Alright, so let's see how well this works. It doesn't seem to be able to interact with either of these sides. What if I put this here, though? Is that tall enough for it to interact with, or is this also clear? And we should have one more portable smelter. Also, I forgot to feed this snail. Now it's going to be out of sync with the rest of them, damn it. Okay, I'm a big dummy. Where's the last auto smelter? Am I blind, or did I lose it somewhere? I thought I had 3 down here. Okay, it's not in my inventory. It's not there. Maybe I didn't drop it down. Let me check up top. Is it over here still? I know I have 3 of these. Like, I guarantee I made another one. It's not there. Whatever, it'll turn up eventually. I don't have enough Astroneer to get another one, I think. I'm sure somebody in chat will just tell me that I've... oh, by the way, Cosine, you drove past it like 7 times. And you know, you're probably 100% correct, but I don't know where it is right now. So we'll have to figure that out another time. For now, we'll make do with the 2 of them. Since this is symmetrical, I shouldn't have to worry about something happening on one side that doesn't happen on the other. I just wanted to have it symmetrical because it would have looked prettier. I don't know where it is. I'm actually upset right now. Oh, you know what? Did I drop it? Did it not anchor to the floor? It might have actually fallen through the floor. Let me check real quick. I don't want to lose those. Those are expensive. No, it did not. It either didn't fall through the floor or it fell through that wall. Whatever. Moving on. We'll deal with that. We'll make more of those later. Maybe it'll turn up. Alright, so anyways, what we appear to have is each of these arms can only interact with the correct smelter. Rather, we don't care about this auto arm being able to interact with the wrong ones. We only care about this one. Because you could filter what the arms are able to grab. What did I lose? I lost one of my mini smelters. I think. It's definitely not in my inventory. Yeah, I lost one of my mini smelters. I don't know where I put it. I think it'll turn up eventually. Somebody's probably seen it by now. Maybe one of the lurkers is just snickering at me right now. Like, dumb idiot doesn't see it. It's literally right there. But, whatever. You point and laugh. Fell through the planet, landed on the other side. That is a distinct possibility. Well, not the other side, but it might be a couple cave floors below me by now if it has janky physics, which every new item they add to the game does for some reason. Anyways, we only care about the output functionality of these auto arms. Alright, Twitch, you good? You good, Twitch? Well, let's check the packet loss, but I don't think that was Comcast. That was our daily Twitch disconnect that always happens when I stream. I don't know if that killed the stream. It was very short that time, but I might have 2 VODs now, so let's see how that went. Okay, that didn't cut the stream, right? That actually, I think that lasted... No, it cut the stream. Never mind. Yep, 2 VODs. Thank you, Twitch. Very cool. Twitch sneaky indeed. I'm not even, like, when I like, shit talk about, like, switching to YouTube gaming, I'm not even joking. Like, if Twitch doesn't fix their shit, it may happen. It's not gonna happen without warning. I'm not just gonna out of nowhere be like, oh, by the way, everyone, I'm a YouTube gamer now. But, like, Twitch has been pissing me off. It's been pissing a lot of people off. They need to get their shit together. They're gonna lose a lot of their market share, to say the least. But we'll see how that goes. Look, man, I enjoy doing this, and Twitch has just been fucking making nothing but bad decisions for the last, like, year straight, and they doubled down on bad decisions in the last couple months. Like, Jess unaffiliated, and I completely understand why. It's because Twitch has just been ass this whole time, and I think Jess didn't want to give them money anymore. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but they're taking more money away from partners. It's terrible. It's a mess. Like, they do not know how to run a company, apparently. They just want YouTube to take over. Why am I... Oh, I didn't turn on the inhibitor mod. Anyways, I've tried to paint more terrain here so I could figure out where to put this platform. Just do that, whatever. That's not ideal, but we can make this work. Paint over that one again. That one... I did it again. Whatever, it's fine. That'll work. We can make do with that. Twitch becoming Mixer. I wish Mixer had stuck around for literally like an additional like 2 months, and I think Microsoft would have been like, oh shit, we might actually be able to win this fight, because Twitch is just shooting themselves in the foot every week. Like, fucking, I don't understand it. Let me see if I missed any chat before I continue doing this. I might have read through a couple things here. So you fell through the planet, check inventory. We don't know where the smelter is. Comcrust. Twitch has been DCing. Yeah, it's the usual business. That was not Comcrust. That was, in fact, Twitch. What if they keep the quality how it is, but take less of everyone's money? Well, I think the problem is Twitch is severely mismanaged right now, and is, for whatever reason, I think they're having trouble actually making money from the platform. Or they're not making enough money from the platform by the standards of the penny pinchers that work just in the offices, just making all these bad financial decisions. I don't think Twitch is losing money right now, if I had to guess. I think they're just not making enough money to satisfy, like, their portfolios. Like, you hear this shit if you work in a big company, which I used to. This is why I have the money to just be a dumbass for like 2 years straight on savings, because I'm unemployed right now, is because I worked for a big company. And I could tell you from experience, the fucking quarterly revenue share is like the most important thing in the universe to the people wearing the suits in these companies. And if they don't make as much money in a given quarter of the year, they freak out and they immediately start looking for like any possible way to cut costs or make more revenue, because they fucking will basically just push their bad decisions onto the next quarter. It is like the most like toddler mentality in the universe of just like not thinking for 2 seconds about how your decisions are going to impact the future. And we have people making 6-figure salaries making those decisions. So go figure. Or 7-figure salaries sometimes, depending on how big the company is. And I think that's what Twitch is fucking doing right now. I think Twitch is basically losing their shit because they're not making as much revenue as they used to. And they're just making bad decisions that they think will yield them money in the short term, but are fucking up their reputation in the long term. And their reputation wasn't that good to begin with in recent like years. Like, Twitch was great back in the day when they were like the only streaming service, but some competitors showed up, Twitch started getting really fucking greedy and just making a mess out of everything, and we're basically just left with their bad financial choices right now. I wish Mixer had survived, really is what it comes down to. I'm just ranting at this point. I don't even want to talk about the ads. Hold on, let me read the rest of chat here. This is important. I do want to talk about this. So sorry if you came here for Astroneer. We're gonna talk about Twitch for like another minute, and then I'll try to do more content for Astroneer. Just give me a second here, because this is relevant to me. I'm not living off of Twitch, but I am making money from it, and more importantly, Twitch is making money from my stream. And if I think they don't deserve my money anymore, that it might be time to unaffiliate or switch to YouTube. So we'll see how that decision goes. But yeah, they've been fucking shit up big time. So let's see, do I study theoretical physics? No, I do not. I majored in computer science and minored in mathematics. Is there a message? Okay, I was waiting to see if there was a message. Thank you for the 20 bits. I mean, basically that was 8 cents to Twitch and 20 to me. Like, bits are better than subs as far as the revenue split is concerned. You give Twitch the money up front, and then I get 1 cent per bit, like always. So basically, instead of the 50-50 split, it's like a... sorry, hold on, how's this? It's like it's like 2 sevenths to 5 sevenths or something is like the revenue split. I don't know if the math on that is robust. I think that sounds about right. I think that's the revenue split for the bits. I get the 5 sevenths of how much money you spend on them. So anyways, I don't study that. Let's see, how do you grow on Twitch? Build an entire following on a different site and then bring them here to us. Wait, are you talking about, Jess, are you talking about YouTube? Like, growing on Twitch is hard, like, don't get me wrong, but growing on YouTube, I thought, was you have to already be popular. And then you can start streaming on YouTube, was what it comes down to. Like, if you're a nobody and you start streaming on YouTube, you will remain a nobody forever. Whereas on Twitch, you can gain a following playing a semi-unpopular game with a dedicated community, like Spelunky 2, for instance, is a great game for that. Because at the end of the day, Spelunky 2 gets visited by a few, like, 1,000 viewer variety streamers, but most of the time there's only like 7 people watching the most popular Spelunky 2 stream, unless like one of the world record holders is doing a speed run or something. So like that's the kind of environment where you get viewers through Twitch. On YouTube, I don't know how you do it at all. Like, it's just terrible. I don't know, it's just generally terrible. Alright, anyways, you know what, I'm gonna start doing things while I complain about the ads. So I don't think I missed any other chat messages so far. So the gist of it was, with ads are the other thing that they are fucking pushing like super hard on Twitch, and is the main reason I would consider unaffiliating, is ads are so fucking intrusive on Twitch. Like, they're miserable. The way I have my stream set up right now is I have pre-roll ads, and that's it. Every single setting that this website gives me access to for ads is set to the minimum possible value. It is either turned off or it is set to like as few as possible. Whatever options they gave me. I have no mid-roll ads turned on. I will never turn on automatic mid-roll ads. I promise that. If you ever see a mid-roll ad during my stream, it is because Twitch ran the ad without me. Like, I guarantee it. I will never turn on mid-roll ads. They're so fucking disruptive. They don't synchronize properly. They're obnoxious. They're loud. The volume is never fucking equalized. So, like, my stream volume might be fine, and then you have to listen to the Coke Zero ad, and it's just this loud-ass fucking dubstep for 30 seconds that you can't skip. I'm never going to turn them on. And if Twitch forces me to turn on mid-roll ads, I would seriously consider unaffiliating, because I just don't want that to be a thing on my stream. And if they start putting ads on unaffiliated streams, it might be YouTube gaming time. So like, I have no idea at this point what they're going to do, how bad their decisions are going to get, but like, my god, the ads are so fucking bad. So like, for instance, that Twitch ad is right there. Unfortunately, probably made a bunch of you watch pre-roll ads, but you should not have to ever watch mid-roll ads on my stream. If I ever run ads on my stream, it will be when I am specifically doing a BRB or I'm AFK. In which case, you are 100% allowed to just mute the ad and switch tabs and do something else for 5 minutes. I do not give a shit whether or not I get the revenue from that. I don't know if they track that. It does not matter to me. The only reason I would run ads like that is because that disables pre-roll ads for like 5 or 10 minutes if I do that. I forget how it works. But basically, I could disable pre-roll ads if I run mid-roll ads. But I would never do that in the middle of content, because I do not want people to have to miss content. And in general, I hate the ads so much that I have never pressed the run ads button on my dashboard. I turned that button off. I would have to go find it in the quick actions. But like, I have never actually run mid-roll ads on my stream, like ever, because I get like $2 a month from the ads. I can't imagine that it's worth doing under any circumstances. Mixer was easier to broadcast. I didn't stream, I think, when Mixer was even a thing. I started... No, Mixer was a thing, but Mixer basically came and went before I even considered switching to it, before Twitch started pissing me off. It's rough. Okay, I think we're finally caught up now. Alright, we're done complaining about Twitch and ads. I'm sorry that was a lot longer than a minute. But it is what it is. Ivy got a 38. Oh, CO, I'm assuming. Oh my god, Ivy just keeps knocking these out. Didn't he also get world record like a week or two ago and he just like improved it? Ivy's a beast. We're talking about Spelunky now, by the way. The 38 Cosmic Ocean world record. Don't worry about it if you don't know what that means. It's basically just... It's very difficult. It is insanely difficult. And doing it that fast is like even more difficult. So that's really the best I can explain that as. You may do that. Yeah, you can unaffiliate. I mean, they can't force you to be an affiliate. That doesn't make any sense. I just did it. I don't know how to do it, but I'm assuming there's just like, you just search Google how to unaffiliate, and there's probably like a link that they hid somewhere that like lets you do it. Or you contact support or something. Jess could tell you how to do it, I'm sure. I don't plan on doing it because at the end of the day, I like having the subs. I like having the income. I like having like the emotes available for people. Like, people like some of my emotes. Most of my emotes are terrible, but there's a few good ones in there. And it would be nice if I like wanted to actually support Twitch. Like, I used to like Twitch a lot more than I do right now. Oh my god, we're complaining about Twitch again. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry anyone who came here to watch Astroneer and this is what I'm fucking doing. Anyways, but okay, you sent a ticket. Yeah, okay, so there's no magic button to do it, but you can unaffiliate. But this is basically, I liked Twitch when I became an affiliate. I thought it was a good platform. Because I was like, oh, this seems fair. Like, I know it's expensive to run these servers. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not that like shitty scumbag like person that's like, oh, I was on Twitch, just give me more of the money. It's because running servers for streaming is fucking expensive. Like, it's insanely expensive. Do not get me wrong, it is very expensive to run streaming servers, and Twitch is losing money on every stream that has like 1 or 2 viewers on it. Because they have to process that entire stream data, and you get some unaffiliated people that are streaming at like 1080 60 or something, I think is like the maximum you could do for that. Like, they're losing money on that. Honestly, if they want to cut corners, why don't they just restrict the bitrate for people who aren't affiliates to like 720p 60 or something? That'd be a reasonable way to cut corners and save some money. But like, they need to make money somehow. Twitch can't just run this operation and not make any cash. Like, that doesn't make any financial sense. The problem is the ways that they're trying to make more money make no goddamn sense and are super disruptive to the community. And that's the thing people are pissed off about. Shit like pushing ads instead of coming up with more efficient ways to cut costs on their service. I used to like Twitch, is what I was going back to saying, but it wasn't as much of a dumpster fire of just fucking ads and like drama and bullshit as it is now. So I'm getting very frustrated with the stuff they've been doing, and I'm not even a partner. I'm not like financially impacted by this the way that some people are. Like, some like big partners are getting fucked over by this. People who had like the 70-30 split for their revenue that are not getting that split anymore. Like, they're the ones that are going to be hurting because they're actually living off of that revenue, and losing fucking, going from 70% to 50% on your income from subs is actually a big deal if that is your job. And Twitch just went and did that to some contract partners, and it's super shitty. And like, regardless of the fact that that is never going to impact me, it's still like, what the fuck, Twitch? Why are you doing that? This is really how you decided to cut corners and save some money? It just makes no sense. Alright, so anyways, I'm back up here, by the way, to grab ceramic, and I think... What is the other product? I think it's copper is the other one. So grab ceramic and copper is why I came up here. To put filters on the other 2 auto arms as I build this up. Alright, so this should be copper, and this one is ceramic. Okay, so this is hypothetically the setup that I want to do here. If I had another smelter, it would be in this slot. I don't know where it went. We might need to detour and go to the core to get some Astronium, which is something I wanted to do anyways. So that's tentatively on the to-do list here. Let me catch up on chat and then see if there's anything else I want to do up here before we go down to the core and make an Astronium factory real quick, which shouldn't take too long to do. Alright, so let's see. What do we got? Oh my god, chat. That's been busy here. Hold on, I need to scroll back up. Can Twitch auto sync the stream when it stops and loads? Yeah, that fucking shit has been happening to me for months now. That was the beginning of it, was when I started having that problem, and for the longest time I thought that was my internet that was doing that. It's not my internet. Chat, it's probably not your internet either. If your stream is pausing and then resuming every like 5 seconds later, like after a couple minutes of watching, that is the Twitch servers doing that. That is not my stream, and it is probably not your internet that's doing that. If you want to catch up, pause and play manually, and that will usually catch you up. Not always, but usually that'll catch you up if you pause and play manually. If you're having to watch ads by doing that, then I am so sorry. That is not the goal of that feature. That is not something I'm doing, and you may just have to be like 2 minutes behind the stream if you have to watch an ad every time you do that. But usually I could pause and replay, and if I do it within a couple seconds, I don't have to watch an ad. If you do it slowly, if you pause and then replay like a minute later, you will have to watch an ad most of the times. I encourage you to pick every tactic you can come up with to avoid watching ads on my stream. Again, I do not care about the revenue. I do not give a shit. Do anything you can to block the ads, and I don't care. I'm not encouraging you to do it because I'm probably not allowed to, but I don't care if you block the ads. That's basically what I'm permitted to say here. And honestly, if I get unaffiliated for saying that, then Twitch can go fuck themselves. Like, let's just be real. If there's a staff member in my chat right now, like ready to hit the unaffiliate button because I told you that I don't care if you like avoid watching my ads, then go fuck yourself, Twitch. Just unaffiliate me right now. I don't really care. Like, let's be real. Yeah, go report me. It fucking doesn't matter. It might be better, honestly. Anyways, what do we got here? Yeah, take it through support. Okay, I read all of this. We're transparent. We gave them a whole year. That's fucking a year of they're living off of this. That's a year for them to decide if they want to become YouTube streamers, is what you're doing, Twitch. This is not a good decision. It's so bad. Smelter. Oh god. That's kind of clever, but I don't know what it has anything to do with this. The Smelter is now the name of the one that we've lost, I think, because I don't know where it is. YouTube's live button that catches you. YouTube. So here's the deal with YouTube's discoverability on YouTube for streaming. Okay, let's one thing at a time here. I'm going to go to the core and get Astroneer. We're committed to something. Let's go complain about YouTube and Twitch while we do that. So I'm going to go down to the core for Astroneer because we need that. We have a rail that goes down there already. I want to make one that goes in a straight line. So what happened to the Bayonetta? Oh, hold on. Did I miss a chat message? Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad at this. I did not hear what happened to the Bayonetta voice actor. Alright, go ahead and tell me, I guess. I have not heard of this. I don't know what happened. Is it bad? Did somebody like die or get like fucked over by something? They wanted to pay her $4,000 for the entire. That is not a lot of money, is it? For a big franchise, that is not a lot of money. That was really who did that? Who fucking owns that? Isn't it Platinum Games or something that owns Bayonetta? What the fuck is with these companies? All right. So, anyways, what we need to do is we need to dig straight down. And that is the only thing that the alignment mod is good for, this thing right here. So we're going to dig down to the core of the planet and then build a rail down the tunnel that I make. So let's start by digging down. We don't need this anymore. So put these away, get back our big boy tools, including the snail that should have plenty of food for the trip. We'll talk about Bayonetta, and then when that's done, or if we're done already, we'll switch back to YouTube, because I have a couple thoughts on the YouTube situation as well for YouTube streaming. $4,000. That's fucking pathetic. Like, did you have to recording voice lines for a professional AAA game is insanely time consuming. There's so much dialogue in these games. Like, it's insane. Like, Bayonetta is not the most talking like character in the world, but like that is fucking pathetic. I don't know what they're doing. Like, why are you cutting costs on that? That is disgusting. Like, I don't know what kind of salary that a professional voice actor is supposed to make, but it ain't that, that's for sure. Alright, so, we don't really need the boost mod. We have Bestifar here, drill mod, and alignment mod. What we're going to do is initially, we're just going to half-ass this tunnel, and then I will come back and make a better one off-stream, but for now, I just want a rail line that goes straight down, and then we're going to go to the nearest source of Astronium. That's essentially what we're going to do here. So let me go center myself. I have the fall damage snail equipped, so I should be fine. I'm assuming I dug this hole in the middle, but let me check my compass. I have a beacon down there already lined up to this. Looks like it's not actually quite here. That hole's not centered, is it? Maybe it is. No, it's definitely not. I don't know why I dug that there. That's definitely not the middle. It's right here is the center. Okay, so it's with the alignment mod, basically if I start digging, I can't move my cursor horizontally anymore. So what that's going to allow me to do is this. And then unfortunately, if I unsnap from what I was aligned to, and then it'll re-grab like the wrong spot, and I have to line it up again. So this is going to be a little bit gross, but I could always polish this off later. I'm using this blue beacon down here as the guideline because I placed that earlier, and I'm pretty sure that is aligned to the grid. So I just need to center myself on top of it and dig down like right about here. We have some leeway; it doesn't matter that much. And as long as I stay above that, we're good to go. Tons of people doing Vampire Survivors bandwidth protest. Wait, what does Vampire Survivors have to do with that? Is that... I'm out of the loop here. What does Vampire Survivors have to do with that? Is there something... Are those two related? Is the company that owns Vampire Survivors the same as the Bayonetta one? I'll look at chat in a second here. Anyways, let's get ourselves centered on this again. That's actually... We're pretty much dead center already. Alright, let's continue. Still centered. Oh, what the hell happened there? Oh, I think I bumped like a bit of debris that was in the wall. I apologize for the camera angle, but like again, I cannot fix this game's camera. The devs need to do that, and they're not interested in doing that for some reason. Or at least not interested enough to bother. Let me get this platform out of the way. Just put it on the side. I'll deal with scrapping this crap later. Does that like not do... Wait, is this a Twitch pro... Hold on, are we... Nebgol, is this... Or Cueball, it seems like a couple of you know about this. Is this going back to Twitch? I'm trying to make sure we're talking about the same thing here. It's very indie. Okay, that has nothing to do with Bayonetta. I'm just trying to make sure that I know what we're talking about here, because I'm not in the loop for a lot of this stuff here. I did not know there was like a bandwidth protest going on. Is this a Twitch bandwidth protest? Is that what you're telling me? They're using Vampire Survivors for that? Because that game does, like, murder bandwidth. Like, it will just destroy bandwidth. Like, you're basically using your entire bitrate, I think, to stream that game because of how much visual noise there is on it. Which, kudos to them, even if it does ultimately make my experience laggier. Like, if they're trying to send a message, like, I completely support that. And it's technically like, it's legal use of Twitch. They're just using their maximum bandwidth. It's a gag, it's not real. Okay, well maybe it'll become real at some point. I honestly wouldn't oppose it. But I mean, honestly, let's be clear about something. Most likely that is not going to result in anything good happening, so I don't know if it's productive or not, but I suppose that's one thing to do, just stream randomized static. Alright, so this is the beacon I placed earlier, and it looks like, oh my god, I landed on top of it. I didn't press any directional keys when I came down through that hole, so we're spot on as far as that beacon is concerned. So anyways, what we're doing here is looking for Astroneer. What is the nearest deposit? They'd probably get you banned. And if you stream static, but I mean, there's always Vampire Survivors, I guess. I mean, you can play that game. It's actually a video game. I've never played it. It didn't interest me, like, fundamentally, but it looks like it's a perfectly fine game. So, I mean, what better time to start streaming at 1080p 60 than become a Vampire Survivor streamer for 0 viewers? And just make the Twitch servers have the lag more. Which, again, won't fix anything, but I mean, you can send a message. So there's Astronium in the ceiling there. What else do we have here? We got some quartz. I actually need quartz. I could actually make this a double rail and have it also collect quartz for me. I wonder if I could do double duty on the same train. I never thought about this, actually. I would have to set up a timer to call the train back and forth. We got more over there. Tons of quartz here. This might be a really good quartz deposit. And then we got one up there. I'm trying to figure out if any of these are near the floor and which of these are the biggest. This one looks pretty small, I think. Yeah, this one's pretty bad. We don't want to use this deposit. For anyone wondering, we are at the core. Right down underneath me is where the core structure of the game is. Like, you can see the weird-looking obelisk pillar things over there. This is where the original rail I built was. I could have reused this one again, but I didn't want to because I wanted to make one that goes straight down anyways. I think this spot here is going to be our winner for getting Astronium. It looks like there's a ton of it. It's really high density. So if I drop an auto extractor, I think right here in this little crevasse, it should get a shitload of Astronium out of that before it runs out and I have to go replace it. So that's what we're going to do next, is bring some rails and an auto extractor down here. So let me go find the other rail system. Not because I need the rails, but because I'm going to go back down to the core, which is this right here. And we're going to just teleport back up because that'll be faster than actually calling a train. I've been meaning to do this for a long-ass time, but I actually need the Astronium for something, the portable smelters, so it's about time we got around to doing it. We don't need the compass anymore. Alright, so I'm at Gateway 3, I just remember that, so the only way to really tell which one to go to is just remember the number. Equator 3 for this particular base. There we are, we're back home. We will be blowing these up at some point maybe, but I don't need exo chips right now, so I've just been storing them here. Just wanted to explain why that was there. It's on the gateway, so I don't have to destroy any terrain when I set it off. The gateway's indestructible, so whenever I need to detonate those, I can just do it there. You just got a Spelunker potion, so you can make that funny Spelunky joke. Because Spelunky invented the word Spelunker. It is funny. Alright, so, auto extractor. We need this down in the core. And I need to set up a rail. So what we're going to need for that, while I'm developing this, I probably want to have a rail car as well. I think... oh fuck, I think coal might be... where the hell's the good one? I could recall it, I guess. Yeah, let's just recall that one. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh, reach top speed in a gravity globe. Oh, that's new. I didn't even know they added that. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, okay, let's get the reward for that. Anyways, you can recall some of these objects, all the snails and then coal, which we're going to recall now because I don't know where it is. I think it's on Silva, and I don't want to wait. And then let's set up a new rail over here. Just going straight down into this pit to get the Astronium. So we're going to want these. We're going to need some rails, which I have access to down there. Can I get an angle at it from here? No, it's too far away. I need to pull it up here. And then I'll check the emote that I just unlocked as a reward for that in a moment. There it is. Fun fact, if you use your terrain tool to pick things up, you basically reach like 4 times further. And I explain this occasionally, but a lot of people I think don't know about this. So this is the default grab range. Right here is where I could pick this up. But if I run all the way over here where I definitely can't grab it and then take out my terrain tool, I could grab it again. And I could do that until I go all the way over here. So how far away can I go? My cursor is currently locked to it. I think I can grab it from like over here. Yeah, right here is the cutoff. So I can grab it from this far away with my terrain tool out. Don't know why. I wish the devs would just make the default range the one with the terrain tool, but I'm abusing the shit out of it because the grab range of this game sucks ass. So you do what you will with the tools the game gives you. So we need some rail posts. And I'll just grab like a bunch of these. See, that is most likely enough rail posts to get to the core. I don't know why I still have this on my inventory. I don't need the boost mod. That was weird. How did I do that? Just did a kickflip with it. Anyways, we need the auto extractor. I need coal so that I can easily move up and down this myself. And we're going to need a few other things eventually, but we can do a couple trips if I forget anything. For now, I'm going to try to get everything on the first try, so let's go ahead and grab another rail car. We're going to have an auto extractor. We're going to need at least one auto arm. I could bring a couple just in case I need to daisy chain them. So let's grab a couple auto arms. And a couple medium platforms, maybe. I can set this up with like storage silos and stuff later. For now, let's just get the baseline figured out. Maybe one more intermediate platform just in case I need that. Okay, this should be good to go. And now we just need to build the rail. So the way I'm going to be doing this for stuff that I'm mining in the core, I think, is I'm not going to bring them all the way up here if I don't need to, but for now we'll go ahead and just build a rail post in this general area. Eventually I might make the receiving station for core materials down here somewhere. For now I'll bring it up to the top because that's easiest. So the last thing I want to do is get a site pylon. Do I have any sitting around? I have one over here. Yeah, we'll use the one that's over there. So let's grab this. The thing to be careful about with these site pylons is make sure it doesn't connect to anything I don't want it to, because these rails will aggressively carve terrain the second I place them down, which is not good because it'll make a huge mess. In fact, I really want this particular rail to be aligned to the grid so it's perfectly centered in this hole, because otherwise I'm going to basically carve a hole in the side of this perfectly smoothed out pit that I made. So we don't need the alignment mod anymore. We can put that away. Let's swap this out for some quick paint tools. We don't need Bestifar at the moment. And let's get... Where the heck is the... Where did I put it? Oh, I stuck it down here. I'm supposed to put those on the silo. Yes, game, I know that's a leveling block. You don't need to show that text on top of what I'm looking at right now. And we need the small mod right here. I need to carry this around because I might have to dig out core terrain, which I think is too hard for the base tool to dig out. And so this is what I was trying to do here. I just want to mark this out real quick and then place the rail specifically on that. So let's go ahead and do this. This is going to snap. Now this was not going to snap because it only snaps at 2 of the 4 angles, so I'm going to have to visually align this. So all I'm doing right now is trying to get this thing at a perfect 90-degree angle. Or right angle, I guess would be the word for it. I'm just like eyeballing it right now. I'm comparing the alignment of the gray bars on the rail post to the edge below them. Like you see where I'm kind of jostling it around. That's how I'm deciding whether or not it's lined up. And I think that's good enough. So let's stick it right there. And then the site pylon, if I place this correctly, it shouldn't carve any terrain. Let me actually also mark out the spot where the site pylon is going to go. Again, the reason why this matters is because I do not want these rails to start carving holes in my terrain. Because that's just a pain. So, why is that not doing anything? Oh, because I didn't add a color. Alright, so let me just add a few indicator lines for myself here. Is this going to snap to the grid? No, this one's not either. Okay, that's fine. This one I can't eyeball as easily right now, so I'm just going to put it down. That's probably good. Okay, good. That didn't carve any terrain. That was all I really wanted, was it to not carve any terrain. So now we can put our train on it. Actually, let me turn the train around. And I need to add another rail post actually to have room to do this, so let's build the one down here real quick. The same thing, I don't want it to carve, which means it needs to be centered. If in the future, or like, if future me could have come to the past and told me to make this pit like a couple tiles bigger, I would have absolutely done that. You have a paper to write up? Oh yeah, definitely go do that if you've got something important to be doing right now. It's just going to be me building a rail down to the core that takes way longer than it needs to. So thanks for stopping by. This one's, the camera angle's not cooperating with me. Don't fall off! Again, I'm trying to just eyeball this to make sure that it's pointing, like, perfectly. A little more. Or as perfect as I can get it. Why is it doing that? That one's not quite right. It's leaning a bit. That's pretty good. We'll go with that one. It's very hard to tell what adjustments I'm making right now. You might be able to hear me pecking the keyboard as I do it, but there we go. That should be pretty good. Now I can put the train on it. And once I get to the part that's not smoothed out, I'm basically just going to half-ass it. And I will, off-stream, I will come back and like align this properly and make it look clean. But that's going to take me like 6 hours to do that. And I just like watch another stream or something on the side. That's quite often what I end up doing is I have somebody else's stream running in the background while I do these kind of like cleanup tasks for my own stream. Because these are just not very interesting to watch. And I really don't think it's worth streaming this kind of content. Like there's a few people out there that would probably enjoy it, but I think most people would just get frustrated if this is all I was doing. And I also want the ability to just like take a break randomly in the middle of it, and I feel obligated to provide commentary while I'm just smoothing a hole. So that's the kind of stuff we do off stream here. None of the interesting content is going to be missed. Just boring stuff. There we go. That's the off stream mining. Except I don't come back with 60 diamond blocks. I just come back with a base that looks better. Insufficient power. That's right, I didn't even hook this up to the grid. Does this reach? Oh, that's convenient. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, don't worry about the rails just crossing through each other. It doesn't actually matter in this game. Alright, so here's the part where the hole is no longer smooth. So I'm more or less just going to wing it for the rest of this. So we don't really need this anymore. Let me take these off. Don't need that one, or that one, or that one. I'll put the drill back on. I don't really care about the rest of them right now. I'll organize my stuff later. Alright, so the only goal here is to just get this to go down to the core. I don't really care if I carve into the wall a little bit because I have to come back and smooth all this out later. So let's just see how long we can get these rails to reach. The less carving I do, the better, but it doesn't matter that much. And if you haven't seen any of the carving that I'm talking about, you'll see it in a moment here. Yeah, I did it a little bit there, but this one will be really obvious. So this is what I mean by carving. If I go down here, this is also going to be a fun camera activity to get this to line up correctly so I can see what I'm doing. Alright, so this is going to carve a hole in the wall is what this one's going to do. Like that. So it just like flattens out a really large area around the rail, and I don't want to do that on my smooth surfaces because then I have to go smooth them again. So we're trying to avoid that. It's convenient for casuals, but when you actually build something like a rail tunnel yourself, and then the game is like, oh, I'm sorry, fam, did you like that tunnel? Here, we'll make our own tunnel. It's really upsetting. The carving doesn't even, like, help either, because the rails, like, these trains don't even have collision. They won't, like, they could just go through stuff. I could bury them, and I'm pretty sure the train could just go right through them. I'm not sure if there's a limit on how much you can encase them. In fact, I wonder if that's a good way to actually get your camera stuck in the wall. I need to try that. I just realized. I wonder if that's a better way to clip your camera into the wall. But anyways, you can definitely bury a lot of the rails, if not all of them, and they'll still function properly. So the carving system is really just a cosmetic thing that unfortunately increases your save file size, which means it takes longer to save every single time I want to do anything. But you can go figure. Or every time I want to get in a vehicle, it'll just make my save take longer, which is annoying. Not the end of the world. Okay, so what is this chat message? I'm very happy to hear that. I'm glad you like my style here. Yeah, this is usually what you get out of me. You get occasional, like... It's mostly deadpan with occasional bits of, like, excitement and vigor, and then it goes back to just me being, like, sort of passive-aggressive, but hopefully not too much. I try not to be obnoxious the whole time. Like, I don't want to be just like negative for the entire streams, but it's in the channel description. Like, analytical complaining is probably the best thing the thing I'm best at when I'm doing these streams. You're not going to hear me doing a ton of like yelling or a ton of like overreactive like behavior. So I mean, if you like that, and this is the stream for you. This is mostly just how I behave all the time, even when I'm not streaming. I just talk more while I'm streaming because, I mean, I'm expected to do that because this would be very boring if I wasn't saying anything the whole time. And I mean, this is just generally the natural person that I am. I complain a lot about things, but I complain because I care. And I try not to be too obnoxious about it. I try to be open-minded about like why specific things might or might not be the way I want them to be. So for instance, I complain about the camera in this game all the time, but that's because they could absolutely improve the camera in this game. I'm not sitting here asking them to add like animals to the game because, like, let's be real. That's really hard to do, and it's not like what we were going for. Or what they were going for when they made this game to begin with. We're adding water physics. People still ask for water physics in this game. Do they have any idea what they're signing up for if they want water physics in this game? Ridiculous. Yeah, cosine. Voice science complaining. I don't like my own voice, but apparently that's just everyone doesn't like their own voice. But there's plenty of science and complaining around here. I do try to play games in a more interesting manner. Instead of just like blindly doing whatever the game tells me to, I try to like kind of poke it a little bit. I try to provoke the game, see if there's more interesting content that I can get out of it. The camera is legit so good. I'm so happy you agree with me. No, the camera is dog shit, especially if you're looking up in a cave, but just in general. The camera loves moving around when you don't want it to. It just like they program the camera, I think, to try to help you and do certain things for you, but the thing is it just moves when you don't want it to. It gets stuck on things, it pans up and down for no reason. Please add a first-person camera, devs. I'll love you forever. Well, I won't, but I won't hate you as much. Like, it won't make up for all the years of bad camera. Like this shit right here. Here we go. Here's the camera. I want to look down that tunnel to see what I'm doing. There's a ceiling above me. There's a floor down there, and my Astroneer's hat is in the way. I want to put a rail right there where I'm spinning my cursor. This shit is why we need a fucking first-person camera. This is not okay. I have to, like, do this. Just like, edge over to it. Just rotate this around. Come on. There we go. That's good. We did it. We defeated the camera. Like, this shit is the problem with the camera. And like I say this like a couple times a stream, if there's a dev in chat, like if one of the Astroneer devs is in my chat lurking right now, and you want me to like go more into detail about what my gripes are with this game's camera, fucking please just ask away. I will more than gladly give you constructive, non-toxic feedback on what I wish you could do with this game's camera. It's not just me whining like, oh, camera bad, haha, funny meme, like, comment, and subscribe. I have very like constructive reasons for why this camera is bad, and I would be more than happy to share them if it seems like that might actually result in something getting fixed. But like the gist of it is, if you don't want to talk in chat because I'm toxic and you don't want to associate yourself with my channel, Dev, I completely understand. But the biggest gist of the camera system would be A, camera does not work well in tight spaces, as we just saw there, and B, camera moves when I don't want it to. Those are the two things that I would say are my biggest gripes with the camera. It moves when I don't want it to. So like for instance, if I'm trying to look down and I start falling, camera forces itself down like that. I don't want it to do that. I want to fall and look at the ceiling. I don't want the camera to pan down on its own. If I'm riding a vehicle, I don't want the camera to start rotating. Leave it in the spot I put it. And then second, add a first-person camera. That would fix so many issues. Or add transparency to the Astroneer. When this is my camera angle, make the Astroneer transparent. And like disable interaction with the backpack. In fact, just disable interaction with the backpack no matter what. I've never used that feature. You can click on your backpack in this game to open it. Like, you don't have to press the hotkey for it, which is Q on keyboard. You can just click on it. I have never once done that and actually wanted to do it. It's been an accident 100% of the time. Okay, anyway, that's enough about the camera. You love the rail system? I do love the rail system. We got a follower emote. Elton Broll. Are you sending that to me? Do I have a DM for that? I don't know what that is. I'm assuming it's another Brutal Orchestra character, so just DM me that if you have whatever it is you want me to put in for the emote. However, that replaces your Tommy face, Captain. I think Tommy face is the one that's getting replaced, so you'd be swapping out your own emote if you did that for this particular redeem. So you've been warned. You can opt to just use your redeem to renew Tommy face if you want to keep it. Yeah, the rail system, don't get me wrong, the rail system is really good until you try to automate it. And then it doesn't work anymore. I've complained about this on a few streams before, but the rail system is super basic, and you pretty much can't have more than one train automated on a single rail, or your system will just break inevitably. I have a rail with one train on it that already breaks because it doesn't work correctly when you're far away from it. So it's really good, however, for casual play. It's way better than building ramps and using rovers to get in and out of the core. It's like huge props for the rail system, but it definitely has its problems. A good fix would be to make the game 2D. What, this game? I feel like that takes away a bit of the point of the game. I mean, that would help, I suppose, but I don't think 2D camera is the correct answer to the problem here. Let's get another rail in there. We're pretty close to the core now. Yeah, that's the beacon down there, so I think we're at the core pretty much. Tommy will be back soon, but Elton takes the spotlight. Okay, do you have an image for me to upload, or is this going to be later? Like, I'd rather you had it ready before you do the redeem, but do what you will, I guess. Like, pretty much, if you don't have it ready by the end of the stream, that's when I'm going to refund and let somebody else pick it out. I might do it sooner than that. Okay, you sent it. I'll check it out in a moment. Let's finish this, and then if I haven't added your emo yet, just nag me about it, and I'll go add it in. I'm currently trying to place this on the wall. Okay, never mind. That one didn't want to place. If devs, could you add like a hover pack to this game? Could they remove the hover pack from Spelunky and put it in this game instead? Like, fucking, it's a terrible item in Spelunky, but oh my god, it would be so useful in Astroneer for what I'm trying to do right now, which is hover in place and just build something. How do I want to do this? I think I'm going to make a protrusion. That's a nice... That's actually really convenient. We can just smooth this. Oh, never mind. I'm out of dirt. I'm going to go back to the core and get more dirt. I need to build a pillar for this last leg of the trip here. Why not make it an option to disable the... I don't know. I don't know why. That's the thing. This isn't just like bad camera because it just doesn't like do enough. It's bad camera because it does too much. It tries really hard to guess where you want it to be, and it fucking fails like 90% of the time that I'm using it. I'm like, no, the camera is not where I want it to be. It is like stuck in a wall somewhere. Or it just pitches at a random angle. Like Kat, if you've never played this game before, or you haven't really played it as much as I have, you don't appreciate how much I am moving the camera. You don't really get good feedback for it other than the little pixel of my cursor disappearing. Like when I right click, you see how that pixel is blinking in the middle of the cursor? Every time you don't see that pixel, that's because I'm holding the camera hostage with my cursor to point it in the direction I want it to go in. And what you'll notice is when I'm moving around, that is constantly being held down. Like, you don't see the cursor right now, it's over there. I am using the camera like more often than 50% of the time. I am actively fighting the camera to get it to point in the direction that I want it to. Because the second I let go of it, it will not be pointing where I want anymore. I'm not holding the camera anymore. I'm moving in circles, and you'll notice how the camera is just rotating to the right for some reason. I'm literally not touching my mouse. I am using my keyboard to move in circles, and the camera is slowly moving to the right every time I do a lap. Why? Devs, why is the camera rotating to the right? I want the camera to point in this direction at this, and then I want to move in circles. That's what I'm trying to do as the gamer. And for some reason, this is what the camera is doing instead. This is exactly what I'm talking about, with the camera aggressively trying to guess what you want it to do, and being wrong every single fucking time. I don't know what percent of the time it is. I said 50% as a conservative estimate. It may well be 85% of the time, like you said there. But again, I have not touched my mouse for the last minute, and this is what the camera has decided to do. Instead of just fucking look in one direction and stay there. I do not need a camera that tries to guess what I wanted to do. I'm on mouse and keyboard, and on controller, I think one of the sticks is dedicated to the camera. We are more than capable of moving it ourselves. Stop fucking moving the camera for us. That is like the biggest complaint I have about that shit. Besides not having the first person camera when I need to look up. When you tab out of Terraria, the glow sticks just, yeah, Terraria's light engine just turns off when you tab out, I think. It's just Terraria things. Anyways, we came up here for more soil is why we did this. So I need to fill this canister. I'm just gonna use this one. Alright, just grab some of that. That should be more than enough soil for the rest of the trip. I'm going to top off on snail food as well while I'm here. For anyone who's been wondering about these snail food farms, they're basically like mini versions of the one over there, except they don't have pumpkin seeds, so they're a little more robust, and they don't tend to lose stuff. The problem is I didn't make the pits deep enough, so occasionally the food kind of squirts out of the pit, but it doesn't actually matter that much. I deliberately farmed those, and I'm just going to let them like despawn since I don't need to actually harvest that particular plant. Anyways, we filled up on snail food, so let's go back down. I can actually ride the train down. Alright, so let's see how we did so far. Here's another camera moment right here. Oh, I'm sorry, did you want to see the tunnel I built? No, this thing's in the way. So here I am trying to angle my camera to not be occluded by that object that's like stuck into it. I'm like actually fighting the camera right now, rotating it to the side so the chat can actually see straight down, because this thing would be in the way otherwise. Also, for some reason, I can't... Oh, it's fighting me. It's fighting me again. I'm currently trying to get it to stop doing this, and it keeps wanting to pitch back down like this. It's bad. Devs, please, come on, you're better than this. This game is so good. Alright, it's doing it again. It's trying to pitch down right now. The camera wants me to look down. When I start falling, I want to look up to smooth out this particular wall here. And nope, it wants to go down. It wants to go down. It wants to go down. Please fix the camera. It's so bad. Alright, we kind of got something that works. There we go. Okay, that's what I needed. Make the digging tool usable from the V-tool. Yeah, I would imagine if that thing actually had a purpose, because that vehicle is not good at all. There's like no reason to use it for anything. It's really slow, it has very few storage slots, and you can't do anything while you're on it. And it uses a shitload of hydrazine. It's cool, but you get it late, usually, and it's not even good. It doesn't fill any purpose that isn't accomplished better by just a hoverboard and a shuttle in your hands, which is essentially my method of travel. Make Astroneer a strict first person. The third person camera is great when you're doing stuff like building on the ground around you. The problem is the first person camera's ass, or the third person camera's ass when you're trying to not look at your character's ass, pretty much. Like they need both. Every video game worth its salt in this situation would let me zoom in more than this, and if I zoom in enough, it would switch to first person. That's like literally the control scheme for default for that kind of functionality, is zoom in a bit more and this would become first person. Or have a hotkey for it, but they are really adverse to adding more buttons to this game for some reason because they love their console gamers, so just let me zoom in more. That would solve the problem. Anyways, we're here. We complained about the camera, we complained about Twitch, YouTube a little bit. Oh yeah, I never actually finished talking about the YouTube thing, but all I was going to say about YouTube is that their video player is really good, their chat system is fine, their discoverability is dog shit. And that was basically my feedback on the YouTube situation. Like there's trade-offs to be made here. If they could make their discoverability and chat system as good as Twitch, I'd fucking good to go, because their video player is like top tier, with the ability to just replay on the spot and just catch up. And I think you can actually play the stream like at high speed. So if you go AFK for a minute, I think you can rewatch the stream at like 1.25 speed and it'll catch up. Somebody who watches YouTube streams could correct me on that, but I think that's a thing you could do. Which is sick, if that's definitely a thing you could do, because I would love to have the ability to do that after having to watch an ad on Twitch. Oh, this is cool. I wonder if I could do it from here. I might be able to just like grab the Astronium through the wall over here. That'd be pretty sick if I could do that. Let's see if we can get that to work. So anyways, this bar is almost filled, which means this is a really like meaty, juicy Astronium deposit. So what we're gonna do here is dig into the wall a little bit when my character's done jumping, without digging out any of the Astronium. And then right here we could stick an auto arm and it should be able to grab the top of that. Probably won't ever switch to YouTube. I don't know if I'm going to either. This is literally just fucking like pick the lesser of two evils at this point, because don't get me wrong, YouTube is also a terrible website. It's fucking awful. They are so corrupt. It is so evil. There's so much bullshit that goes on YouTube, but Twitch is like competing with YouTube to be the shittiest website right now for this kind of service, and I mean, I'm gonna pick the lesser evil at some point. So I might switch. I'm not gonna like it, but oh god, shorts. I don't want to talk about YouTube shorts. Oh no. But like, I'm gonna pick the lesser evil here, and if Twitch is the worst streaming service than YouTube, then maybe we'll switch to YouTube. This does mean that YouTube needs to have better discoverability. And maybe a better chat system as well. But like, if they can accomplish both of those things and take Twitch's market share, I'm like, okay, sure. I just want to stream. I just want to play funny video games and teach people about stuff on the internet. Like, I love it when people are fascinated by the things I'm doing in games like Astroneer. Like, it's a video game where you don't even realize you can do this stuff until you see somebody show you a factory, and it's like, oh wow, there's actually way more depth to this baby game than just doing the unidentified satellite. YouTube wears shorts. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? If anyone doesn't know what I'm whining about the YouTube shorts, YouTube shorts are those like mobile formatted videos that are basically like vertical videos that show up occasionally in your recommendations, which I guess is fine on mobile, but the problem is they show up on desktop in a player for mobile. So you end up with a video that is a vertical video in a fucking horizontal like theater mode display on desktop that is then letterboxed on the left and the right side. That's not really letterboxing. I don't know what the name is for that. And they get suggested to you. The player is bad. I don't think you can even... Can you even see how long it is? I think it doesn't show a timer or something. It might autoplay. I forget if it autoplays like the next one, or if the comments are visible or something. There's a couple problems with the player. It sucks ass. There's no button to switch to the desktop view, and these show up in my fucking recommendations constantly, and I've been like religiously avoiding clicking on them in the hopes that YouTube will like stop suggesting them to me, which, I mean, fat chance. But they're bad. It's terrible. They're fine for mobile, I guess, but I fucking don't want those suggested to me. I have a desktop. I have a 1920 by 1080 monitor. I could watch the full video. Why are you showing me these? These are awful. Come on, YouTube. You're better than this. I mean, you're not better than this, but you could be better than this. That's the YouTube Shorts. But that's unrelated to streaming. That's just us complaining about something else. It's just a terrible decision that YouTube made to prove that they are also a bad company that doesn't understand what people want. Instead, they just do whatever they think is going to be the most profitable. By the way, what we're doing right now is we're looking for a sight pylon, the thing I forgot to bring, and I think there's one up here, so I'm going to just fly up. Actually, I'm going to run out of jetpack fuel, so never mind. We're going to use the train to get back up and look for a sight pylon real quick, because I need one down here. Well, I guess I don't need a sight pylon. I'd like to have one. Yeah, we don't need a sight pylon right now. I can add one later. This should do fine for now. Eventually, I want a sight pylon here as an end cap so that this rail cannot connect to anything else. The reality is I probably don't need one at all. So let's not worry about that. Let's just set this up. I didn't end up needing this platform. I'll come back for it later. You're back here. You know what? Bye-bye. You're using your phone. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope whatever took it out gets itself fixed soon. Why is this plant down here? Stop. Has this thing been shooting at me this whole time and I hadn't even noticed? Which you bullshit. I want to grab the research item. Just because I can. So addicting on mobile. Is it addicting? I mean, I don't know. Half of the shorts videos I get suggested to me are not interesting anyways, so like, I don't really know. Oh, I'm out of jetpack fuel. That's why nothing's happening. Let me just teleport into this real quick. Okay, we need to go back up to the surface, I think, and get more jetpack fuel. I didn't realize I'd use this much. Alright, we'll be back momentarily. Alright, well, it's the perfect time to read chat. Maybe one day a better streaming website will be born. Mixer could have been our savior. It could have been our salvation. And it just wasn't. Mixer was just too soon. It was too early, and they decided it wasn't making them enough money, and they gave up on it right before Twitch just fucking shit the bed. So, like, God damn it, Mixer, you were so close. Like, honestly, if I had to pick which of the three companies, Amazon... fucking, one of my brain just turned off. Amazon, Google, or Microsoft. If I had to pick which one I hate the least, it's Microsoft. So, like, that would have also been nice for me. Like, don't get me wrong, they're all evil, but I think Microsoft is the least evil of the bunch. You can at me on that if you want, because maybe Microsoft has done something terrible that I don't know about, but fucking the other companies, they're all so bad. There's just greedy corporations. It's just inevitable that this is going to happen for any of these companies, but I feel like Microsoft is the least terrible one. And I don't necessarily mean the least, like, morally terrible one. I don't know what they do, like, behind closed doors in those offices, but I mean, like, specifically, like, the business decisions they make and how they fuck over consumers. Like, it seems like the least, like, consumer fuckery goes on with Microsoft. But they still do it. Like Windows 11, I'm very glad I don't have a motherboard that can actually run Windows 11 because I fucking don't want to deal with whatever toxic cancer they're going to add to that. I'm sure eventually I'll have to bite the bullet and get Windows 11, but I'm putting it off as long as I can. Windows 10 already did a bunch of shit I did not like. But yeah, Microsoft, please, bring back Mixer. We need you more than ever. Can't even get Windows 11? Yeah, it's the same thing for me, I think. Which I'm like, okay. It's like, oh no, you can't get Windows 11. You need to upgrade your hardware. That's a shame. Wow, Microsoft, what a bummer. I guess I can't get your next slightly shittier operating system. Oh, that's unfortunate. Woe is me. I guess I'll have to keep using Windows 10, which I just figured out how to turn off most of the stuff I don't want. Yep, Captain. We had to go there. Look. No, there's no winning this fight. Every corporation has its evil bullshit. You just gotta pick the one that is the least evil. This is the world we live in now, where small indie companies can't compete in like the streaming industry because it's so expensive to stream. Alright, anyways, let's see, what were we doing here? Before I go back down there, did I forget anything? I need to package up that medium storage. Do I have extenders? I shouldn't need extenders Yeah, I don't need extenders. I'm pretty sure I'm fine on that. This platform is right next to the right next to the rails, so we don't need the extra auto arm. I'll just keep that. I'll need a storage sensor eventually, but we don't need one right now. I think we're good to go, actually. Once I put a storage sensor on this, I guess I'll do it now. We should be good to go. And where are the storage sensors? There they are. I made like 12 of these to also make sure we don't have to watch me print these. And I'll just stick it here for now. Alright, I think we have everything we need for the Astronium. And then I will just have just a silo to store it over here until I eventually add it to the sorting system. Right now, though, the sorting system can't process Astronium, so I just need to put it somewhere. Alright, let's go back down. Alright, I'm going to let go of the camera, chat, just so you can see what the camera does when I'm not controlling it. It's not usually too bad, but... Oh, never mind. Nope, there it goes. I'm not touching my cursor. My hands are off the controls right now, and this is what the camera is doing right now. Devs, just point it down. Point it straight down. I don't care if I invert it by 1 degree. Just fucking point the camera down. There's no need to do this. Completely unnecessary. Yeah, the space elevator does that too. I need to ride the space elevator on this stream. I kept like blue ballsing chat about it last stream, and then I never actually used it. Oh, we do need extenders. The auto extractor. God damn it. Okay, well let's connect what we can. Then I need to go back up one more time. All right, here's another camera experience. I'm gonna leave the camera pointing like this, and I'm not gonna touch the controls. I'm just gonna read chat. So let's see what it does. Can't get Windows 11. Don't be evil. Yeah, they fucking so much for that. Oh, okay, camera's doing that now. You may want to try Windows 10 ITSC. I've never heard about that. I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm content with Windows 10 as it functions now. Like, I do have the professional version, or whatever they call it now. Basically, the one that lets you have access to a group policy editor where you can turn off a bunch of shit that you don't want. So, I mean, you could do most of that stuff through the registry anyways, but it's easier with the professional tools. And this is like a carryover license from like Windows XP, so I haven't bought a version of Windows in ages because they just keep like upgrading my license. But I don't really have any issues with Windows 10. I've gotten it to work well enough. I've turned off all the stuff I didn't want, or turned it off enough that it's not bothering me. So I'm content with what I have. Anyways, the reason we came up here is to grab extenders. Where are they? I'm just gonna go grab more. I think I have some over here. If I don't, I'll just print some. I think they're copper. And here's a few. Where do I find the white color for the terrain analyzer? This is not white. This is the default terrain color. Like the one that your terrain tool uses. It's hard to tell because, I mean, everything here is in grayscale. This is the color you get if you put an inhibitor mod on your terrain tool with nothing else, and then you try to add terrain. This is the color you'll get. And then the black color I said earlier was the underside of the logistics depot. I dug that out to get this black color, which is really just like mid-gray. I don't know if there's a darker one. I think it's the same color that's underneath your starting like shelter as well, but I'm not sure. I dug out specifically this logistics depot to get that color. And then I have a few other colors here that I haven't really been using for anything, but I could tell you where those are if you really wondered. It's LTSC, has no Windows Store, doesn't force reboot, made for business users. And that would have been great, like back when I was still fighting with the operating system. But again, I have turned all that stuff off. Like Windows Store exists, but I don't use it for anything. It's just sitting there, not doing anything. Like I'm sure it's running in the background, but I've looked at its resource usage and it's negligible, so I don't really care. Like I'm not one of those people that like loses their shit about like bloatware that gets installed with your system if it doesn't do anything, which is the case with a lot of the stuff I have on Windows right now. Like yeah, Cortana it's installed, it's on right now. Edge is installed right now. And you'll get people that are like, oh my god, Edge, how the fuck do I turn off this virus on my computer? And it's like, dude, Edge doesn't do anything if you don't turn it on. And like the fact of the matter is, it's not worth the trouble of trying to like remove Edge from your operating system. It's not doing anything. It just makes my updates take a little longer because Edge updates occasionally, which I don't care. That's like never been a problem for me. Like you gotta pick the right battles when you're upset with your operating system. I have actually not had major updates turning stuff on, and like it happens to some people. Like, don't get me wrong. It absolutely does happen. People will have shit get randomly turned on by Windows, but it hasn't been doing it to me. So apparently I dug around. I spent a lot of time. I can't give you like a tutorial because the fact of the matter is I don't know how to do it anymore. But I dug around on like the professional edition of Windows 10 and turned off almost all the things I didn't want. For instance, Windows cannot install updates automatically for me anymore. Or rather, specifically, it can't download them anymore automatically. It has to wait for me to tell it that it can download the updates. And I have not had any problems with that. The only thing it does right now is that it will occasionally give me an obnoxious notification saying you have updates to download, which I just ignore. And it usually doesn't do that when I have a full screen game running. So like, I'm willing to settle for that. Like, I consider that to be good enough that Windows is willing to work like that. I'm going to leave these here just in case I need to make any more changes to this. But like, I could live with that. It doesn't like turn stuff on me anymore. It hasn't done that in a really long time. The only thing it does is when I do update it, it'll show you those fucking prompts like when you reboot it after your update that basically say like, oh, would you like to optimize your browsing experience? And that basically says like, can we switch you back to Edge? And all you have to do to fix that is put on your bifocals, squint hard at like the bottom right corner of your screen, and there will be like a skip this step button in like with a color that is like basically like one unit of color away from being the same as the background color, but you could find text that basically says skip that step. And you just skip any of the stuff that it wants to turn back on, and then it'll let you run the system again. I don't know if this looks different for the home edition, but you just gotta like pay attention to what it's trying to do when it boots up. And I let it update so infrequently that it basically doesn't even feel like a chore to do that anymore. It's more of a chore to wait for it to download the updates, because that's when it starts lagging my computer when it's installing. Like, it'll reboot my video card in the middle of what I'm doing, so I basically can't play games while Windows is updating, because it'll do some like Windows driver update, which I don't understand why, because that's not the same thing as the video card drivers, but I don't know, operating systems are complicated. The point is, it's good enough. And Windows 11 will probably make it harder and harder to do that every time. So here's to hoping that I never have to update to Windows 11. We'll see how long that sentiment lasts, or rather that sense of hope will last, because I'm sure I'll eventually have to update. Notice I'm not saying upgrade, I'm saying update. It is probably not an upgrade. I mean, Windows 7 was fantastic, and they eventually made it impossible to use that. Well, technically it's not impossible, but you probably don't want to be using Windows 7 anymore. Like, security updates do matter. Alright, so anyways, what are we doing here? We are going to start filling this up, is what we're doing here. So I think we're good to go. I need to make sure that all these slots are accessible to the Astroneer, so let me just verify that. This looks like it's pretty much centered. Yeah, the auto arm could definitely reach those slots, so that should be completely functional. The Cortana will just go off randomly in school. You have no idea how to turn it off. Is this like a school laptop or something? Because you might have less access to that. In which case, it sucks to suck, I guess, because I can't help you. I don't know how to jailbreak the school laptops, if that's what it is. Do your own? Oh, what version is it? Because, like, again, I don't know what I did, other than I just went into my Windows settings. I literally scoured, like, every single setting in Windows and turned off everything is what I did. I can't describe it any better than that. I just turned off all the settings in Windows. Like, every single thing I did not want it to do. I just went meticulously through all the menus for Cortana and basically said, you are not allowed to, like, read my mic. You are not allowed to do anything. You sit there in the background and do nothing until I turn on the Cortana application, which I have never done. And Cortana has never, like, popped up randomly on my system. It never does anything. So it's possible to do it. I just unfortunately can't tell you how. You got to do some research or dig around yourself. But Windows hasn't completely taken control away from the operating system. This is technically still my operating system. Maybe by Windows 11 it'll basically be a service model, but I'm convinced that I currently own my computer, and Microsoft does not own my computer. I'm not like leasing it from them. I don't know if that's going to last, or if we're going to lose that sentiment. Alright, I think we're good to go here. We honestly don't need to test this. We know the last one's going to work. So, what we're going to do now is send this thing back up. Again, am I going to leave the extenders? Nah, I'm going to bring the extenders because I think I have some slack anyways. We're good to go on inventory space. Everything here should be good to go. We have a really good Astronium extractor. The bar is 2/3 full. So I'm going to go back up, and then I'm going to send this car back down with the storage sensor on it by itself, and we should have automated Astronium so we can get more portable smelters. Once again, my hands are off the camera. Let's just see what it does. A little bit bumpy. I mean, to be fair, this might smooth out a little bit when I smooth out the tunnel, but this is what we got for now. Cortana doesn't do anything. You haven't turned it off. Yeah, I don't know, Kibo. Maybe you turned something on accidentally if other people are saying it's not super intrusive. Like, it could be way worse as far as, like, what Windows is doing here. Like, it's the updates are the thing that were pissing me off, and I eventually was able to... Oh, that's a cool... That's a good cable right there. I was eventually able to get the updates to fuck off and stop causing problems for me. But those were the pain point that I had originally. Alright, so the final step for this is let's just slap this on here. I like to align these just to make them look pretty. It doesn't really matter. And apparently it's not going to cooperate. It's just gonna spin, so let's just get this close, eyeball it. Alright, so to make an automated train like this that works 90% of the time, because sometimes it just breaks during like save and loads, is you want it set to full or empty. Just attach the target pin somewhere on the train. I don't know if it matters or not. I had it detach randomly when it was on the top of this particular train car. Speaking of this particular train car, I need to turn this system back on. I'll do that. There we go. Okay, and then anyways, back to this. When the train is empty, it'll get sent back down there. When it's full, it'll automatically send itself back up here. So let's send it away. Cole here has a tail now for some reason, which is weird. But whatever, just stick it over here, I guess. Okay, yeah, that fixed it. And then the last thing we need to do is set up an arm that will pull the Astronium off of this and just put it in storage somewhere. Don't really care. I just want to have a storage platform for it, so... how many canisters do I want? I probably want a big canister for it eventually, so let me go ahead and make one of those now. We got a ton of nanocarbon alloy when we were dicking around with the farm event earlier, so it's glass... nanocarbon, titanium, I believe, and we should be able to make one of these, and this will be like all the Astronium I ever need. And eventually we will move this large canister to the very end of the storage, near the scrap, I think is where I was going to put this. In fact, I have some there already just as a marker. This is where the Astronium is going to go. Like, in general, chat, this is what we're going to build eventually. Not all this in this stream. I'm going to go back to the smelters, but these are all the chemistry lab things that I need. You'll notice hydrazine isn't there, and that's because hydrazine doesn't store properly in these canisters. So that's like the one that's missing. I will be storing hydrazine somewhere else. And then scrap and Astronium. Why no canister on the train? Because we don't need it, has been my experience with this. I could put a canister on the train, but what I've discovered with all of these extractors so far is that by the time the train gets all the way back up and unloads and gets back down, I still don't have enough Astronium on the extractor to fill the train. So basically there's no reason to put a canister on it. The train could just go back and forth more often with 4 items. The only argument really to put a canister on it would be if I thought I was having like frame rate issues with the trains moving around so much. But pretty much if I notice that the train is getting down there and that the extractor is backed up, and that means I'm losing throughput from the extractor. And in that case, I will put a canister on the train, and I will put a storage down there on the extractor so that I can move more resources at a time. But that's the gist of why I made the decision the way I have. Like, I could put more storage on these trains, I just haven't needed to. It's a lot simpler when you just have the 4 slots here. So we may see that for some of the long-range trains. I don't know if we're gonna... I didn't mean to fall there. I don't know if we're gonna have to do that for this particular train or not. Because I just sent it back down there and it hasn't come back up yet by the look of things, which presumably means that it... Oh, I think it's coming actually right now. Here it is. So we could follow it down actually and see if the extractor has topped off or not. We have 3 slots, 2 on top of the extractor. Actually, we have 4 slots, 2 on the extractor, 1 on the auto arm, and then the output slot of the extractor as well. So actually I need to unload this quickly. Let me just dump these off. I'm going to follow it back down and I'm going to see how much Astronium is waiting for it. And that'll decide whether or not we need a canister or not. How are my snails doing? Okay, they're fine. I need to make sure I don't die from fall damage while I do this. I still have the snail on that gives you God mode. Which that would have killed me right there. Why am I using the hoverboard? It's making it really hard to control. See, the camera is actually kind of cooperating while I'm falling down this, but the second I get on that train, it's like, oh no. Nope, camera's going in a random direction if we do that. Alright, so here we are. Let's see what we've got. So we have one on the arm, one on the extractor. How close is it to getting a second one? Camera, I'm fighting the camera, by the way. That's why it's jittering like that. I might want to rotate this thing, actually. Yes, thank you, game. Very cool. Yeah, I'm going to rotate this after the rail gets here. I think we're good to go. I mean, I could make the trains faster as well. That's another option, but I would rather put more storage on them and have them move slower. There it is. Alright, so train's here. Yeah, I think we're good. We don't have to worry about that. The train gets here before I have 4 objects in the backlog, so we don't have any downtime on the extractor with the current system. We're about to get a 3rd one, I think. Yep, there it goes, and then we would still have room for a 4th one. So yeah, this is why I'm not going to put a canister on the train. I don't need to, is the gist of it. Anyways, what I'm doing here is rotating this so I could see the output slot a little more easily. So let me get it out of the way of this stalactite here. There we go, that should be good. Let me just make sure that the top is still accessible to the arm. Yeah, that's good, it can reach that. Okay, yeah, we're good to go. So yeah, we don't need anything on the train. This is going to fill up in a second here. It should go back up to the surface on its own. Meanwhile, I'm going to use the core to get back to the top because I don't have a seat on that train. Alright, so anyways, back to chat. Let's see, you have big hopes for Steam Deck mainstreaming. I fucking hope so. I'm talking here about, oh, Windows 10 isn't so bad. It's more or less the gist of the message I just sent, but let's get something clear here. I wish Linux didn't fucking suck for gaming. I so badly wish it didn't suck. I would switch to it, like, immediately if it was, like, reasonably stable and well supported. But the fact of the matter is, it's not. Windows is the operating system you use for gaming because fucking everything works on Windows. You just don't have to worry about like dependency chains and other nightmares associated with using Linux as an operating system, because the fact of the matter is using Linux is a dumpster fire because different people write different libraries with different levels of support. Things just come in and out of existence depending on like who's willing to work on it for free. It's an ecosystem that just does not work well for the complicated like software environment of video games, and it's a pain in the ass to support it reliably. It is a lot better than it was like 10 years ago. And if Volvo is getting on the open source market and making like Linux operating systems that actually just work for games for the Steam Deck, then maybe that'll become the standard and it'll be possible to do that on a desktop computer as well. Like Proton or whatever, I think is the thing they're using right now for, if I understand correctly, I think Proton is the compatibility layer for Windows, I think. It basically makes a game think it's running on Windows. It's not an emulator, if I recall correctly. But like that's... I don't know, does anyone in chat know if Proton is the name of the Linux kernel that they're using, or is Proton the compatibility layer that lets you run Windows games on Steam Deck? I'm actually curious if anybody knows the terminology. I think Wine was like the predecessor, but Wine has a lot of issues. And I think Proton is like their build of Wine or something like that. It's a compatibility layer. Okay, so Proton is the compatibility layer. So then Steam Deck, let me look this up actually. This is interesting. Let me plug this in. Oh, by the way, fun fact, anybody who thought there aren't like sockets on these site pylons? There are. There's 2 of them. They're bugged. They're on the center of this. And I'm like 90% certain that these sockets that exist right here at the core of these are a bug and they're not supposed to be here, and the devs probably copy pasted the code for one of these, like any one of these generic rail posts. They copy pasted the code, used it on the site pylon, and forgot to remove the plugs from the rail posts. So there's just a socket like in the middle, and there's 2 of them here. I can attach 2 different things to this. But anyway, I just wanted to show that because most people don't know that. But yeah, you can plug a second one in here and it'll just work. So anybody who is having issues with that, you can totally just plug things into these. They actually work correctly. That said, devs, please just add them here, here, and here. These look like where they should be instead of the center. There's not 3 of them, so I'm pretty sure it is a bug. Anyways, back to Steam Deck. I'm going to actually look this up real quick because this is interesting to me. I'm just going to check real quick to see what the OS is for Steam Deck. Okay, operating system, SteamOS. All right, so it's I don't know if it's proprietary. It might be open source. It might not be. I'm not really sure. Well, let's see. It's SteamOS is what they use, which is, I'm pretty sure, based on Linux. I don't know much more beyond that. I'm not like a Linux user really. I've used Linux systems like through terminals for my job, but I have never like really worked with a Linux desktop, so I'm not familiar with like what the other aspects are of that. I've just used Linux as an operating system for like running servers and stuff. Anyways, let's see. You could play the full Steam library via the Linux-based Proton compatibility layer. Okay, so Proton is a compatibility layer that runs on Linux operating systems that basically functions as a Windows operating system for the purposes of any games that you run through that layer. That is my understanding of this. Which is fucking fantastic, because we absolutely need that. And I'm assuming that Steam Deck can also play Linux games without the compatibility layer. Like, there aren't very many of those, but there are games that work natively in Linux, and I'm assuming that Steam Deck could play Linux games as well. You don't specifically need it to be a Windows game through the compatibility layer. Based on Manjaro, or Manjaro, I don't know how you pronounce that. Yeah, you can switch to normal Linux mode. Okay, so native Linux games can also work. That is fucking amazing that they're doing that. Like, that's a good thing, chat. Like, even if you don't care about the Steam Deck, if you're like me and you just live in a cave all the time and you never go outside, Steam Deck is a good thing because it reduces Microsoft's, like, monopoly on the gaming market, is really the way I would put it. So that is a very good thing. We want that. Anyways, here we go. We have our resource canister, and I think we have fully automated Astroneer extraction, which is what I was doing this whole time while I've been rambling about other stuff, which, again, hopefully was interesting. This is a stream about analytical complaining, but it brings up some interesting subjects, like the Steam Deck. Like, Steam Deck developments are good, even if you don't like the platform, because we may get an operating system that just works for Linux that isn't Windows, and we could actually use it. Like, not everybody needs to deal with Linux, because let's be real, Linux is a fucking pain in the ass to use, because there isn't like a really formal system to use it. There's a bunch of different kernels, they do different things, they have different problems. But I would like to see that go in the direction of like having a competitive operating system to fight with Windows, so that we aren't just locked into like the Microsoft system. Or heaven forbid you use a Mac, but I mean, who the fuck uses a Mac for gaming? And if you do use a Mac for gaming, I'm so sorry. Because you are really getting the short end of the stick here, because you have neither... You have basically nothing that works properly if you're using a Mac for gaming, except Team Fortress 2. Which, I mean, I guess Captain would be thrilled. I don't know about anybody else. Ugh. Mac gaming. Alright, let's see. I'm cleaning up my stuff, and then I'm going to add the email that Captain submitted, and then we are going to go back to building the smelter. So just bear with me for a second, chat. I haven't completely lost track of what I was doing. I don't know why I have 2 hydrogen canisters. Did I grab 2? Let's put that over here. Yeah, Macs are just bad. Like, I'm gonna come clean. I do not like that operating system in general. Like, Macs, the upside to a Mac, I think, is that it has a really good, like, what is it fucking called? There's a word for this. I don't know what it is, but basically it has, like, a whole environment of, like, it has a creative suite, pretty much. So, like, Macs are good for artists because it has a lot of software built in for that kind of shit, or I think you could, like, buy it and they all just kind of work together. That's my understanding, is that Macs are good for artists. They are not good for gaming. They are not good for servers or software development. Get Linux or Windows if you're going to do gaming or software development. Get a Mac if you're going to be an artist, and then also have like a Windows, like have a dual boot for Windows or something. Though at this one, I think Macs are really hard to dual boot because they kind of want your whole computer to be a Mac. Linux you could dual boot. Windows and Mac, I'm not sure if you can. But either way, you make the decisions you want, but I think that's the redeeming quality of the Mac. Anyways, I need to add an emote. Is that you can just make art with Macs more easily because it comes with a lot of stuff out of the box. Instead, you have to use like the Adobe suite if you're going to do that on Windows, because Windows doesn't really have like an alternative to that. Like, you got to buy software if you're going to do that. Alright, so let's see here. What did you DM me? What am I adding this time? Alright. Honestly, this almost functions as a reaction emote. This has definitely kind of got some, like, broad dude energy to it. Like, the face this guy is making here. Once again, I'm assuming this is a Brutal Orchestra character, because I have no idea what this is, but let me save it real quick. So for anyone who doesn't know what I'm doing, by the way, I have a point redeem to add a follower emote to my channel, because I don't have any of my own. So you can just have a follower emote until somebody replaces it 5 redeems later. Elton in progress with eyes. Interesting file name. Captain, what do you want it to be called? Like, what do you want the name of the emote to be? If you're still here. If you're not, I'll scroll up and just improvise something. Elton Broll. I'm just going to call it Elton unless you pitch in a second here and tell me to call it something else. You can always rename it later. It's not hard. Alright, so we do that. Take out Tommy face. I'm getting better at doing this, so we're not wasting too much time doing it. And a standard emote. Elton. And it's in the right folder. You love to see it. And I think Captain's not here right now. Alright, well, we can rename it later if he actually cares. Captain Meister. Make sure I get the right one. I accidentally clicked off the thing again. Twitch, why is clicking off of the emote submission menu? Why does that constitute canceling? Ugh. YouTube, please. Take over this market. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, I'm not going to go too much into this because most people don't give a shit, but basically when you're submitting emotes, you get a big window that pops up. Like a full screen window with black bars on the left and the right side. But if you click on the black bars around the emote submission window, it cancels the submission despite there not being anything there. So I had to just fucking go resubmit the emote because it canceled because I clicked on a part of the screen that just functions as a giant cancel button. It's basically shitty UI design is what it is. You know, the business as usual for Twitch. Alright, anyways, let's add that as a follower emote. I hope I didn't say sub emote either. It's a follower emote. There we go. We have Elton for anyone who plays Brutal Orchestra. That exists now. Enjoy. Okay, Captain is here. I assume you just wanted it to be called Elton. Your points balance has been 232 for the entirety of the several hours you've been here. What? Is that not working? I mean, we had the hydrate command get jank earlier. I don't know, is anybody else having issues with their points balance? That should just go up on its own, right? Like, you don't have to click on the bonus points. By the way, Better Twitch TV extension lets you auto-click on that if you were wondering. You don't have to click on that manually if you have that extension. I don't know if the other extensions do that or not, but... Anyways, we got the emote added. I don't know if you want to refresh or something to see if you can fucking get your points to work or not. I mean, my channel points aren't worth a whole lot, but we have more redeems than I did a few months ago. Yeah, probably control refresh or something. That usually fixes stuff like that. Macs are okay for software development. It depends on the tools you're using. Yeah, I guess I was being a little bit harsh. It does work. It's just there's no point, I think. I would say is my biggest gripe. And something that was coming up at the office I worked at, like I worked in software development. We had people, you basically had the choice of getting Windows or Mac for your software development environment, and then we had virtual machines for Linux if you wanted to do that, which very few people did. There wasn't like a recommended Linux environment, so pretty much nobody used that. Everybody used either Windows or the Macs. The Macs just randomly didn't work sometimes for certain things. Like in Windows, if you wanted to run a server, you basically used the VM for Linux. You ran the VM, you set the server up in the Linux VM, you did port forwarding, and you were A-okay, good to go. And you could pass that VM around between people. The thing about the Macs was, if you didn't use the VM and tried to run things locally, they worked sometimes. And a lot of people tried to do that. A lot of people tried to run like Elasticsearch servers or like Redis servers on their Mac natively. And it worked sometimes, until it didn't. And then you needed somebody else who had a Mac to debug it with you, because the Windows people, I couldn't help with it, because we had no idea what was wrong with it. So like it was almost functional, but just not quite. I need to move this Astroneer over. Well, I don't need to, but I want to. So like it wasn't terrible, but the Windows with Linux VM was a superior development experience to just native Mac. Like the Mac users might as well have used the VM, but I don't think we had a license to any software to use a VM in the Mac, and I'm not sure if there was a good alternative or not. I know Windows has like Hyper-V, I think now. I don't know if Mac has an equivalent to that. Things have changed as well. So like I'm not sure if our environment was even that good to begin with, but the gist of it was Macs were bad for the office I worked in with the environment that we had. It may work for you. It may be fine. I'm not going to say that it's objectively worse. I was a little bit hasty to come to that conclusion, but it did not work well for the development environment that I worked in. You know, we have Docker. We actually had Docker was... Oh, fucking Docker. Docker was an interesting one. Okay, here, okay, chat, here, I'll tell you a story in a moment, but let me focus on what I'm doing here first. What was that noise? Okay, it was just this thing deploying. I don't want to put the hydrazine in my backpack because I don't want it to automatically go into those thrusters. I want the thrusters to be empty until I decide to use them, because otherwise they're explosive, and you never know what's going to happen over here. So let's just put the thrusters over here. Okay, here we go. Okay, ARP already is like preempting what I was about to talk about here. So here's the deal. 8 years ago, roughly, I started working for a company in software development. And it was the usual business in software development of somebody before you like set up the basic infrastructure for the project. Like it was a pre-existing project. Some other senior devs had already made decisions for better or worse on the project. One of the decisions was that we had Docker. And the person who set up the Docker environments basically was gone by the time I started working there. I think they quit very shortly afterward, or they were like already gone. And we ended up in a situation where we had Docker set up for the various servers. Like you need like a database and a web server, and like don't worry too much. If you're not a software developer, if none of this stuff makes any fucking sense, don't worry about it too much. Just know that servers are just software that has to be running all the time to receive requests over the internet. You need databases, you need web servers. Don't fret too much about it. They're all servers. Just they have to run somewhere. And when you're doing software development, everybody has a different operating system with different settings. Like all of your clients that need to go to your website, you need everything to be consistent when you're actually developing the software, or shit just goes wrong. And it's super hard to actually work as a team when one person on your team has everything working fine, and then the second somebody else tries to run the software, it doesn't work anymore. So you enter Docker, which is basically like little micro... My understanding, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because I think you use Docker way more than I did, but I think Docker is basically like little micro VMs for Linux, like virtual machines. So they're like little encapsulated like Linux virtual machines to run like one specific thing with like port forwarding, so you could communicate with the Docker, and then that runs on any operating system. And Docker is basically supposed to be like just make it work no matter whether you're on Linux or whether you're on Windows or you're on a Mac. You just open up a fresh like Docker, I don't know what it's called, I think it's called an image. So you basically load an image of Docker, which just has like a pre-built like Elasticsearch server on it with all the configuration settings you want, and you just run it. And it works, and there's ways to like update it. You can have a whole environment built around these. And the gist of it was nobody on my fucking team knew how to use this. And I was a fresh like software developer straight out of college with no goddamn idea what I was doing. So what it boiled down to was everyone on the team hated Docker, because we had a lot of college hires, a couple seniors who had never used it before, and just no one knew how it fucking worked. And we more or less just spent a lot of time fighting it and tried to phase it out. And eventually we succeeded. We got rid of the Docker like containers or images or whatever they were called. We stopped doing that, and we just ended up using a Linux virtual machine with instructions on how to set up like the Elasticsearch server or the Apache web server and so on. What am I doing here? I need to get more smelters. That's what I was doing. So that was the gist of my Docker experience. And then looking back on that, like 8 years later now, or even a few years later, once I like had matured and figured out how to actually develop software correctly and not be a complete imbecile, or rather a new college hire was really what it boiled down to. I realized we should not have done that. We should have just had somebody fucking learn how to use Docker. Because holy shit, we had so many problems with people failing to set up their environments correctly to run the web server for software development. And Docker was like the solution to that if we just knew how to use it correctly. But we didn't know how to use it. Our development PCs didn't have enough RAM to operate with it properly, so it was bad. But I guess the moral of the story here, at least the moral that I picked up from this particular story, was if this is really a software development thing, but like if you end up on a team with some software that you're not familiar with, that somebody else made before you, and you don't understand how it works, and it's weird and nothing works correctly, that doesn't mean that the software is bad. It just means that you're not using it right. It might also be bad, but it doesn't mean that it's bad automatically. And we just assume that Docker bad because we, as it turns out, we're not using it correctly. That's the gist of the story that I wanted to tell here about Docker. If you're not a software dev, again, sorry, this did not make any fucking sense to you, but maybe that resonated with somebody in chat or one of the lurkers here who's in that industry. Don't just assume that the stack that you're working with is a terrible stack, because it might not be. It might actually be fine. Now, how many of these do I want to make? I'm just going to get them all. We have enough. I think we have enough Astronium here. There should be a couple more, like, waiting for me. And Docker might be better now than it was before. And there isn't any waiting for me. Well, hopefully the train comes back, because otherwise we're going to be short one portable smelter. But yeah, what it boils down to is I wish that I had, like, been a better software developer at the time and not a college hire, because I could have probably salvaged like the Docker situation with the knowledge I have now if I had realized like the advantage it offers to have Docker. And since ARP hasn't corrected me at all, I'm assuming that my explanation was correct about like what Docker does. But I wish we had given it a chance instead of just fucking it up royally. Now, that's not to say that all software is good. Every now and then you have a senior developer that'll set up a project for you, and the stack they chose is dog shit. And we had a stack like that, and it was more or less correct for this audience. Okay, well, I don't know how to feel about that. That means it wasn't 100% accurate, but apparently it was good enough. But, like, not everything is actually good. A lot of people make things in the software development industry that just aren't good, but somebody on the team really likes it, and you wind up with those. So like you do need to be objective about whether or not your stack is good or not. Fashion, yeah, fashion. Fucking senior developers going for the latest trend is so bad. Give it a little bit to see if it's actually good. Sometimes things are good, like Rust, for instance, is apparently good. I've never used Rust, but it's apparently actually good, and it was a new thing for a while, and I didn't like the idea of it. I was like, this is just a new trend. I don't think I want to deal with that. And it turns out Rust is actually useful. I don't know what entirely Rust is good for, but I know that they've been building platforms on top of it, and it's actually like a good programming language. But the thing is, you'll have other new trends that show up that aren't good. Off the top of my head, I don't think I'm qualified to just list something off like right now and say, oh, this is dog shit, because I can't actually think of anything like right off the top of my head that is a popular like trend that isn't good. But I'm sure that people have examples of this. Art might have some good examples of that aren't coming to mind for me specifically, but I had a few more obscure platforms that weren't good. Like one called Couchbase, which was basically a NoSQL database. It was bad. Like it was a situation where one of the seniors picked it for whatever reason. I think that was actually chosen for licensing reasons because it had a good license more so than because they thought it was a good database. But it was so fucking bad that a huge amount of the time I spent on the second team that I worked on for that company consisted of getting rid of Couchbase and replacing it with Elasticsearch, which is another database that's actually really fucking good. What the hell? Hold on. What did this... Not the twitching. What did this land on? What? Okay, hold on a second, chat. This is important. What is this... What is this landing on? Is it landing on the fog emitter? Oh my god, are these solid? Are you fucking serious, devs? Hold on, this we'll go back to talking about Elasticsearch. These dust emitters have solid collision. Chad, if you have ever had a base where you were like getting stuck on something in your base and you didn't know why, like on certain planets, these fucking dust emitters are solid objects. They have collision. At least for some things. I think I just bumped into it. Astroneer, what the fuck? What is this video game? Who wrote this? Yep, it's solid. There we go. We're standing on it. I am standing on this dust emitter. That explains so much. I bumped into this thing before, I'm pretty sure, and I had a couple others that I was having problems with. I'm falling right now, by the way, chat. If I take fall damage and this snail isn't active, and I think this one, I would die, I'm pretty sure, if I touch the ground here. Let's see if we can move off of it without jumping. There we go. That would have killed me right there. I would have died to that. I was just accumulating fall damage because of this fucking game. Debs, what are you doing? I don't know. I think I might add a marker for that. I might submit that as a bug. They need to fix that. Why are those solid? Anyways, back to Elasticsearch. Elasticsearch good, Couchbase bad. Don't jump on the latest trend, the latest fashion for software development. Like, actually make an objective decision about whether or not this is a good idea. That's not to say don't consider the latest trend, but do your homework before you, like, invest an entire project into the latest trend and then find out that it sucks ass, is pretty much. Like, there's a trade-off here. Like, obviously don't ignore new things or else good things will never get discovered. But don't just assume that something new and shiny is good, like, from the get-go, and immediately invest, like, your entire team's time into developing that specific product on top of a shitty platform that turns out to not actually be very good. Because it'll bite you. Like, it'll bite you really hard if you start building your system around it and then you find out it sucks ass. So there's a trade-off to be made here, because you can't necessarily make that assessment immediately. I spent so much time. Like, my company, like, I was getting paid the big bucks here by the time I was done working, and let's just say I made thousands of dollars out of, like, the time I spent working in that company, specifically removing things, bad decisions made by prior developers, like literally not progressing the project at all, no new features. They were paying me, like, full time to just fix shit that got broken by bad decisions that were made earlier in the project. Like, you don't want your company to have to do that, especially if you're working for a smaller company where that actually matters, and it's not just like a big corporation where you know your salary is not going to go down because of that. Like, if you're working for a smaller company, like, fucking don't put them in that situation where you make a bad decision and just they have to deal with it later. Like, be careful about why you add the platform. Let's see. I'm here to make more tall story. Oh my god, we found it, chat. There it is. It was on top of this tall platform over here. For some reason, I don't know why I put it there and then proceeded to not bring it down. That's it. That's the one we lost earlier on the stream. We found it. We have all 7 of them now. Anyways, I need to make 3 more tall platforms, so that's why I was up there. It was sitting there in plain sight the whole time. Sounds like a paying good thing, you know, do brain stuff. Yeah, software development is very interesting. Software development is fucking great. If you love problem solving and you love using computers, become a software developer. Like, that's fucking... You are going to be spending so much time fixing problems. And the thing is, if you can actually learn something from the problems you're solving and have some fun with it, like... I'm going to be clear about something. Like, I hated the fucking software that I was stuck fixing, but at the end of the day, I did not hate my job. I quit my job not because of the work I was doing, but because of a variety of things I've said before on stream. But basically, I did not like the office environment, not because it was toxic, but because I just did not want to be in an office. I did not like the big corporate part of the job I was working, and I did not like the place I lived. Those are the reasons I quit the job. It was not the work I was doing. I fucking enjoyed the problem-solving process of shit not working and trying to figure out why it didn't work, because that was fun. It was interesting. You could take a break from the doldrums of writing boilerplate Java code to go figure out why your servers weren't working anymore, and all sorts of interesting things came out of that. Just weird debugging trees and digging through settings and documentation. Like, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun at face value, but it can actually be really interesting if you go about it the right way and you manage to actually fix the problem, and you go up to the manager and be like, yep, this is what was wrong, this is what we need to do to fix it. this is why you pay me the big bucks. Like, it was enjoyable. I liked doing that kind of stuff. I wouldn't want to do it like 24/7. I wouldn't want to work like system ops or dev ops and nothing else. But I definitely liked it. So it was a fun job. Because the specific setup I had was a middle ground between basically like doing ops work. Ops work, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, is pretty much just you make the servers run, but you don't develop any software. So I did a lot of ops, and then I also did software development. So it was kind of like almost 50-50 on those two things, just because of the way our team was set up. That was a lot of fun. I wouldn't want to do 100% of either of those two things, but getting to do both of them was really interesting to me, and I'm glad I had that opportunity. And we don't need this one. I'm painting more markers on the ground, by the way. I'm not completely distracted. I am paying attention to what I'm doing in the game. So we need to make a few more markers here. And this is going to be for the remaining ones. I think we have one over this side. This is for the ammonium. And then we have like 3 on the other side that we need to build here. I will fix the extra thick painting I did there in a second. Carefully paint these in. Alright, let's see. I'm checking chat real quick. Saw that not too long ago. Started wondering. Yeah, that's the one I lost. I knew someone in chat saw it and didn't say anything. How dare you? Just want to see me squirm. It's fine. It's all good. Or I don't know if you were here when I was initially complaining about losing that one or not, but yeah, that's where it wound up the whole time. Can't request to work from home. That's part of it. Okay, I want to. You know what? Fine. Let's go over this. I've said this before, so this is nothing new about the cosine lore, but the gist of it was, I worked for a fairly big company, like a Fortune 500 company. And what that more or less means is you have like 7 layers of executives before you get to the CEO. So your decisions don't matter a whole lot. The company makes a lot of decisions that are purely financially oriented, and you just live with it. You just deal with it. They had a bunch of software developers, but ultimately the company was making decisions to make a profit. It was not a software development company. It was like a full stack corporation trying to sell a large product. I've said before, like, what the product was. I'll say it was a car company and leave it at that. Some of you know what the company was, but I realize I should probably not go into too much detail about that. But the gist of it was I worked for a car company, and it's not controversial. I just shouldn't go into it because that's personal information. But I worked for a car company, and it was a full stack. Like, they had software development, they had websites, they had marketing, they had everything. The whole manufacturing tree for the cars. They owned several brands. You might be able to guess what company it is. Again, I don't care that much, but I'm not going to say what it is off the top of my head. The point is, you got big business, big corporate making a lot of choices there. So that meant there was a lot of dumb shit that wasn't software development that I had to deal with. It was not Tesla. There was a bunch of dumb shit that I had to deal with that was just corporate oriented. Things that had nothing to do with software development. Things like, oh, you got to go to this big meeting with all the big heads that are making the 6 or 7 figure salaries that are going to tell you why the company did this or that and show you the profit margins. And it's like, didn't care about that, but basically it was an East Coast company. I live on roughly the West Coast. I live in Arizona, but it's on West Coast time mostly, so I consider myself West Coast. So I had to get up at fucking 6 a.m. for those goddamn meetings. They would do one every month or two, so that already was a bummer. And then on top of that, there's like corporate trainings and stuff, which again, this is training stuff that is just generic. It's things like antitrust training and stuff, and it's like, I'm a fucking software developer. I don't even talk to the car dealers. Like, why are you making me take this training? But we had to take a training on like antitrust policies and like legal policies for communicating with entities and other like governments, and it's just like this took up more time than it needed to do all this stuff. There were occasionally meetings associated with this stuff. It was not very fun to do any of this nonsense. Doing any of these meetings was not fun. There was a lot of that nonsense that wasn't enjoyable. Decisions also that were made by big corporate to like shut down certain projects. I got fairly lucky. I don't think any of the projects I had ended up getting like shut. Well, I don't think. I know none of the projects I worked on got like killed by the corporate. They were profitable enough, but I saw like coworkers and people I liked in the office that ultimately had their work pulled out from under them because the company said this isn't making enough money, kill it. And that was it. That just somebody made that decision. Somebody who probably wasn't qualified to make that decision. It's like, you got to go work on something else. They didn't get like fired. I'll get to that later. But they had to basically just go drop whatever they were doing and just work on another team, on a project that maybe they didn't like as much. There were hiring issues as well, like people that were woefully underqualified for what they were doing getting hired and put on teams at random. Because the way that it worked for the hiring in the company was it wasn't like you got hired to work on a specific team. You got hired to be a software developer, and then you got put on a team based on whoever needed you. So like you didn't know what you were going to do beforehand. You didn't get interviewed for what you were going to do beforehand. And this resulted in people who did not know what they were fucking doing, winding up on various teams, mine included. I got fairly lucky. I ended up in a project that I ended up having a passion for. So like I liked what I did. I liked the project I ended up on, but there were people who ended up not doing what they wanted to in the company after they got hired, and would have to decide, do they try to get themselves put on a different project, or do they just quit the company after a while? And then there were people who were just generally terrible software developers. Like they were good people, but they were fucking awful software developers. Like they just did not know what they were doing. And these people got hired by the hiring or recruiting team, which the recruiting team didn't really give very good technical interviews. So you ended up with very underqualified college grads that didn't know what they were doing, which is fine, but B, they wouldn't learn what they were doing ever. Like that was the problem. They didn't learn. Like I had a few that like I liked these people. I didn't want to see them fail, but there was no salvation for them. Like they just could not understand what it was they were being asked to do on these projects. And like I just don't know what could have been done about that situation. They just were not cut out for it. And you hate to see that kind of thing because it's painful. Like they went to college to like learn to do this stuff, and for whatever reason they wound up in a situation where they were not actually capable of doing the thing that they spent years learning to do. I don't know if the college was bad. I don't know if they half-assed their way through it. Maybe some of them were cheaters with a lot of charisma. I think at least one of them probably like literally cheated their way through college. I didn't like that guy that much. But the point is, they wound up in a situation where we basically had dead weight on our programming teams. And I was getting to the point of like qualifying as a senior engineer on the project I was working with, so I had to deal with the dead weight a lot. Like people who I did or didn't like, who were just terrible software developers, and I was like trying to like clean up after the mess they were doing or try to help them through things, like sort of like mentoring. It wasn't mentoring in the sense that I was like responsible for their failures, but it was mentoring in the sense that I was meant to at least pay attention to what they were doing, try to help them out if they were having trouble, and then ultimately I tended to be the one that had to clean up the mess they made if they broke something. Like it wasn't like I got called into a meeting and got punished for them breaking something, but it was like after the fact I was the one who had to like go figure out what they broke. So like there was an understanding with the manager that like there's only so much I could do here to get these people to actually do their job correctly. Like all the managers I had were pretty good and understanding about it, but I didn't like doing that. I did not like dealing with the underqualified like college hires who couldn't learn. We had a few that could learn, and they were so much fun to work with, to teach them things and to see them actually become good software developers, but there were so many bad ones. And I was spending a lot of my time at work dealing with them instead of doing what I want to do, doing my passion, which is actually developing the software and then working with the servers and trying to fix shit. And instead here I am trying to explain to somebody why their fucking merge commit for our Git repository broke everything because they just fucking accepted their changes and deleted whatever anybody else did in that class file. So like it got bad. And it was really bad to teach them to use version control. Like, my fucking god, I wasn't that bad at version control when I came out of the job, and I had never used it before. And I got sick of dealing with that kind of thing, and it just kept happening. Like, this is a big company, which means I can't just, like, go to the CEO and be like, hey, I'm a pretty experienced developer, and this is a problem we're having. Do you think you could, like, pull some strings to, like, make some changes in the company? Like, no, the CEO is making a 7-figure fucking salary in a car company, has no idea what's going on. Like the higher ups become increasingly more difficult to talk to, and eventually it's just like I basically can't make a change in this company. Like I could do things within my team, I could talk to my manager, I can maybe influence decisions being made by like his manager, but beyond that there's basically nothing I could do to make change in this company. I just have to roll with the punches. And ultimately, I have no impact on the person who is making the hiring decisions. So we just keep fucking hiring bad software developers. They get put on various teams, including the one I'm on sometimes, and I just have to deal with it. And I was getting really fucking tired of that on top of all the other corporate bullshit that we had to deal with on that project, or any of those projects. Like, it was a problem every project was having. It just varied randomly. I don't know if mine was worse off than the other ones, but I didn't want to do that anymore. So like that combined with all the corporate bullshit was basically why I stopped wanting to work at that company. They paid great, they were fair. There was not like an environment of like harassment or any of that other horrible shit that you hear about from some companies. They were actually really good about that. Like there was no like harassment in the office, or at least if there was, it was hidden well enough that I absolutely did not notice it. So like kudos to them for that. That like the office environment was not the problem. It was just like the corporate bullshit that I was just tired of dealing with. The fact that this was not a software development company, it was a car company with a software development division that ultimately didn't like know how to really do what they were doing. So it was a bummer. I still enjoyed that, but didn't like that aspect of it. And then I did mention the office environment, and what I was talking about with the office environment was it was not BMW. The office environment was the fact that it was an office. Like, at all. I don't think it would have mattered what the office was. That office could have had fucking anything in it, and I wouldn't have liked it, because I simply do not like being in a like public place surrounded by other people for long periods of time. I just do not like that. I'm sure there's a name for that, whatever it is, but I'm introverted. I do not like crowds. I do not like noisy, like bustling environments. I want to be alone, like by myself, in the comfort of my own home or apartment in this case. And just being in an office was stressful. It was not, I don't know if claustrophobia was what it was. I've heard claustrophobia associated with like tight spaces or crowded areas, and I don't know what it was exactly. I mean, I live in a tight space, and I'm not bothered by that. It was just the stress. It wasn't like a fear either. I didn't have like panic attacks or anxiety. I just was just upset. I was just like stressed out by the whole thing. Like maybe it was claustrophobia. I don't really know. Like somebody might know a better name for what this was, but the gist of it was I did not like being in an office because I just fundamentally didn't want to be there. I wanted to be at home. With the comfort of my home and all the luxuries I would normally have, the ability to get up and go piss in a toilet that only I piss in, like just simple things like that, simple quality of life stuff, where I wouldn't have to deal with just people being around me, making noises. I had to dress business casual all the time. The fact of the matter is I would have rather been sitting in a chair in my underwear doing software development the whole time instead of being in an office. So I just did not like that. And I didn't want to deal with that. And this was a big company. It's just introverted. I'm just an extreme introvert is probably what it was. I wouldn't classify the problem I had as like a mental disorder. At the end of the day, I worked that job for 6 years. I was functional. They wanted me to be there. I was able to get things done. I just didn't like it. And the longer I worked there, the more I realized I really wish I wasn't dealing with this. I want to just fucking work from home. And the thing about big companies is big companies are controlled by, pardon any perceived racism or whatever here, they're controlled by old white people. Like, let's be real. It's the same thing as the government. You get privileged people who have like owned these companies for generations, who are making 7-figure salaries, making out-of-touch decisions with the modern era. Like I'm very happy that the company did not have like an environment of like sexual or racial discrimination in the office, but the fact of the matter is you get grumpy old people. It doesn't matter that they're white or not, but like the fact of the matter is they were all white people. It was an American car company. And they like working from home bad is really what it boils down to. This is the same thing that happens with the government. The government gets stuck on old-timey ideas that have not aged with like the latest generations. And they were thinking, working from home bad. You can't trust people to work from home. They won't do the job right. They need oversight. They need to be in an office. That was true 40 years ago, when you fucking couldn't bring your brick home to work in your home office because you didn't have one. Because your computer was extremely heavy and expensive, and we did not have reliable internet access. We had dial-up. It is 2022, and back when this was getting to me, it was around like 2018 or so, would have been like when this was really starting to like get to me, but I started working in 2014, when we already had a perfectly viable system for working from home, and we just couldn't do it. You could only work from home if you had a reason to work from home, and a reason to work from home was basically you were sick, or you had like some specific like one-off excuse for doing it. Like you knew that like a maintenance worker or something was going to be coming by that day. If you didn't have a reason to work from home, you weren't allowed to work from home. And it's like, yeah, I could have just lied and been like, oh, I have somebody coming to give me a back sack and crack that day. I gotta be home for that. It's really important. But like at the end of the day, I don't want to fucking build like a career out of lying to the company that I work for. That is a terrible idea. Don't do that. Don't be a fucking liar. Not just because it's morally wrong, but because you'll probably get caught doing it. There you go, chat. 2 reasons to not be a liar. A, morally wrong. B, you'll get caught. So, I didn't lie. I only worked from home when I had reasons to, because we had work laptops and like docks at our desks. We could have worked from home. We had fucking work laptops. But we had laptops because they wanted us to like go to like, occasionally you would be like going into a meeting room or something to work with the team instead, do like a war room type thing. Which was terrible, by the way. Nothing ever got done in the war rooms, so I don't know why the fuck that was a thing they liked. That's another old person thing, I'm pretty sure. But it did not work for me. And I guess ARP is... Actually, hold on. I think I'm missing chat. Let me scroll up. Oh, just some guy saying you're a terrible software developer. Or terrible version controls. Have I been saying version control this whole time? It's version. Like the version of software, not virgin. I might have been muffling that a little bit. Here, let's see. Working from home. Yeah, that's what we're talking about now. You can work from home. You did for 2 years. You did not thrive. You just like lying, but you get it for a good reason. I don't. It's easier for me to just be like, yeah, don't do that. That's kind of what I tell myself. If I'm thinking like I could probably lie about this and get away with it, I'm not gonna say I've never lied in my life, because I fucking absolutely have. But the fact of the matter is, it's not a healthy way to do things in your life. You'll make enemies, you'll make mistakes. It's just not good, and at the end of the day, it feels kind of bad. It's like, no, I do not compulsively lie. I try to be a very honest person, because that just seems like a better way to live my life. But yes, I have lied before. Like, let's be real. Like, who the fuck hasn't lied at least once in their life? I just try not to do it much, and not for reasons that I think are going to, like, come back and cause problems later. Like, white lies are a different matter from, like, lying about working from home all the time. Because regardless of whether or not the reason for them not wanting me to work from home was bullshit or not, like, if I fucking am lying in my job and I get caught doing it, that's my career reputation right there. Like, you do not want to fucking ruin your career reputation. That shit will get around. That is not good. Like, just don't do that. It is a mistake to ruin your career, especially if you're like fresh out of college and if like word gets around, like, which apparently it does. You don't want to be doing that. Like, you can't get a recommendation from that company anymore. It's a mess. Just be an honest person. It's easier. And hopefully you'll feel better about it. But I mean, at the very least, be honest anyways. So anyways, back to the working from home thing. We'll go back to lying in a second. You say you worked from home and you did not thrive. I'm curious, I mean, you don't have to go into details, Arp, if you don't want to, but I'm curious why you feel that way. Like, what didn't work out about it? Because when I did get to work from home, for whatever reasons that I had, that was my best work, was when I was working from home. That is when I did my best work by far for that company. Was when I was at home for the entire day. Like, that's when things got done, when I was just cozy and happy about the whole thing. And I would work for like 4 hours, and then I could just get up and just go play Minecraft for like an hour, and then come back and work for 4 more hours. Instead of having to go to the cafeteria, or more likely what I did almost every day was I just didn't eat lunch. Because I just didn't want to spend more time in the damn office. Which, by the way, I don't think impacted my performance. I ate a heavy breakfast and a heavy dinner, so I wasn't like starving to death. I basically wasn't hungry during my 8-hour shift. I ate breakfast, I came to work, I worked for exactly 8 hours, and then I went home and ate dinner, was what I did. Because I did not want to spend an hour eating lunch at the cafeteria and taking a break and hanging out in like the mess hall or whatever the fuck, I don't know what people did at that company. I just wanted to get in and out of that building as fast as possible, pretty much. So I spent exactly 8 hours there. But if I was working at home... Why did I come back up here? I'm so sorry, chat. I'm losing my mind. We're getting into cosine is not paying attention to what he's doing hours. I need to set up the rest of these. I'm looking for platforms. That's what I'm doing. Anyways, I loved fucking working from home, because if I needed to get up and take a piss, I just get up and take a piss. I'm not in a public restroom where, like, let's be real. Yeah, sure, these were software developers, but dude, fucking people are disgusting, and it was a sausage fest. There's piss on the toilets and urinals. Like, it just, at the end of the day, it's a public restroom. You're never gonna get a good public restroom. I could just go take a piss. If I wanted to take a break and go play Minecraft, I could just go play Minecraft. If I wanted to just go eat something in the middle of the day, I could go get my food and then come back to the computer and keep working while I was eating, which they didn't want us to do when we were in the office because it made a mess. But the thing is, I know better than to fucking like get my Cheeto fingers all over the hardware, and it's my hardware anyway, so I didn't give a shit. Like, who cares? I put my Cheeto fingers over it all I want. So I was able to just do that. So my lunch was fused with my workday, and essentially I could work an hour extra at the end of the day and not even feel bad about it, because I might like run something on the side, like run a stream or something while I was like doing the remainder of my work, and I wouldn't be judged by my manager or anybody else for having a Twitch stream running while I was working, because like I knew I was still getting shit done, because shit was getting done. This isn't me just like half-assing for 8 hours and then getting paid like $30 or $40 an hour, whatever it was for it. I don't remember. It changed over time. Like, I was actually getting work done. I was doing things. Like, I had credibility here. Like, my manager knew which changes I was making to the project and whether or not things were happening. It was my best work, was the stuff I was doing from home. Like, at the end of the day, I felt like I was the most productive from the house. I would just finish everything I set out to do and then just shut down my laptop, reattach my monitors to my desktop PC, and I could immediately just go back to playing games or something. So it was so much more fun that way, and I didn't have any of the office environment to work about. And then I just slowly found out over time that it's like, yeah, we don't do working from home here unless you have to, and it's not going to change. And that was kind of like the final nail in the coffin, so to speak, for that. Was like, I didn't want to work from home anymore. I didn't want to work in the office anymore. I'm in an environment where we could be working from home, but the company's not letting me. And I was like, you know what? I have a lot of money. I have a lot of experience now. I want to get out of my apartment, which I didn't really go into, but the gist of it is I didn't like my apartment very much. So I wanted to fucking leave that company and move somewhere else, and that's exactly what I ended up doing. And then 1 month later, COVID-19 happened, and I could have been working from home. But the thing is, that isn't like a situation where it's like, oh shoot, I missed my opportunity to work from home, because I had other reasons for not wanting to work for that company anyways. And if I had, I guess to give you a timeline, COVID-19, December 19th, or December 2019, the virus has like just like met the public eye. Like the first case in Wuhan or whatever attracted public attention. We're starting to get concerned about it. This is contagious. This virus will fuck your shit up. We have no vaccine for it. This is probably a big deal. But it hadn't like hit pandemic levels yet. It hadn't gotten anywhere yet. We didn't have a whole ton of cases like outside of China. So right around that time, I quit during December. I had already planned to quit ahead of time. Like, I had given my manager literally a year of advance notice that I was going to leave the company. So like, this had been in the works for a long time that I was going to leave that company, because I had made it clear that I just wanted to move on to bigger and better things, or well, smaller and better things really, because I was tired of working for a big company. That's when the fucking virus happened. And if I had quit, like, I think a month or two later, like at the beginning of the next year, I think I would have been locked into my apartment pretty much, because no apartments were taking new residents like during the peak of the pandemic. Like, it was very hard to travel, to go anywhere, because no one wanted to like risk like spreading it even more. Like, it was fucking pandemonium. Like, things were not good at that time. So the fact that I quit when I did, well, admittedly meaning I missed a work from home opportunity, because the company did start allowing work from home like once the pandemic reached its peak, I would have still been stuck in the apartment. And I did not want to live in that apartment before. And I've told this story before a little bit too. It's not a very interesting story. Like, believe me, my life is cushioned and not very like full of action and drama. But the gist of it was, the apartment was small, which is fine, but it was near a freeway, which was not fine, which means like I was slowly like developing asthma the longer I lived in that apartment. I'm pretty sure it was fucking up my respiratory system. I wish I had like realized that was happening earlier than I did. I probably should have left sooner. I don't think it did any like severe damage or anything. Like, I definitely got better after I left, but I was definitely developing breathing problems living next to that freeway, because this was Interstate 10. Like, it's a big interstate that runs through Arizona, and I was like near that interstate, like very close to it. So absolutely, all the pollution from that was probably fucking my shit up, like while I was living there. Like Interstate 10 and then a couple of smaller ones. I was near near a crossover between the two intersections. So like I was getting some latent pollution from I-10 and then probably from the other nearby freeways. I'm not going to dox myself here, but just know that I was near a freeway and a couple of like mid-city freeways as well. It was a mess. It was not an ideal situation. Do I have a 7th? No, I need an 8th one. No, I don't need an 8th one. Right, that's the ammonium. I need to put this one over here. But the gist of it was that the apartment was bad to live in because of that. And then on top of that, I had an upstairs neighbor, and my upstairs neighbor was a fucking rhinoceros. And this guy was just like, you hear this story every time. This is like the classic story of like somebody upstairs who was literally just like dropping boulders on the floor every time they come home, like just in their free time. That's what they do. They throw rocks around the house. But that was more or less the situation I was in. Every time this guy moved around, it was like a fucking earthquake. And the fact of the matter is, I'm already very sensitive to just loud, repetitive noises like that to begin with. And having to live below this guy was fucking driving me insane towards the end of like my residence in that apartment. Like, I don't know if it was getting worse or if I was just losing my fucking mind from the stress I was having working in the office, but a lot of things were building up to me not wanting to work there anymore. By the way, I'm up here to get more metal samples. I didn't idly run up here for no reason. Again, I actually had a reason. Let's see, we need that one, and that one. We actually didn't need the tall storage for the ammonium smelter, but we'll deal with that later. I guess I do need the tall storage still to transfer the items. But anyways, I was getting super fucking stressed out about that. I was stressed out about the fact that I knew that I was, like, killing my respiratory system living in that place for too long. The management was fine, that wasn't really the issue, but then the real nail in the coffin was that, like, I had a car, I had to drive to the office. It was fairly close, but mass transit in the United States fucking sucks ass. Like, if you live here, you know that. If you live in Europe, you're appalled the first time you discover how transit works in the United States, but it was bad. We all know this at this point. And the gist of it was I drove a car, so I had a car parked outside all the time, so yeah, the car was getting beaten to shit by the sunlight. But besides that, the thing that like put the final nail in the coffin, even though I had already decided at that point I probably was going to quit the job, was that the car next to mine, like literally right next to it, had its fucking windows smashed in overnight, like a couple months I think before I quit the job. So like I'd already told my manager I was quitting, like it was in the works, but someone fucking like did a smash and grab to the car that was parked literally in the spot like right next to mine. Like the window is destroyed, there's glass all over the goddamn floor, and I just get up to go to work one day and I just see that right next to my fucking car, and I'm just like, I am done with this place. I do not want to be here anymore. And that fucked my shit up. Like I was not happy to see that. That was just like more stress on top of a situation that I was already not enjoying when I discovered that just someone did that. I don't know what the motive was. I never found out. I never really dug into it. There wasn't much to dig into. I don't know if it was like a disgruntled spouse or if their like iPad was sitting in the passenger seat or something, but fucking someone just broke into the car next to me and stole something from it, I'm guessing, or maybe they just vandalized it, again, because it might have been a disgruntled spouse or something. And that was the final nail in the coffin right there. I was like, I am tired of this place. And that wasn't the first time that there had been criminal activity in that apartment complex. Like, by no means was this place like a criminal cesspool, but there was at least one, if not two, domestic abuse cases in the apartments next to me. Like, I had an apartment door across from me, pretty much, that had a domestic abuse case where, like, the guy's wife or girlfriend or something, like, basically called the cops and ran out of that door, like, in the middle of the night. Like, I was still awake because I was playing games or something. So, like, I heard all of this, but she basically fucking, either she or somebody else called the cops and ran out of that apartment, and there was a bunch of screaming and yelling, and the guy was, like, fucking yelling at her from the balcony, and just the standard case. Like, for fuck's sake, be a decent person. Don't be that guy. Like, no one is going to like you. But the point is, that happened a couple times in different, like, forms where there were, like, domestic abuse cases where the cops got called. And then there, I also strongly suspect that, like, the apartment in front of me had a lot of turnover. I think, like, 3 or 4 people lived in that apartment during the 6 years that I was in that complex. And I think one of them was a drug dealer, like, on top of all that. Like, I don't know if the guy was a drug dealer, but the information that I have to suspect the guy was a drug dealer was that a new random person would show up at that guy's door in the middle of the night, like every couple nights. Like it was just Like, I have a peephole in my front door, so if I heard activity out there, I might look occasionally, just because I'm like, why is somebody here at 2 a.m.? And there was a new fucking person at that door, like, literally every single time I checked. Like, I didn't recognize any of the clothing, the hair, whoever it was. Like, just random people showing up at someone's house in the middle of the night, and then they would leave, like, a couple minutes later. And, like, maybe it wasn't a drug dealer. I really don't know what was going on there. I never dug into it. I never interacted with this guy. Well, pharmacist. I don't think that's what the police call it. And I suspect that's probably not a good career path to become that version of a pharmacist. But, like, the conclusion I've come to, based on the limited information I have about the situation, just, like, when I observed people coming in and out of that apartment, is that was probably a drug dealer. That's my guess. Like, I don't know if it, like, smelled weird or anything. Like, again, I never interacted with this guy. I don't know what he did. I didn't, like, catch a whiff of what was in there. I mean, ideally, the drug dealer was not smoking his product in his apartment, so there might not have been an odor associated with it. He might have just been dealing. Like, I think generally the drug dealers are the smarter ones that aren't, like, fucking getting themselves high on their own products. I don't even know if it was, like, cannabis or anything. I have no idea what it was. All I know is random, unique person arriving at someone's door in the middle of the night at weird hours every couple days really strikes me as drug dealer material. So that's the conclusion that I came to. So in my head canon, that was the situation. Was that there was a drug dealer there? Don't know. Don't really care anymore, but, like, there was enough criminal activity in that place that I was getting uncomfortable with the whole situation. There was the smash and grab thing with the car, which thank fuck that wasn't my car. I mean, I didn't leave anything in my car. It's just a cheap-ass, like, Honda from 2013, so I highly doubt anybody was going to steal from it. But I wanted to get out of that damn place. Like, that was enough things to make me not want to live there anymore, that I was done with that place. So I moved right before the pandemic, and I'm so fucking happy that I did, because this place, I do not have an upstairs neighbor. It's a weird layout that basically, it's a 2-floor apartment where both of the floors are small, with a garage underneath it and then my living space on the top, and I don't have an upstairs neighbor here, and I couldn't be happy with this situation compared to where I was, and I'm nowhere near a freeway. Like, I'm at least a couple miles away from the nearest freeway, which is huge as far as, like, the dispersal of pollution is concerned, as opposed to how close I was before, where I was, like, literally right next to one. Okay, I've been talking a lot. Let me hydrate. There we go. If it was weed, I'd smell it. Yeah, I don't think it was weed then. I didn't smell anything, but I mean, there's other drugs that aren't weed, so I have no idea. And again, I don't know for sure that this guy was a drug dealer. He might not have been, but I don't know. If anyone else in chat can take a guess for, like, again, new person, random time of the night, random days with seemingly no schedule. What other explanations do you have, I guess, like, for what would cause that? Like, I'm sure there's reasons that would happen, but I don't know what they are. So, like, I feel like it was probably a drug dealer, because let's be real, it was not that good of an apartment complex. There were obviously issues there. It wasn't a criminal cesspool, but there's I think, a decent chance that this guy was dealing out of his apartment, because this is just a thing that happens. Because we gotta have your drug fix, I guess, and then there's a market for it, and it could solve the whole fucking drug problem if we just educated the people that are victims of the system instead of just sending them to jail. But I don't want to make this political. We've already talked enough about reasonably upsetting, controversial topics like Twitch. We don't need to go into politics as well. I guess Twitch isn't terribly controversial. I think everybody in chat would agree that Twitch is dog shit right now, but I don't want to complain more about things that are upsetting. I'd rather have happier conversations, like the fact that I'm much happier with where I am now. What am I fucking doing? Yeah, it was a suburban apartment complex. Like, not like a single block, but like multiple buildings with, like, parking spaces in between them. Were they women? They were, I think almost all of them were men, if not all of them. At least the ones I observed, it was always a guy. If I like actually saw the person waiting at the door before he opened it, if I happened to be in position to peek through the hole like a fucking creeper, it was always a guy when I looked. Alright, anyways, what are we doing here? We have the smelters done, actually, now that I think about it. So the next thing to do is to sort the items back into the sorting system that we have over here. So let me go set that up. Do I want to use a rail for that, or do I want to reuse this one is the question. I think I want a second rail for that purpose. So let's see. We need to get a train. I need to feed the snails. We're not done here yet. I've got more I want to do here on stream. I'm trying not to get super distracted by this conversation, but I do hope this is interesting, chat. Like, I don't tend to talk about this kind of stuff much during like Spelunky, but Astroneer has a lot more downtime, more opportunities to discuss things a little bit more about my life. Again, my life is very mundane, not a whole lot going on, but things happen. I have stories, maybe there's some knowledge to learn from this, or maybe it's just interesting to somebody to hear about this kind of stuff, so... Games like Astroneer are the opportunity for me to do this kind of thing. Let's see, did I miss anything else? I think we're all caught up on that. But yeah, basically that was the reason why I wanted to move. I'm happy I moved. The new place is much nicer than that. And I'm unemployed. Hired me, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I have savings because they were paying me a lot of money to work that job. I need another ammonium. We're gonna have to make the ammonium in a chemistry lab, so I'm going to... You know what? Let's make the ammonium first, actually, instead of the smelters. Let's do that, because we have those built already. But anyways, I'm unemployed, but I have a lot of savings, because my lifestyle is extremely cheap, just in general. So it very much works in my favor that I picked the career path I did, because I enjoy staying home all the time. So I'm basically just paying electric bills and internet, and I don't like splurge on much of anything else. I don't go on like expensive vacations. I don't buy like cars or clothing or like really expensive anything except computer hardware, and I make my computer hardware last for a while, so like even that, it's not too much going on there. So like living a cheap lifestyle, if you get a decent paying job and stick with it for a few years, you get a lot of money for it. Like I think they were willing to give me more money to keep the job that I had. It wasn't about the money was the reason why I quit. But like they were willing to give me another raise, I think, to keep me working there for longer, and I just didn't want to do it because I had so many other reasons to stop working for that company. But like having savings is nice. Like I'm not going to pretend for a second that I'm not in like a privileged position right now with how I've lived my life, but like you can play your cards correctly. You need to get good cards to start with, and in this case I had the opportunity to go into software development with a college education. Like, it's a shame that it's fucking hard to do that sometimes. Like, college is goddamn expensive if you don't get a scholarship or if your parents can't cover it for you. Like, it really is a pity that this is the system that we have, where people with privilege tend to stay in privileged positions, and people without it have a really fucking hard time climbing their way up. Like, it's not fair at all. But it is what it is. And I'm happy, I'm grateful for what I have and what my parents gave me, but ultimately, if you can get the cards that you need, like, play smart with your money, and you can make decisions like I did at some point. But, like, tech industry is a very good industry to be going into. At least before the AI take over and it stops being as profitable as it once was. But for the time being, tech industry is the reason why I was able to get where I am today, where I'm literally just streaming for people on the internet while I'm not wearing a shirt because it's fucking hot in here from the comfort of my own home, and just playing games. I am going to eventually need to get a job, but I could settle for a job that does not pay a whole lot, because at the end of the day, my living expenses aren't very high. I live in Arizona. Arizona is not a state that most people want to live in. Like, just in general, it's not a bad state, and that's the thing about Arizona. Like, the weather here sucks. Like, it's very hot in the summer, and it's very dry in general, but the dryness is usually a good thing. It's mostly the fact that summer here is really fucking hot. Arizona is not near any like lucrative like vacation sites. There's no like amusement parks really. Like there's one in Phoenix, but it's not very good. Like Arizona is the place to live if you're just going to live in a cave for your whole fucking life. And I'm honestly not compelled to move anywhere else really because of that. Like Arizona has been treating me well, and dryness is actually a good thing. If you've ever lived in Florida, you would know that. Like hot and humid, oh god, hot and dry, it's bad. Kind of sucks. Your AC bills are high. Hot and humid though, fuck, it sucks ass. Like you do not want hot and humid. Like I didn't appreciate that properly until I kind of like noticed what it feels like during the monsoon seasons. Like when I lived with my parents who also live in Arizona, like they had the AC running at a colder temperature than what I put up with because I am still trying to save money, so I let it get hotter in here, and I realized what hot and humid feels like with my like AC temperatures. That shit fucking sucks. Like you do not want that. It is terrible. I'm so glad it's dry here. Like I used to love the rain. I still do like the rain, but a lot less than I used to. Alright, so what we're doing here, by the way, is I'm going to set up a better storage solution for these canisters. Let me just get a large storage. Do I have any sitting around? And I'll just take this one. I want this particular storage. Yeah, I can upgrade this to a silo later if I need to, but this is how I'm going to have to store the hydrazine for now. I'm going to have to come up with a better system for the hydrazine in the future, where I can access it from the top, but for now this is what we're going to do with it. We're just going to store it down here until I have a sorter for it. This goes in here. Game, why would that not... Okay, it would suck it onto the right one, but not the left one. This game's weird. Okay, anyways, back up to what I was doing. Yeah, tech or a trade. I'll be honest, I don't actually know what you mean by a trade, but don't become a liberal arts major. Just don't do that. That's not going to work well. Like, try to identify, find your passion, I think, during college is really the thing I should say. Like, I know that's not that easy. Everybody is different. Like, it's sometimes hard. You don't know what you want to do with your life, but honestly, try to find your fucking passion by the end of high school or the start of college, or get a job that doesn't require you to go to college, which you can do. That can happen. But, like, fucking don't like sit around just hoping it comes to you. I feel like if you end up going to college and you get a degree in something that you know is not going to amount to anything, what are you going to do with your job in the future? That'd be my, like, decent suggestion. And maybe this works out for some people and not others. Like, I am not the bastion of, like, good financial knowledge, because again, at the end of the day, I'm pampered. I had a fairly good opportunity going into all this because I knew I wanted to be a software developer. I became a software developer, and I did not regret it at all. I fucking loved software development, even as I'm not working a job. Like, I've been doing scripting for Spelunky, I've been doing side projects. Like, try to find your passion, I think, is probably the way you want to be doing this kind of stuff. Maybe it'll work out for you if you don't. Maybe your liberal arts degree will actually work out to something. I use liberal arts as, like, the joke degree that is basically your parents want you to go to college, so you go to college, but you don't actually know what you want to do with your life, and you get a liberal arts major, and then you can't actually get a job, and you end up living with your parents for the rest of your life. That's the kind of, like, the meme that I'm going with that. Like, it doesn't have to go down like that. I'm sure some people like that are successful. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. Okay, trade work is like electricians. Yeah, that's actually true. Electrician, plumber, carpenter. Those are jobs I think you don't need to go to college for. If you, like, especially if you, like, have a family business, I think it's probably not too difficult to get away with not going to college for those careers. Like, those are valuable careers. Like, they get paid a lot of money, so that's definitely something you could do. If you like working with those specific things or fixing shit, like, go for it. Just try not to be a cashier at Walmart is pretty much what I'm saying here. Like, you do not want to be a cashier at Walmart. No one wants that. Well, okay, some people probably want that, but that is not the way you want to be living your life. No offense to the passionate, like, Walmart cashiers in chat right now, but I don't feel like that's a lucrative career opportunity. I mean, if you're enjoying working at Walmart, then more power to you, but I would fucking die if I had to be a cashier in the service industry. Alright, do we need the... Yeah, I do want this to be on a storage so that it can auto-pool materials. But I don't want it to be able to output. I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. Let's see here. I need to think for a second. Let me catch up again. Most of the people who are liberal arts majors are probably rich anyways. I mean, is that how that works? I guess I don't know the memes as well as you might. Like, again, liberal arts major was my go-to for your parents want you to go to college, but you don't know what you want to do. So you end up in, like, the baby basic, like, you can't fail it degree that doesn't actually, like, give you any career aspirations other than that you survived college. Which, to be fair, does actually give you opportunities, but maybe not very good ones. Walmart isn't great, and Walmart's, like, I mean, any cashier job in, like, a big corporate, like, supermarket is not going to be very good. They're not going to pay you much, and you have to deal with shitty people all the time. You need more money so you can buy more expensive food. I mean, if that's what you want to spend your money on. I still buy I still shop at Walmart. Like, the food prices aren't that expensive. I try not to buy junk food all the time, but let's be real, my diet's not very sophisticated, to say the least. Like, if you saw the list of things I eat and had to guess my age, you'd probably guess I'm like 9 years old. I'm a grown-ass man, I'm like 30. But you know, whatever, it works for me. It's not super unhealthy, I don't eat like McDonald's every day. Jess convinced me to buy like slightly healthier food, so I got some like frozen fruits and stuff I still need to try out. Oh, what else am I missing here? The fence was taken, they all left. Oh, sorry. Sorry, any career cashiers at Walmart, I apologize for my insensitivity. Anyways, the thing I'm trying to do right now, to clarify, because I've just been sitting here doing fucking nothing, is there's a problem that this game tends to have a lot with like slot priorities. So here I have this thing. This chemistry lab is going to make hydrazine. And what I want to avoid is this situation right here. This chemistry lab is going to output hydrazine, and the hydrazine, if there's an open slot on the platform, is going to get placed on that platform. If for any reason I end up with this situation, with a full platform of hydrazine, the auto arm cannot place anything on the platform anymore. And what I'm trying to decide here is, how do I mitigate the potential issues that this can cause? I could put these on the platform for now. I think we're going to do that. Yeah, that's what we're going to do tentatively. This is not a long-term solution because I need to move the hydrazine somewhere else, but what I think I could do initially to prevent the wrong product like the wrong products in the wrong spot is I have a storage container that can only accept hydrazine, and I have 2 input slots that can only accept ammonium. And I think that combination right there should work. I could actually leave this one empty here, so I could optionally have 2 ammonium stored in these spots, but I will always have room for hydrazine until these containers are full, and then I don't have to worry about this auto arm feeding them into a like storage area. This is not a good long-term solution. I will have to come up with something better than this in the future, but for now we're going to do this. I'm not going to align this to the grid, I'm just going to sort of slap it down over here. And this should just work if I do this correct. So let me rotate this thing so that I can access the side that I want. I want the auto arm to be able to put in these 2 slots and then also directly on the machine. The reason why I would want to cache a few ammonium on these slots is because the machine will automatically pull them whenever it needs them, and it'll be instantaneous, so it'll work faster pretty much. So let's go ahead and do this. That should work, so let's go ahead and turn this on. And turn this one on. And then I need to power this. I think that's why it's not doing anything right now. Okay, good. And we're not quite done yet because there's one more thing we need to do with this, which is this bad boy over here. I need to feed hydrogen into this thing occasionally, like when it needs it. Do I have I have this thing. I don't really want to use that. I don't like those. Those take up too much space. I'm looking for one of these medium platforms. Am I all out of medium platform A's? Oh no, that wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to have all these ready for this stream. I need to make more A platforms. Those are the small ones that just have 1 slot for a medium item, which are very convenient to have around. Don't worry, I can make a bunch of those real quick. How's the Astroneer going? Oh man, we got like 60 of them already. It's trucking along. We're not going to run out after the rest of the playthrough. Alright, anyways, I need to make a bunch of these things here. I think this is already primed to print more of these, so I should just be able to feed it a bunch of resin. Okay, anyways, so as for the atmospheric condenser, I don't want to accumulate more hydrogen than I need because this is a planet that produces hydrogen naturally, so I could just make it on site. I don't need to store hydrogen. There's no reason to, and I'm not going to store any of it because of that. So this should be much more efficient if I do it this way. I just need to kill some time here while these print. How many did I make? 8 of them? I'll make like a couple more. You love sushi, oysters, steak, truffles, I don't know how to pronounce that, and caviar. Alright, well, I mean, look, if you have extra money, you spend it on what you want to. I look at food as a necessity more than a luxury, because I'm a weirdo. Like, I eat food because I have to. If there was like some magical treatment I could take other than death that would mean I never had to eat again, I would immediately do it. I'd be like, oh hell yeah. Fucking, I don't have to eat anymore. I can spend more time playing Minecraft. But that is not the world we live in right now. We don't have that kind of technology, so... You know, I'm just gonna top off this whole silo. It won't take that long. Your other friend said the same thing as software developers, am I right, chat? Ugh, bunch of weirdos. Sociopaths. I don't care for eating. It's just like, oh, well, I have to go do this now, or I feel shitty. I mean, it's not to say I don't like good food, it's just I will not, like, go through extra effort to have good food is the thing. Like, if I have an opportunity to get it, or if I'm like a guest at somebody else's place and they're making something nice, I'm like, oh, hell yeah, delicious steak. If I'm at home, hell yeah, Raisin Bran. Like, that's just the way I live my life. Delicious Raisin Bran. Got 2 scoops of raisins. What's not to enjoy? Alright, so we got a bunch of these now. Let's just get this set up real quick. What do I want to do here? I don't think I need this attached like that. I'm going to add some storage sensors to turn off these arms when they don't need to do anything. I'm just doing some preliminary work here. So for the stuff that I'm not aligning to the grid, I'm just going to stick it wherever. Doesn't matter. Worry about that later. So what we need to do here is access the hydrogen slot. So I need to cram this like uncomfortably close to the rest of this setup. That should be good to go. Hopefully this isn't going to cause problems with the smelting arms, but I don't think any of these arms can put stuff on this chemistry lab, so I shouldn't have to worry about that. I'll do some testing on that later. Yeah, this should be good. So anyways, the point of this is I want the hydrogen to go onto this thing when needed and never at any other time. So let me hook this stuff up. I'm still going to lock these platforms so I don't accidentally pick them up and scuff them later. And this is just going to be our hydrazine storage for now. I definitely want to route the hydrazine up to the surface, but we're not going to do that for a little while. Probably not on this stream. And then we just get the hydrogen from this thing. And the way this works is this thing doesn't have a spot to output, so it's just going to sit here doing nothing, running all the time, but it's going to have a full output slot until the hydrogen from this thing gets put over here, at which point this is going to be able to grab another one and run again if I faced it in the right direction. And that's the gist of the cycle I'm going to do here, and I did not want the arm to be able to reach that slot, so let's move it a little bit. That should be good. Okay, it can't reach that slot anymore, I think. Alright, excellent. Perfect. This is just what we wanted here. This is stuff I will shimmy around later until I like the position of it, but I could do that off stream if I identify any issues with it. Now, as it stands right now, we are actually full on hydrazine. I have some extras here, so I just got to leave this the way it is. So let me look at chat again real quick. Like tasty food, but don't need it when cheat shit. That's basically how I am. If there's tasty food, I'll eat it. If there isn't, fucking Raisin Bran. Like software devs just want things to be efficient. Preparing food burns. Yep. Time specifically. I guess energy too. I assume you're talking about my energy and not like power grid energy, but it's the time. The time it takes to make good food, or the money it takes to like order like DoorDash or whatever, and then hope that they actually fucking show up on time and don't spit in your food or whatever. I don't think they actually do that, but like I'm paranoid about people fucking with my food, so I don't like the concept of some guy working for DoorDash just like picking up my food and bringing it to me and just hoping that they didn't do anything wrong and that this guy washed his hands before he did it. So like that's like off the table for me. Like I'm not having DoorDash. It's either I make the food or it comes in like a sealed package. Or I see somebody I trust make it, like my parents or something. Restaurants, I don't go to restaurants anyways, but they're usually trustworthy, just in my experience. I haven't like noticed anything horribly wrong. I've never gotten like severely ill from eating food at a decent restaurant. That doesn't come up much because who the fuck thinks I actually go to a restaurant? Alright, I think we're good to go on this. Alright, I'm going to leave the extra hydrazine just on the floor here. I will come back for this and pick it up as needed. And once I've depleted all of it, we will just have this set up here. Which it occurs to me was supposed to have ammonium in it, so I'll make another soil canister later and top that off. Yeah, the mental effort to plan meals and shit is taxing. It's specific I don't know, that's not really my case. My case is I'm impatient. I don't want to spend an hour like cooking a steak is the problem here. I fucking would love to just have the final product. I do not want to spend an hour like preparing a meal. That is too much time for me to do that. Like the amount of time it takes me to make something is a huge factor for whether or not I'm willing to make it. So like I will make like a grilled cheese sandwich. I'll make like toast. I'll prepare like super low effort stuff like cereal. I'm never going to cook a steak because that just takes way too long for me to want to do it. So that's just what it is. And like I meme about like not knowing how to cook, but the fact of the matter is I'm sure I could learn how to cook most of these things if I really wanted to. I just don't want to, is really what it comes down to. I just don't want to learn how to cook these things. It's too much effort. Too much time, too much money, too much effort. Don't want to deal with it. There we go. All right, I think our automated hydrazine is almost done. We're not going to do the rest of it on this stream, which is the output spot for it, because I don't know where I'm going to output it. I might add a spot near the end or something, but that's the hydrazine. So we need to make any of the. I guess I'll start with the clay or the laterite next. I'll probably do the clay because it's a tight space, so I want to make sure I can fit everything. The goal here is we now have auto smelting for all 7 of these materials. I need to get them back into the storage. And the way that I could think of to do that is the trains. And I have a couple choices here. I could have this particular train could like run through a hole in the floor and go down there and pick stuff up, but I think I'm going to start hurting the throughput on the system. So I might have a second train and then have auto arms feed the items up to this spot here, and then this train picks them up. And that means I have a dedicated train servicing the smelting systems, and then a dedicated train servicing this sorter here is kind of what I want to do. Let me look at chat again. Whenever you see me stop moving like this, it's probably because I'm looking at chat. I don't have a face cam, and I probably won't ever have one. I might have one at some point, but you can't tell if I'm looking at it. So I kind of tell you why I'm not moving. It's probably because I'm reading chat. It's hard to play this game and read chat at the same time because I have to look where I'm going in this game, or the camera will immediately whip around and send me in the wrong direction. I've already been falling into holes occasionally while I try to read chat. It's hard. Streaming is difficult. A lot of food is unethically produced and wasted, and I guess there's that too. If you're ordering food from restaurants, like restaurants waste so much fucking food, it's disgusting. Like, it's appalling how much waste there is in restaurants where they like make too much of something. Supermarkets as well, with like bakeries and stuff, will just throw shit out if it goes stale because they made too much of it. I fucking hate that. Like a lot of the foods I buy, I go to excessive lengths to make sure I don't waste anything when possible. Like I buy foods, I buy like full products, like a full loaf of bread or like a full gallon of milk or something. I make damn sure that I consume like everything that I purchase so that I don't waste it. I can't do anything about like the waste in the production of these food products, but like I am not going to just throw it out because I just didn't eat it fast enough and it went bad. Like I make a meticulous effort not to do that because it's horrible how much goddamn food we waste. And which fucks up the environment. It's just shitty in general. There's people who aren't privileged and can't have like luxuries like this, but like even if you don't care about that, like it fucks up the environment, like how much food we waste and how much like pollution it creates to produce it in the first place. So it's not like, just don't do that. Try to like have a reasonable industry here when you're making these foods. Like don't just fucking throw shit out because it just went bad. Like plan around not having it go bad instead. It'll go much better for you. Well, it may not go much better for you, but it'll go much better for the environment and your wallet, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, meat's expensive. I wish meat wasn't so fucking expensive to make. Like, meat is definitely like a controversial thing. Like, I'm not a vegan, I'm not a vegetarian, I'm not any of that shit. I'll eat meat. Like, I don't have any moral problems with it. I mean, I have moral problems with it, but not enough to not eat it. But like, fucking, I wish we had a better way to fill that niche in my diet. Like, if they could make like artificial meat and it was the same price, the same taste, and it was just as nutritious with like no like weird health problems, I'd fucking switch to that in an instant. Like, I don't care if my red steak, like if my red meat isn't actually like real cow. That does not matter to me in the slightest. I just want something that fills the nutritional role of the meat in my diet. And I would switch in an instant, but unfortunately that is not how things work, really. Let's see, I don't think I don't have much to pitch in about the rest of the chat messages here. Your daddy's a good cook and he raised you like that. And you're spoiled by good food. I mean, if that's what you want to spend your money on, again, just try to be responsible about it. Like, don't like waste a ton of food when you're prepping these meals. Like, try to eat the whole thing. Anyways, how am I going to get these materials upstairs? I wanted to make a rail for that. I could, for the time being, to simplify this, just use this train and we could split it later. So in order to use this train, that means I need to route it down this hole. And conveniently, I was going to remove this rail anyways, because this rail here is the aluminum. Like the laterite specifically. And I don't need it to be here. Yeah, I could route the laterite onto the train at a lower station. So yeah, this is what we're going to do, I think. We're going to remove that, and this rail is going to be attached to this train over here instead. So if I pick this up, will it auto-connect? And if not, I will have to finagle with these a little bit, but I should be able to get it to work. What I'm trying to do here is make sure the site pylons don't connect to anything, because I don't want them to carve holes in the terrain. You get to organs like liver, you're buying that too. I've never had liver. I think it's like... I think people don't like it. I don't know. I don't know what it tastes like at all. It's just not something I've ever tried. A lot of things I've never tried. Alright, so what I want to do here is adjust this rail slightly to see if I can get it to connect to this one here. Let's see if we can get a freebie or if I have to fight with it a little bit. I forgot that happens. I wonder if that's fine. I guess they don't carve when they connect like that. You know, this is fine, honestly. I think I'll just leave it like this. Yeah, this is completely fine. This will work. The train will stop here, and then it'll go down here. And instead of the aluminum, we are going to... I need to get rid of a couple of these. Might have to pick this up anyways, actually. But these rails, I wish they weren't quite as aggressive about connect. I basically want to put the rail over here and have a second one running through this area to pick up materials. So let's see if we can hook that up. I need to get rid of this, unfortunately, so I'll have to replant this one later. And that's how I was getting power to the Astroneer, so I need to plug it in over here. I could have just done this way the whole time. I'm still kind of working on this as I go. Your family was poor and you don't waste anything. Okay, well, that's good. Not the fact that it was poor, but the fact you don't waste anything. Like, I've never really had that financial issue. Like, I've been raised in, like, a middle, maybe slightly upper class family. It is kind of, like, my financial background here. So, like, there's never been a night where there wasn't food on the table, but my parents, I think, kind of taught me not to waste shit either, and I'm very happy that they gave me that lesson, because just don't be fucking wasteful. If nothing else, it's cheaper to not be wasteful, but, like, just don't do it in general. There's a lot of reasons not to be like that. And being cheaper is definitely a compelling one. Alright, how do we want to do this? So I want the rail to run, like, over into this area. Preferably without making a giant mess, but this is more stuff that I think I'll finagle with off stream, so you don't have to watch me just, like, line up rails the whole time. We're just gonna get the baseline figured out, and then off stream I will line these up. I need to, however, get these site pylons to stop connecting to stuff, so I'm going to go package a couple of them. Had nights with no food, and it sucks that happens. If we didn't waste so much damn food, that might not be as much of a problem either. We had a system to actually give the extra food to people that need it, instead of just throwing it in the trash. And I mean, there's reasons why, like, the thing is, like, there's a lot I'll see this occasionally in, like, YouTube comments for some videos where it's like, well, why don't... They're throwing out all the donuts from the Dunkin' Donuts at the end of the day that they didn't sell. Why don't they just give them to the poor people? And the reason they don't give them to the poor people is because the food is actually bad. Like the donuts are stale, and they start going bad, and mold will grow on these things if they've been on display for too long. Like, you can't just give the extra food to the poor people and just call it a day. Like, oh wow, I'm a hero, I did it. That doesn't fucking work, because the problem is they're making too much food. It's not the fact that they can't, like, send the extra food to the right place. They're making too much of it in the first place. They need to be more fucking responsible about what they do with the extra food so that we just have more available so that the food costs less, like we waste less of it, and just fucking then the extra food might be a little bit more affordable for other people. And instead, companies will just buy a shitload of food, throw away half of it, mark up their price to be twice as high as it would be otherwise, and you just end up with this system. So it's not good. Like that's my hot take on like why that's a problem there. Like you can't give the extra donuts to the poor people. It just doesn't work like that. Why did I stand over here? I need to turn these off when there's nothing to produce so they don't put things in my inventory. It's more complicated than that. Like we just need a better system in general that just doesn't waste as much so that there's more available for everyone. But no, that's not how it'd be. Anyways, rails. So I took care of these site pylons, or one of them. Hopefully the second one won't connect to anything. We're just kind of hoping that this doesn't, like, carve any terrain here. It carved a little terrain. Whatever, I'll fix that up after the stream. And I want to run the train, like, kind of behind all of this is what I'm trying to do here. Recycling for food. It's just, the problem is food goes bad. It's just not that easy. I wish it was. Have I seen pictures of some Party City dumpsters? It's like full of like discarded like pizza and cakes and shit, because I wouldn't be surprised. I know you're not talking about like actual parties when you say Party City. I assume you're talking about cities that just are very wasteful just in general. Or maybe you are talking about parties, I don't really know. But it's disgusting, it's sad. Like how much of this shit we waste and how many problems that causes. Yep. Astroneer, ladies and gentlemen. The rail was rotated for a split second there while I placed it, so the game was like, oh, right, fam, you want to carve there, don't you? Well, just while it was sideways, it started carving the terrain. I wish these just didn't do that at all, honestly. I really wish they didn't carve terrain. It's not usually helpful. It tends to just make a mess. How the fuck? I was holding the button down that whole time, and somehow the game picked up this storage. This video game. Oh, you're talking about Party City as in a store. I thought you were talking about cities that... I've heard this term before, refer to cities before, like cities that where people basically just splurge constantly. Like, that's what I thought you meant by that. I've heard this term used for that before. Whoever said it might not have known what they were talking about either, but that's where I picked that up. Party cities as in just like big wasteful like communities that just everyone there has a lot of money and just waste a ton of it. It is kind of like how I interpreted that. Party City is a store. I guess they don't have those here. Yeah, that's sad. Either way, I think it's the same point. It's wasteful and it's bad, and we really should not be doing that if we can avoid it. Do you think I can get all 7 of these auto arms to output to the same spot? I wonder if I could do that. I might be able to get all 7 of these arms. Let's let me move this out of the way. Or if not, I could definitely do it in 2 trips. And then, again, the ammonium is a special case. I need to feed the snails. Oh no. Loud noises. Actually, there's no loud noises. There we go, there's the loud noises. Do that. Unfortunately, I have to do this every hour for the snail. That's the downside of these buffs. I wish they lasted like a little bit longer, because this is a little bit tedious. I know I could stockpile more of these, but... oh well. I'll make do. They're still better than the alternative, which was the old items that we had. Like, having a snail that makes me not have to care about God mode, or not have to care about fall damage, is just too good to give up. You worked at a cafe, you always saved the extra and gave it to people on the way home. As long as it was safe. Like, as long as the food that you're giving them wasn't just, like, stale and, like, starting to grow mold on it, then that's fine. But again, the example I heard of, I forget if it was, like, a Dunkin' Donuts or something, but it was, like, a picture of, like, a dumpster full of donuts, and then somebody, like, saying, why don't they just give the donuts to the poor people? And again, the problem is, those donuts might not be safe to eat anymore at the end of the day. Like, that's kind of the fundamental issue with these foods. Like, we need to just produce less, waste less of it, or make some extra specifically to give to people. Was it Krispy Kreme? Okay, it was a Krispy Kreme. Sounds like somebody knows what I'm talking about. And I don't have much more background on the story than that, really. Like, what exactly happened with that situation. That's just the thing that came to mind for this line of conversation that we're having here. Alright, that's good. That did not make a mess. Alright, so what we're trying to do, by the way, is make sure that all of these materials wind up on this train, and I think that might be a stretch to say that I can do that. Let me print another, or let me pick out another auto arm and see what the reach is. I might need to do this in 2 steps. Expensive for companies to ship the foods. Yeah, the whole process is expensive. It's just a wasteful process, and that's like the fundamental issue with it. Okay, so that arm... Oh, this could work, actually. If I can cram this one... I think this can work, actually. I think I can get all of them to this particular site pylon. Let's see. Let's see. This is not going to necessarily be the dead end, but for now I will leave it as a site pylon. So let me detach it first, put it over here, and then mark it out and put it as close as I can to this one here. We're gonna misalign all of these, but this should be fine. And apologies if I miss any chat messages during these conversations. It's a little hard to tell like what I've read, but I'm trying to catch the gist of it. Okay, oh my god, I'm behind again. I worked at a cafe. Wasn't much. Oh, okay. I didn't even read the rest of your statement. It wasn't much since they decided how to minimize waste. That's excellent. Like that's the way that's what all these places should aspire to do. The only organ you've had a bad experience for is intestines. Yeah, I've like never had any organs that weren't just like muscle meat. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've eaten hot dogs before, so who fucking knows what was in that? But those didn't make me sick, at least. Alright, so we're gonna just kind of eyeball this. Let me add a few visual markers. Oh my god, I have more hydrogen. I need to turn this off. Every time I walk past this, it's going to put hydrogen in my inventory. Devs, please, for the love of God, fucking prevent auto arms from putting items in the backpacks. No one enjoys that feature. It's not useful. It's a bad feature. I never, ever want an auto arm to put an item in my backpack. I've never wanted it, and I never will. Alright, so... let's get a few markers on the ground here. I'm not going to be too meticulous about this. This is stuff I'll line up off-stream if I really need to. Okay, good. We got it aligned. This might carve terrain, so before I place it, I need to wait for it to settle. Which it will eventually do. If I stop moving, I think it'll eventually stop jittering. I can't tell where it is because it's covering up the spot on the ground where I'm just going to eyeball this. I could do this off stream. Let me just eyeball it. So we're going to try to put it right here. The problem is my camera is moving as I move this thing around. There we go. Okay, let's see if that works. Yeah, that should be accessible. Let me call... Actually, I need to get another rail car. I'm going to test this. So anyways, let's see. There's the Party City dumpsters. I mean, I think I know what you're talking. I'm assuming... Okay, just correct me if I'm wrong. Is it just like dumpsters just full of food that they didn't sell? Like, is that just like extremely wasteful? Is that like what you're getting at with this? I'm assuming that's what it is. I need to get another train here so I could size this up a little bit. Let's grab this one. Let's see, the food you gave out was baked in the morning, so it was fine. Okay, yeah, probably the same day is fine, I would assume. I mean, I don't know, it's gonna vary for products. Like a deli, for instance, that has extra meat. If it's been sitting out, which it shouldn't be, but if it is, like, it's probably not safe to, like, actually give that to people. Like a bakery, it's probably fine. Day-old food shouldn't have mold on it unless it's really unsanitary. Okay, that could definitely reach all the slots on the train, so we don't have to worry about that. Let's see, Krispy Kremes are good. I mean, they are good. They're very unhealthy, though. I guess that's not something I would indulge in very often, unless you want to. Not something I want. I mean, honestly, I don't like Krispy Kremes that much anyways. They're good, but they're not, like, amazing or anything. I think they're kind of overrated. I need to move these out of the way. You ever need money, just remember you only need 1 kidney and you have 2. But you have 2 kidneys until you get old, and then one of them fails. I mean, that's a bit of a risk you're taking there if you're gonna do that. Let's see, iron is the one that's right here. I'm trying to make sure I don't get these out of order, or it won't work anymore. Alright, so I'm going to be eyeballing this, but pretty much I just need to make sure that each arm can grab its respective resource off of the storage. So I'm not going to be really aligning these to the grid. They need to be able to pull off the storage and place on the train is what we're going for. And I can line these up a little bit better off stream if I need to. So that looks like it'll work, so we can go with that one. Let's lock it in. I will set up the power for these later. We were born rich. I mean, yeah, I guess you're automatically worth at least as much money as 2 kidneys if your kidneys are functional. If you got diabetes, I don't have to tell you. That's the kidneys, right? No, that's the pancreas. I'm a dumbass. I don't know what I'm fucking talking about, chat. That's the pancreas, right? For diabetes that doesn't work correctly. Or is it also the kidneys? Thought I was being clever for a second there. It just shows what I know what I'm talking about. Look, I'm a software developer, not a biologist. Or a doctor. I don't know fleshy, squishy human things. Look, kidneys and the pancreas are both... They do stuff, alright? Look, don't make fun of me, chat. Or do make fun of me. I kind of deserve it, but I corrected myself, okay? I corrected myself. Like before you finished typing. Diabetes is pancreas, okay. Did I know my skin is an organ? Isn't everything an organ? Isn't that technicality? Well, actually, your skin is your biggest organ by mass. And it's like, isn't fucking everything an organ? Like, what isn't an organ? How does that work? Like, your skeleton is. Muscles? Individual? I don't know what the categorization for it is. Isn't an organ basically just a collective, like, group of tissue serving a single, or like a single, like, coordinated function or something? I don't know the definition for this stuff. Again, software developer. Now we got these arms laid out. I try to be vaguely informed about things, but that's really the best you're gonna get, is I sort of know what I'm talking about sometimes. This is gonna be a pain in the ass to fit all these. And we're just gonna be eyeballing this for now. That one should work. I'll probably put the site pylon in last when I actually line these up. I need to power these too, actually. Oh god. I need to reconnect all the power. Alright, come on. Get that. There we go. I'm trying to get the microscopic hitbox for these cable plugs. There we go. This is so difficult to do. That one we already know is correct. Let's move this one. Oh my god, this camera. The camera, by the way, is getting stuck on, like, just everything. Why would you put that up there? I might have to move the site pylon. I gotta move the site pylon, chat. I can't do this. Okay, let's see. It's on the 3rd grid increment, I think. So let's stick that over there. This should make this a little easier. I'm struggling here. A piano is not an organ, thank you. I guess that's technically true. Not the organ we were talking about, I believe. Thanks, Dad. Alright, so we know that the site pylon is going to be right here in this spot, so as long as I can get this lined up, should be good to go. Do you need your ass? How much is that muscle worth? How much muscle's in your ass? I don't know, why am I fucking asking that question? Well, whatever, I'm sticking with it. How much of that is just fat? How much of it is cushion for the push-in, and how much of it actually serves a function, I guess is the question I'm asking if I want to make this as weird as possible. Alright, so that one actually, this is pretty good if I just line it up there. Okay, that one's good. Let's lock them in when they're good so I don't have to accidentally screw this up. Alright, how about this one? Okay, it can reach the pillar, and it can reach that, so this one's good enough. Again, I will line these up properly later. You know your ass is expensive. OnlyFans. You don't have an OnlyFans, do you? Do you have an OnlyFans, Ellie? I'm asking for a friend. Alright, that one looks good. Look, you're making this weird, I'm gonna make this weird, okay? You started it. I don't even know what you look like. I think you have a picture of yourself on your Discord, I just haven't looked for it. What people look like has never really mattered that much to me. This is part of why I don't really understand the appeal of face cams. I guess I kind of get it. Face cams let you see the expression of the person, so you can kind of like read emotions from it, but I'm weird. My brain doesn't work correctly, so that doesn't like matter as much to me as it does to some people. Let's get this right in there. That's pretty good. Maybe a little closer. Okay, that should definitely work. So these ones are good. Now we need to do these two over here. How's this one? Rotated a bit too far. I don't quite like that. Let me adjust it a bit. Okay, that one's definitely good. And the last one. I'm surprised that we got 7 of these to do this. Again, this right here is the where I want the center of the arm's reach to be, roughly. Or center of the output spot. There we go. I think we're good. They're all lined up. They're all powered. I think we're good to go. Use face cams for your motion. Now, do you use a face cam on some games? I mean, I'm gonna come clean. I only watch you play Spelunky. It's mostly just because I tend to only watch streams of games I'm interested in. Like, that's... I basically need it to be a streamer I like and a game I like in order to watch it. That's just my personal preference for streams in general. So I didn't even know you do face cams. What I'm saying basically is play the games I like, or I won't watch you, I guess. Did I know my teeth are bones? I mean, I guess... Are teeth bones? That doesn't sound right. Hold on, hold up a second. Are teeth bones? I thought that wasn't true. I thought teeth are just like enamel and then like a... Or is there a bone under the teeth? How does that work? Like they have enamel or something. There's like a bunch of sections to the tooth, and I thought it wasn't a bone. Maybe they are bones. I don't know. Chat, are teeth bones? This is your chance to lie to me and tell me things that aren't true, because I don't actually know the answer. Okay, I'm so fucking tired of this thing putting hydrogen in my inventory. Where are the storage sensors? So I think we gotta... Alright, we have an answer in chat. Teeth are dentin, coated enamel. They're not bones. Okay, I knew something. See, I knew something. They're not bones. So here's our answer. Teeth and bones look similar and share some commonalities, including being the hardest substances. Teeth aren't bone. This conception arises from the fact they both contain calcium. Okay. Is that why they're called dentists? I honestly didn't even know dentin was a thing. I just kind of like took it for what it was. Dentin is the substance, and I guess that's why they're called dentists. Or maybe dentin was named after dentists, but usually it's the other way around. Anyways, what I wanted to do here was when this storage is full, I want to turn off all this auto arm related crap so they stop fucking putting things in my inventory. So let me do that real quick. Do that. Okay, so this one needs to be turned off. Doesn't really matter where I put the target pin as long as it's on the arm. And we can turn this one off as well. And the one up here we can also turn off when we're not like accepting any more materials. I'm trying to specifically grab the segment pin. There we go. Does this reach? Not really. Okay, we'll drop one just here or something. And then this is the last one. I'll probably align these a little bit better later, but for now they're all attached. What's that noise? That's my nose. Hold on, I need to clear something. My nose was like making a whistling noise every time I inhaled, and I didn't like clue in that that was my body doing that. Alright, so anyways, this is full actually, so these should all be turned off right now. There we go. Okay, so that'll stop putting crap in my inventory until I actually want it to, hopefully. Moving on. Let's get this over here. Dent means tooth. Okay, there we go. We got the root word. Is that Latin or something? When there's a stuffy. It probably is. Let me hydrate again. That has nothing to do with it being stuffy, but I'm going to do that. It's the stuff. Alright, so. Here we have all 7 arms. They should be able to reach this thing. Let's slap them back in and see how this goes. Alright, so I'm trying to get my cursor right there. That's... There we go. That should be about the right spot. I need to wait for this to stop jittering now. Yeah, almost. Did it carve? Doesn't look like it carved. Okay, it was good enough. So there we go. We have that set up. A dent is a deformation in some surface. Well, yes. We reuse a lot of words in these funny languages that we have. So the next thing I need to do is actually get the train to go here. And in order to do that, we need to take the automation system I built up here and extend it a little bit. And believe it or not, words can have multiple meanings. Or maybe dent is referring to the indentation in a tooth or something, and that's where that came from. Like, knowing these languages, that could be how that went out. English is a terrible language, don't get me wrong. It is awful. Alright, so anyways, I need to build another one of these to get the train running down into this area. I wish this system didn't have to suck as much ass as it does, but this is the only way I was able to get this train to, like, iterate through the system like this. So what we need is 3 delay repeaters, a button repeater, and actually 6 delay repeaters and a button repeater. Looks like what we need for this. So let me go get all those. Let me assemble those ingredients. I think I have all that down here. 6 delay repeaters and a button repeater. And it's been a little while since I dicked around with this system, so hopefully I can figure it out. Those are count repeaters. Those are also count repeaters. I made way too many, and I do not have enough delay repeaters to make more than one of these. Good thing we have exactly enough for one. So put that there. And if I could just get the collision to pick what I want, we need that right there. Okay, we have 1 extra delay repeater. I'll have to make more of those off stream. This is just the delay I've been rolling with for these. This could actually be a problem. There's something I need to show at some point here and like make a bug report about it, because it's the reason why I need to do it like this in the first place, and it fucking sucks like really bad. I'm going to build this first, chat, and then I'm going to show you the problems that this system has been having here with these rails, including something I might be able to make a Twitch like clip out of and file a bug to the Astroneer devs, because there's a very good chance they don't know about this, because I don't think they test any of this technical stuff before they do these releases based on how broken they are. So I might actually report this one as a bug, because it's fucking up my storage system. But the gist of it is the trains don't work correctly when you're far away, and the system that I have right now is carefully designed so that they unstick themselves when I come back. So I'm going to show why they don't work from far away later. For now, let's go ahead and set this up. So this is where we'll... Really, that doesn't stack in my backpack. Anyways, this is where we'll learn how I set this up to begin with. For anybody who's been wondering how that train has been going back and forth automatically and making booping noises this entire time, I'm about to show off how I did that. So let's go all the way up to the top. I could make the train do a cycle, which might be more efficient than back and forth. But anyways, we have this convoluted ass wiring system, and it looks like a mess. And it kind of is. But at its root, it's not very complicated what this is doing here. I basically have a timer here. And when the timer finishes, it sends a signal to this rail post that says call the train and start a new timer, activate all the arms, and then when the train leaves, it deactivates the arms, activates the next rail post, activates the arms and the timer, and so on. And then when it gets to the end, I have it set up to go in the opposite direction. So it'll double back and start sending the train over this way. And I think actually one of these is a count repeater. Where's the count repeater? Or am I... No, never mind. Yeah, the way I have it set up, it doesn't need a count repeater. So it'll bounce off of this one, then it'll go back in this direction. And that's what's causing the train to make this cycle. All the way down to here. I haven't built it out all the way to the end because there's nothing over there right now. What we need to do is extend that system to go all the way down here, where we're going to be smelting all the metals. Eventually, if I have throughput issues, I will have to do something about this train to make it a little more efficient on throughput, but for now, I just want it to work. We're setting up a minimum viable product here, which is a very important concept for this kind of thing. Let's not make it more complicated than it needs to be, until it needs to be that way. So... let me move this out of the way. This was part of something else I was doing. Oh, this was part of the aluminum smelter, actually, the old one. I'll I could tear all this up now because this is not where we're smelting the aluminum anymore. Let me just move these aside so I don't get distracted by them. Alright, so anyways, this signal, instead of doubling back and going in this direction, instead I need this signal to go underground all the way down to where that sight pylon is. And I'm going to actually follow the rail. Even though I could take a shortcut, I could just build these straight through the floor. Just for the sake of like visual clarity, I'm going to actually build it alongside the rail. So let's see what we want to do here. So this is the segment pin that's responsible for triggering the next part of the system. It fires this button repeater, which turns off all the auto arms. It activates the next set of arms. It activates the rail post, and it activates the next timer. So all 4 of those connections need to be changed. Well, all but this one here. We want to turn off these arms, but then the other 3 outputs need to not do that. So I'm going to carefully detach the ones that I want. Right there. Okay, and now the train is stuck because I just basically killed the circuit. We need to run it over in this direction, and the way I'm going to do that, just for consistency in my design, is I'm going to actually attach the target pins to the undersides of these, just so they're always in a very like visually clear location, because you can't color these cables, you can't like label them with anything. You basically got to just work with what you've got in this game. So why is it not letting me attach a segment pin to that specific spot? It's not out of range, is it? Oh, it is out of range. Oh, well, I guess I have to make 2 of them. It was able to connect to the middle, but not the bottom. Whatever, we have plenty of these. So anyways, segment pin goes there. I'll tidy this up a little bit more later. Alright, I'm doing right-hand rule for this, so... Another one goes there. This one's probably too long, so we'll drop one in the middle. Oh, you can build them on the rails. Okay, well, I'll do that for the intermediate ones, but for now, we're just setting up minimum viable product. Another segment pin there. And then we're going to need that platform that I made up here for some reason, like a dumb idiot, even though we need it down here. Or not the platform, the other delay repeaters. Actually, no, we don't need these delay repeaters down there. Never mind, I'm a dumb idiot. This is what we needed. Okay, so then these delay repeaters are going to go in these slots here. I will put them in when I'm ready for the return signal. Eventually, I could set this up as a loop that doesn't require a return signal, but that's not the case right now. Where's the thing I made? I guess I never assembled it. I was visually looking for it. Okay, so we have something like this. Right-hand rule, so stick it there. I will use more tethers as needed. And the button repeater goes right here. And what the button repeater is going to do is, when the train is incoming, it toggles these arms, and then we activate it a second time when the train is on its way out to toggle them again. So for the time being, I just need to get them on the arms. I will tidy all this up after the stream. Whatever, good enough. So all 7 of these damn arms need to have this for this to work correctly. Right there. There, and then the 7th one. Okay, so we did that. I'm once again stuck on the collision of the sight pylon. I don't like how they flash red like that. That doesn't mean that I'm going to sever the connection. That just means that if I were to delete this segment pin, it'll destroy the connection, is what that signifies. It's kind of dumb and weird. Alright, so anyways, we can call nearest car to this thing. So it should function identically to a rail post. If not, I can replace this with a rail post and just put the sight pylon over here. The only reason I care about this sight pylon is because it's an end cap to the rails, which means this rail cannot connect to anything over there, which means it will not carve a hole in the floor if I build a rail on top of it. That's the only reason I'm using these sight pylons. They don't do anything else useful. But they serve that purpose, and that's what I'm using them for. I could also use this to provide power to this system here. Again, there are 2 invisible cable plugs on the bottom of the sight pylon, so you can use that to transfer power, which means we don't need these anymore, because now I can use the rails to do that. So let me just set these aside for now. I don't want more connections on my power grid than I need to. I'm a user confirmed. What's that supposed to mean? How dare you? How dare you call me a user? Alright, so we have this here. Okay, and this one is going to connect to, let's see. I'm gonna make one more, yeah, one more of these pins. Okay, so when I'm sending a train over, I want to turn on the arms, which I've just been, why is that not, why is that snapping to the top like it usually did? Yeah, whatever, good enough. Okay, so we want to turn on the arms. We want to start the thing to get the train out of here. I don't know why the collision is doing that. Just stick it on the side. There we go. Okay, so we want to do that, and we want to call the train to the site pylon. So just stick it on that. And then we want this timer to run for a few seconds. And then when the timer is done, it is going to turn off the arms and send the train over to its next destination. Alright, will do. Because I have that other pin? I don't even know, honestly. Alright, so anyways, this will turn off the arms. I will clean that up later. And it will... Yeah, it's just... Yeah, then there'll be two more outputs, but they're over there. So now we need to send the signal back. I wish there was an easier way to do this, but I don't know what that easier way to do it is, if one exists at all. Do I want to give myself an extra segment pin? Yeah, I'm going to give myself one more just in case I change the spacing. I don't want to have to like recreate all of these if I find myself like running out of space. So let me do it the smart way. This is just for my own convenience later. During the cleanup phase between streams, so do that. What am I stuck on? Come on, game. Alright, put one there. Camera, stop moving, please. I'm trying to do something really precise. Alright, and one more. And then we stick it under this. It doesn't have to be super precise, but I do like it to look nice. So, I mean, I'm trying to center them. Alright, so this is where these are going to go. These should all... I already checked all these, right? Yeah, they're max length. Alright, so we want to do that. So that one is going to call the train. Not to be confused with these segment pins, which is what these are. These do not do anything except let you branch off of them. These target pins, the things that are here, these are the ones that activate the thing they're attached to. So this is going to activate the tall rail post. These things are not going to activate the tall rail post. So there's a distinction between them. It's important, or this doesn't make any sense. Alright, so... I guess this was where I was putting them, actually, up on the rim like that. Oh, never mind now. The reason I'm doing it like this, chat, is because I want it to be organized. It is very visually confusing to tell how these things work when you have weird floating like things like that. But ultimately, I don't know how to make it stop doing that right now. I had no trouble placing the other ones, so we're not going to worry about it. That'll be for future me to deal with. I think we've activated everything we need to here. So this segment pin deactivated the previous arms. It's going to immediately activate these ones. It's going to start the timer for the next one. And it's going to call the train. Those are all the things we needed to do. The thing I need to do is refine the timing now. So my snails are about to starve to death, but we have extra seeds, so we don't have to worry about that. They're not going to starve at all. I need to make a few more delay repeaters, because there's a problem that we're going to encounter. And then I'm going to tell you why the good solution to that problem doesn't work. And hopefully, maybe I can report it to the devs, and maybe they'll fix it. We'll see. So I need to make more delay repeaters. Let me set that on repeat. And then I just need to grab a bunch of zinc, which I'm going to just use a medium storage to shuttle it over. These things print really fast, but I do have to move them over here. There's only so much I could do to automate this system with how bulky the rails are. Like, I wish I could just have, like, a pipe for each material, take it to a specific destination, but that just isn't how this game works. It is still a pain in the ass to move things around in this game for whatever reason. It's just easier now that we have the rails. We don't have to daisy chain the arms, but the rails are really big, so... Oh well. Actually, I don't want to pick these up. I'll stack them. And this is a good way to store these things when you're not using them. Just stack them on top of each other. They will actually fire each other in a chain. So if I activate the bottom delay repeater here, it'll actually fire all the ones on top in sequence. It's basically the equivalent of having a target pin connected like that. it's the same thing as just doing this right here, pretty much, just stacking them on each other. So that's how you can compact certain systems. You can't put them in your backpack while they're like that, though, for some reason. I guess they don't want a ridiculous protrusion coming off the backpack. It's like the devs have never seen me attach a winch to my backpack before, and they're worried about protrusions. Alright, so anyways, this is the thing we wanted to build. And the reason we're going to need this is because we probably need more delay. So what I'm going to do here is double check that I filled all the slots with things. And then I'm going to activate the train again. It should go back and forth, but the problem we're going to have is the train does not actually spend enough time at this station before it gets called to another one. So where are the tethers? They should be on this thing. I need a couple more loose tethers. I just want to fill this slot. Again, the point of filling the extra slots is to prevent auto arms from interacting with these slots. So I don't have to worry about whether or not, like this arm, for instance, can reach this platform because it cannot put anything on it. And all these arms have filters, so that means it can't take anything off of it either. It's just a more robust way to build these circuits, because I was having a problem when I built this originally where my auto arms were grabbing the delay repeaters and moving them around and breaking everything. And the auto arms were also putting like aluminum in these slots here, which is just taking up extra space with resources that I could be using. So that's what the tethers are for. They're not for oxygen. Oxygen is cringe. So I'm going to reactivate the system now, which I don't have a terribly good way to do that other than to go up here where I have a start button. I could make more start buttons everywhere else, but basically I need to have a start button that will fire off one of the delay repeaters and this button repeater to activate the whole system. So that should call the train. Recall failed because it's already there. Okay, so that should start the system. Oh, that's where the power extenders went. One of the auto arms grabbed it. I think this auto arm grabbed my power extenders and put them on the train. Alright, so I got called down here. But what's happening here is this timer is already running. Let's see, did it actually fire? I didn't see if there was a recall failed. Let me see if the train starts moving. It's unfortunately very difficult to tell what's going on down here. Okay, something broke. Let's debug it. So the train arrived at this station. I don't think a signal got sent out of this station at all. So let's follow it through. The train did get called to that station, but it didn't get sent out. So that would have been this signal right here. This signal is connected to... You know, let's just... I don't know. Maybe this one wasn't connected correctly. Let me just stick it on the side for now. Alright, so it activates this delay repeater. It does activate this thing. Was there a recall failed that I didn't notice? I mean, that should have still activated the circuit, so I don't know why it didn't do anything. Debugging. Don't worry, chat. This is the only one of these I'll do on stream. I'll organize these a little bit better later. I'm not really sure what went wrong there. So we do have these. The button repeater is only for the auto arm, so it doesn't actually matter. But we fire this, and then this one should fire the return signal, the blinking line. And I feel like the return signal didn't actually go where it was supposed to for some reason. That looks correct. Okay, let's try it again and let's watch it a little more closely to see what happens. Okay, so the train just got called to here. Okay, so recall failed. That's to be expected because of how long it took the train to get here, but there should have been a return signal coming through this one. There it goes. Okay, it did send the return signal. Why did this not work the first time? Maybe it was that weird connection. Wait, am I... Oh, I'm a dumbass. That's why it didn't work. I never connected this one to anything. That's why it didn't work. The problem lies between keyboard and chair. This is what was supposed to happen. I completely didn't even connect these. So no shit, it didn't work. Alright, we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. I will clean these up later. And then that one targets this thing. There we go. Okay, now it'll work. Now we did it. I mean, it won't work, but it's not going to work for the reason I'm expecting. So let me go ahead and activate this. What this is doing is basically telling the train to go here in this direction. So heading forward, like on the right-hand side of this. So the train is going to get called down there, I believe. There it goes. All right, so it just got called down there, which we can kind of see happen through this little slit. No, we can't see it at all. Well, you're going to see a recall failed in a moment, I think, so... There it goes. All right, so what happened here was the timer on the station down there activated before the train got there, which ruined everything pretty much. The train made it down there, but then it missed its call back to this specific one here. But I think the next one is going to call it. It might fail again. There it goes. It failed again. And then the next one is going to call it. What I need to do is set up a delay that is long enough to make sure the train actually gets to the destination. And anyone experienced in this game might already be thinking of the solution to this problem, and I'm going to tell you why that doesn't work. And if you have a better solution than the one that doesn't work, I would be so happy to hear it, because this fucking sucks. But I will explain everything about this in a second. Let me just fix the timers, and then we'll go back to that. So what we need to do here, this is why I printed extra timers. I said we didn't have enough, was because I need a couple more of these to stall a little bit longer while the train is in transit. I could add rail engines to these trains to make them move faster, but it really just postpones the issue that we're having here, which is that these timings are not going to work very consistently. So what this one is going to do is essentially make this signal last like 60% longer, or 66 or something. I added 2 more. There were 3 originally. So now there's 5 of these. They're all set to the max length. Each of these is about 3 1/3 second. I don't think it's exact. So the gist of it is this is going to take like 16 or 17 seconds or something before it activates the next step of the system. So it's going to get activated immediately. It's going to call the train. It's going to start counting down. The train is going to come over here, like halfway through the timing, and then I'm going to send the signal back and call the train over there. So these 2 long legs of the trip need to have more delay repeaters on them to give the train enough time to get to the destination and give the auto arms enough time to interact with the train. So let me set these ones to max as well. I wish I could set these to a much larger delay than this. If I really needed a long delay, I could definitely like combine count repeaters with this, but that would require some logic gates, and I don't want to deal with that. Like you can make like multiplicative repeaters where you pretty much have a delay repeater and then a count repeater that counts up to 8 and then send it away, but I haven't figured out a compact way to do that, so I wouldn't do that unless I really needed a lot of delay repeaters. But what we've essentially done here is now the train has enough time to get back to the station. And then the next one calls it, because if we attempt to call the train at any point while it's in transit, it will do a recall failed. So now I'm going to show why the other solution to this problem doesn't work, and I'm going to do that in a creative world, because I did some testing on this. So let me save and quit to main menu. And I might actually send this save file to the devs to see if I can get them to fix this, because I would really like them to fix this bug. Because you'll notice that there are those 2, well, you can't see them now, but there are those 2 sockets on top of the arms, or on top of the rail posts. Like, there's 2 target pins there, and if you're wondering what those do, those activate when a train passes by. Risk of rain, I'm going to have to ask you to calm down for a second. I'm trying to explain something. There we go. Alright, so anyways, there's 2 pins on top of the arms. This is not where I'm supposed to be right now. Let me go back to Silva. So, Silva, and I should have a bunch of stuff set up right next to the base so I can explain this a little bit better. Alright, where is it? I'm looking for the actual home indicator, not just these random ass... Oh, there it is. It's the recall failed. As you can see, I've already got the test up and running. Don't mind that. That was one of the space elevator tests I did off stream before I built the real one. The real one was not built in creative mode, by the way. I really hope I remember to check the space elevator at least once. But I did testing off stream to make sure it was possible before I actually spent 6 hours building it. So here we have this contraption. This should look vaguely familiar, albeit a lot harder to read. This is the same setup that I have at the base. It's calling a train back and forth in a cycle with timers set up like this. And it works fine while we're doing it in this particular setup here. And then we have this one here. You'll notice this one is distinctly simpler. There's fewer wires moving around. There's only one connection running to each rail post. And that is because what these outputs on these rail posts do is whenever the train arrives, which I can show here by just running the train to it, they will activate stuff. So in this case, this light is equivalent to having like an auto arm running the, or this light is equivalent to an auto arm being activated and deactivated. Don't worry about the count repeater. That was just for debugging. So what I have it doing is the train arrives, it activates this. Now this one shouldn't have a target pin on it. I don't know why that one was visually bugged, but this one was going over here to activate this. Well, pretty much the train comes in, it turns on the light or the auto arm, it does some stuff, and then after a short period of time, it will get sent away by the next one in the system. I think I broke it because I just severed that target pin. Let me double check how I did this before. That connects to that. Yeah, I broke it because I severed this target pin here, so I need to activate this one more time, I think. Okay, let's see if that does it. No, that made it worse. Whatever, I'll sync it up in a second here. There we go, that was supposed to happen. I will give a better bug report to the devs if I actually report this, but let's see if this is synced up now. So this is accomplishing the same goal. This train is going back and forth on a rhythm between these rail posts. So that one's going to activate. It'll go over here. Activate this one. So the train arrives and it sends a signal. And something that's not terribly obvious just by looking at this is actually a count repeater on the bottom. It's not a delay repeater. There's one count repeater and two delay repeaters. The count repeater is here to eat every other signal, like every second signal. This is a count repeater up to 2, which means that the first time the train arrives, I want it to not do any... I want the train to do something when it arrives, but not when it leaves, because these fire off twice. When the train shows up, both of these segment pins activate. They do the same thing. The left and the right doesn't make any difference. I just did that for a little more visual clarity for what it does. The left and the right pins are identical. They both activate when a train arrives, and then they activate when the train leaves. Which is dumb. I wish it wasn't like that, because if a train passes through, they only activate once, but if the train stops and goes, they activate twice. So pretty much I can't have a train pass through these, it'll break the system, but that's besides the point. So anyways, this is the one that I broke, so all I need to do to fix this is call the train a second time. Alright, so we call the train over a second time. That's going to activate this one over here, which should summon the train again. Activate the light, there we go. Okay, we're back, we're synchronized again now. So this train is going to infinitely go back and forth like the first one. The advantage of this system over the one I built over here is that the counters only activate when the train reaches its destination. So the transit time between these two rail posts is not like being wasted. So you'll notice here this counts up and it's going to fire off and the train moves, during which time the counter is the train itself. And then when the train reaches its destination, I start the timer to move it to the next one. And I guess this would be a little more visually clear if I move these like that right there. They're kind of in the middle, determining when the train is allowed to move to the next post. And this would solve the problem of having a really long leg on the system, because the train could just activate these posts here, and that would trigger the next part of the system. So the reason why I'm doing this is because this does not work when you move far away. So I'm going to move up into space here, and what you're going to notice happening here is that the resolution of movement on these trains is really bad. You see how they're smooth when I do that? Like if I go closer to them, they're really smooth. I'm waiting for them both to move, but if I move up, they get really jittery all of a sudden. This is a shitty optimization that they did for some reason, where the interpolation quality of the trains becomes extremely low resolution. Like every few seconds, the trains move to a new position. They move at the same speed, but the problem is they move a really long distance in one shot, and if you pay attention to what's happening down here where my cursor is, that train just overshot the rail post that it was supposed to stop at. And that right there will brick the system. So if we go back down now to see what happened, the train with its ultra low quality movement was all the way over here. It stopped at this one, but when it was supposed to get called by this tall rail post here, it actually overshot it in one frame, like one simulation frame. It stopped here instead, and that broke the whole system. Like, the problem is these fucking rail posts do not work if the train goes from one rail post and is called to an adjacent one, and the train does that in one tick. That's the bug. That's the bug that the devs need to fix here. So train from here across the posts over to here in one tick will break it. Satisfactory does something similar where it teleports other things. That's fine if it weren't for the fact that it breaks is the thing here. So I could set this up again a second time to show what happened, but basically the game thinks the train, or not the game, my system that I programmed here thinks the train is here, where this work light is. This is where the train is supposed to be right now, but it's not here. The train actually overshot the rail post and wound up here, and it ends up in this weird broken state where the train, I think, fired this segment once, but then missed it, didn't trigger the sensors properly, and it's just kind of stuck, like it's never going to move again. I forget it. It's hard to explain exactly what's going wrong here, but the crux of the bug is the fact that the train skipped this rail post and caused the rail post to fail. In fact, actually, I think this didn't activate at all, is what happened here. So let's go ahead and simulate it a second time. If Devin Chad is watching, take some notes, please. I'd really like it if you'd fix this problem. So what was supposed to happen here is that the train was going to end up at this rail post, and when it arrives at the rail post, it'll activate it. So if I do that, and wait for this to synchronize a little bit, it should clean itself up. Or is it off by 1? I think it's still off by 1. I need to call it one more time to synchronize it again. There we go. Alright, so the train is in the correct spot, and the timer is activating over here. It's going to get called to the next one. That turns off. The light turns on over here when it arrives, which means the arms would be active, and the system is fixed. But what you'll notice here is when I flew up into the sky, this rail car over here did do the recall failed thing. It has the same bug, but the reason why this one still works is because I'm not using these target pins. So what happens is, if we just get the failure to occur, just ignore the other one for a second. If we get the failure to occur for this one here, the train is going to teleport into that spot in a second here. Let's see what it does. Ignore the first recall failed. Okay, so it hit this one correctly. It's going to overshoot this one in a second here. There it goes. Recall failed. But the thing is, since I'm not depending on the signals from these target pins, my counter is still working. And it just calls it to the next one seamlessly, as though nothing went wrong. So anyone who was wondering why you were seeing the recall failed spam in the void of space during my previous stream when I was just dicking around, like just flying in the rover, this is what you were seeing. You were seeing my storage system doing this right here. So it's going to do it again in a second. It's going to overshoot this particular rail post. It's going to fail this stop, but the next one is still going to activate and catch the train. And what this boils down to is the storage sorter doesn't work correctly while the train is doing this, but when I get close to it, it will recover and will continue to operate as expected once I go back into the regular area, because these timers are not broken by my distance from the train. And you'll also notice that it only happens between these two rail posts, and that is because this bug is only happening if the train interpolates from here to here in one tick, is the thing that causes it to break. If the train goes from here to here, the system breaks. Whereas if the train goes from here to here, and then to this one, it actually does stop the way it's supposed to. So it's specifically tight rail post systems that cause this bug to happen. You'll also notice that this one keeps working if I take the rail off of the track, whereas this one will break because it is dependent on the train reaching the next destination to continue the circuit. Like, the train is part of this circuit. The train is not part of this circuit. The train is just triggered by it. So that's the reason why I am not using these target pins on the sides of these posts. It is because I have rail posts that are too close together, and I can't make them further apart because my storage system depends on them being compact. Like, there's nothing I could do about this. So the only workaround I had was to just add more delay repeaters and use this convoluted system here, where I have to stack multiple delay repeaters depending on how far apart these rails are. It's difficult to scale. It has more connections. It's more expensive. This one right here is way more elegant. I don't know why this platform is here. This solution here is way more elegant because you can see how few connections I have. I just have a single cable running to the next rail post with a delay on it, and that's it. That's all I have to do. And then I can activate whatever I want when the train arrives, and I can trigger the next one when the train arrives. So this is the shit that I wish that they would fix here. So in order to fix the system, again, I need to call the train back to this one. Like that, and that should reactivate the system. I'm going to show this one more time, and then I think off stream I might record like a quick video and upload it as a bug report instead of making a Twitch highlight, because honestly I can script the explanation a bit better. And we'll see if the devs bother fixing it or not, because I really wish they would. This is very frustrating that my rail system has to be as janky as it is because of this bug. So again, it works perfectly fine here. It's going to get called to this one, and then it's going to get called back to this one, and it's going to be all good. But when I fly away from it, it's going to break, because they did not simulate the trains correctly. So there you go, yes, it's completely fine. So if we fly up a little bit while I keep rambling, now the trains are in low quality movement. It'll get to this one fine, because it's going to get here in 2 or 3 steps. 1, 2 steps, so that one was fine. Then 1, 2 steps back to here. And then I'm not sure what exactly causes it to work in one direction but not the other, but I think it will actually get to this post successfully in one tick, but then it will overshoot this one right here in a single frame. When I say a single frame, I'm talking about like a simulation tick for the trains, obviously, not my actual frame rate. So this one works, sort of. You can see this light stayed on, so I think something is already wrong with this one here. It didn't activate the train leaving the station, so both lights are on. And then it overshot on the way back and failed. It activated this one when it left, but it did not touch this station at all, so it left the light on is what happened there. So there were actually 2 things that went wrong. So there you go. That chat is the reason why I have a shitty rail system instead of a good one. Because if I move away from my base, the whole thing will permanently break, and I have to come back and fix it manually, which I don't want to be doing. So I will try to make a report for that later and see if that gets any traction. Weird depending on direction. I'm not entirely sure why it breaks in one direction and not the other, but the point is I can reproduce that in a new creative world, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a save for them that reproduces the bug and be like, yeah, this doesn't work. And it's on them to figure out what they did. I don't know why the trains move with that kind of low resolution to begin with, because I'm not even that far away from them, and it's so slow. It is such a low resolution. Like, if they couldn't figure out how to fix this problem, like, all they had to do was just increase the resolution of the train movement to be less than the minimum track size, and that would still do it. The minimum track size, by the way, is a couple units shorter than this. It's like about 6 or so, I think, and then you can't put 2 rail posts any closer together. Well, technically you can if you use the jitter, or to save memory. There's so many other things they could do to optimize this game. You can technically put rail posts really close together if you use the weird jitter they do where they twist horizontally. Like, you actually saw it happen down here when I accidentally carved the terrain with this particular rail post. You can put them really close together, because the only check the game does for rails being too close together is when you place them. So if you have one of those doing that weird twisting thing and it's flipped upside down and you place it right next to another one, it'll actually let those two connect together, even if they're really close. And the one that you placed will rotate upright again, but it'll still draw the rail between the two of them. So this game is weird. I haven't actually weaponized that for anything. You can see a little bit of carving happen down here, but I don't think that was related to that. Anyways, I'm talking a lot. Anyways, we have something that works, and that's the important part. Again, with the timer jank, you can see I wasted 3 whole cycles of these delay repeaters just waiting for the damn train to get here, and then we only had a couple left. Now they're out of sync. Let me activate this. There we go. Okay, the arms are supposed to turn on when the train gets here, not when it leaves. So anyways, you can see here I only had enough time for like a couple delay repeater cycles, which is most likely enough time for these auto arms to place one item and then grab a new one without placing it, is what I'm guessing they're capable of doing right now. So what we want to do now is finish off the last step of the aluminum smelter, and then I think I'm going to stop smelting for now, do a couple other things, and then maybe end the stream after that. because I think we've seen the gist of what I'm going to do for the smelters. You don't need to see any more of this. Next stream, I will probably work on chemistry lab recipes, but for now, let's polish this one off. So in order to finish the circuit, we need the aluminum to actually come into the system. That's this canister right here. So we did the ammonium and the aluminum. I don't have a track for ammonium, but I do have one for aluminum. It is down there. You smelted Delta. We just got to keep making smelter puns. We had the Helter Smelter was the one that I lost, and now we're making more smelter puns. Never change, chat. So what I need to do is get the aluminum up here. And I could really just do that with the third rail coming out of this hole. I think I'm going to move all this later so that I actually deliver the aluminum downstairs. Because what I can always do is I can turn any of these rail posts into a stopping point for the train. It doesn't have to stop over there. I could add another one right here and deliver the aluminum to this particular spot if I wanted to. So there's a lot of flexibility for using rails to do this. This is so much better than using the auto arms. What I'm going to do for now, however, is just run the aluminum train up to the top, and I'm going to deliver the aluminum probably to this one right here. It doesn't matter where I put it on the train, it'll eventually reach its destination. And that's really the only thing that matters here. You can see that you actually saw the auto sorter doing something there, though I don't know where it got that resin from. I'm kind of nervous now that something got placed that wasn't supposed to. Wait. Chat, did I ever reactivate this auto extractor? Why did this turn itself back on? I broke it. Did I break a signal? Or did I used, never mind, no, we're good. I used resin. We're fine. This was not supposed to be turned on unless I actually need resin. That's what the signal pin connecting to it was, but I used a bunch to make medium platforms. Something I guess I didn't explain yet is, in addition to being a main storage for me to use, it also allows me to detect whether or not I need a particular resource. So for instance, for the resin, which we have an auto extractor for, this storage sensor here is basically checking whether or not we have anything in the overflow canister, and if we don't, then it goes all the way down here. I can actually get it to highlight. There, the one that's blinking, just follow that one. It goes all the way over here, and it turns on this auto extractor if I need resin. And when that canister gets any materials in it, that's the overflow canister, it will turn off the auto extractor, but it will still accept resin from my mining system. I'm going to do that for every single thing in this base. So for instance, the aluminum one, right now it is not connected to anything, but this signal pin that I have highlighted right now is for the aluminum. It was connected to the aluminum smelter. Before I turned it off, I need to move that signal pin downstairs and basically turn off the aluminum smelting in that area so that it doesn't do anything when we're in that section. So what I need to do first is remember what the fuck I was doing. Oh yeah, hydrazine. I just ran out of hydrazine, that's what I was gonna go get. So actually no, the hydrogene's downstairs now, so we don't even need to do that anymore. Let me drop these off while I'm here though. Alright, so I need to get more hydrazine, and I need to move the system down there. And the way that I like to turn off, like, the aluminum system is to just turn off the receiver for the train, is what I tentatively want to do. So basically don't move any materials off of the train for the aluminum, is how I'm going to solve this particular problem. So I'm going to connect it, I think, to an auto arm. So we don't need this particular pin anymore, but I can do this. Alright, we'll do something like that. Center it here. Okay, and then the last step is I need to get the aluminum out of the mines. So let me go get preferably without falling into the abyss, let me go get another canister. There we go. Reactivated it. Now I have fuel. And I need to add a few rails. So let me go back over here. Let me just pull this thing over here. I don't know why I have this on the other side where I can't reach it. Stick that there. We want short rail posts underground. They tend to carve less terrain. A couple of them. It's good enough. Alright, so I had to delete this one because it was connected to the wrong thing, but this is where the aluminum was coming from originally. I'm just going to eyeball this. I will have to refine this a bit later. So I had one there. I did mark it out. And then we need one more up here, I think. Do I have the correct tools? Okay, I'm not going to eyeball this one because I don't want to carve even more of this hole, so I will actually set this one up correctly. It needs to go right there at the middle of that little marker. This one's gonna jitter, now they're not. Okay, well I still gotta eyeball the alignment. Let's see, did that carve anything? It actually didn't. Okay, so that's the aluminum there. And then again, I could drop off the aluminum in this area, but it's going to get very crowded over here. And for the sake of what I'm doing on the stream right now, I'm just going to put it in the main sorter. Because we can handle aluminum up there. Where are the regular ones? There's one. But eventually I will change that. I'll make it a little more organized. So once again, let me mark this out a bit. Default color is this particular shade of gray here. Somehow I scuffed those ones. Let me redraw it. Right there. There we go. That's what we want. There's only 2 shades of gray in this game, not 50 of them. But you know, you make do with what you got. Bad joke. It's an awful joke. There we go. And it's not perfectly straight, but it should be good enough for what we're doing. Alright, and then the last one is going to actually be a sight pylon, and we want it over here where the auto arm can receive from it. There's a good chance this one's going to carve a bit of terrain, but I'm not too worried about that. I have to clean all this up anyways. Yeah, it carved a little bit. Yeah, that story, that book or whatever is still relevant, right? I never read it. I don't know anything about it other than it is not, like, appropriate. There we go. Okay, that should be good. I need to attach it again. There are cable plugs on these side pylons. Again, it is almost certainly a bug. And again, devs, please don't fix it. Add actual cable plugs to the side pylons instead. There's nothing to fix here. There's no mistakes, only happy little accidents. Alright, so there we go. We got the aluminum all powered up again, ready to go. Let's lock that down. Alright, so what we've accomplished here, where is the aluminum train? It should be at the end point. I think it wasn't able to send because I took down the rail, so I'm just calling it. There it is. Alright, so hypothetically the train would have emptied there and the storage sensor would have sent it back. And then this arm is going to be sitting here. Now I should eventually set up an AND gate, so this arm is only active under 2 conditions. A, we need aluminum, and B, the train is here ready to receive the laterite. Those are the 2 conditions. Right now I don't have an AND gate set up. I could probably do that without too much difficulty right now. You know, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm just thinking to myself, let's just make an AND gate now. So there's 2 ways to make an AND gate, really. You can put them on like platforms and use like build it like a circuit, but for what we're doing, we can literally just use the power system of this game as the AND gate without having any extra steps, no batteries. I can literally just have 2 power switches feeding into this auto arm and only turn it on when I want it to be turned on. So I can use extenders now to get power past the auto arm, and basically we're only going to power the auto arm when it actually has something that I need it to do. So let me move this one back. I wish it was easier to do this. It's easy to have one thing, control an arm, but the second you need 2 things, excuse me, oh my god. The second you need 2 things to get done, it gets a lot more complicated. Fucking auto arms. Where did it put it? I didn't even see. Yeah, where did it put my extender? Where did it fucking put my extender? I'm upset now. Classic auto arm indeed. As amusing as that is, I am so fucking tired of that happening for various reasons. I just fix it. Like, god damn it, please, devs, fix this. It is such a bad feature. Let me put target pins on the auto arms so that I could say what they interact with. The filter slot is not enough. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, it condensed back into a regular power extender, like on a plat. It's on a platter now. Stupid auto arms. Alright, so what I was trying to do there, before this asshole picked it up, like, why would you ever want an extender picked up off the ground, too? There's so many things that just make no sense in this game. Alright, so anyways, the whole point of this was just to be able to power that, and then set it to networked mode, folks, or you're going to lose all your power, and then this is the one that we're going to attach these power switches to. I'm sure there's a million ways I could have wired this. This is the one I went with. Actually, oh fuck. Question, does anybody know if this is functioning like an extender? Like right now, does anyone know if this is functioning like an extender? This directional power. Can I actually do it like this, or do I need to fucking set up a QD RTG on this? Let's see. It's tough to say. I'm not sure whether it's doing that. Let me go get the, I have a way to test this. Let me go get the power splitter. Because I know what to do to fix this. I have plenty of these RTGs, but I would much rather not have to do this if I can avoid it. Alright, so let's see here. So we have a splitter here that is going to measure how much power is coming out of the base. It's fluctuating a bit. It's about 248. So if I disconnect this... Yep. This is a great example for anyone who was wondering why I kept saying power extenders suck, power extenders suck, power extenders are bad. This is why. So here's the amount of power that is going into this splitter right now off the edge of my base. It's about 500. If I add one fucking extender connected to Dick, it cuts the amount of power that this thing is receiving in half. This power is literally just getting sent to the back rooms. This is why extenders are bad. I set it to networked power, 500. 200. 500. 200. Unfortunately, directional power just does this. For some fucking reason. It's not useful. This is not a feature that anybody has ever wanted. It's not helpful. But it takes power that is not going to be used. So we are going to use these RTGs for this because I can't use a battery for this because this is actually going to power an auto arm. I have to actually have a dedicated power supply for this auto arm to not drain power from my base. Furthermore, I think this splitter might also be routing power out of my base because it's also a directional cable plug. So if my understanding is correct, this splitter right here is taking, I think, the entire surplus from these platforms is what's happening right now. I think the entire surplus is going into this splitter. So like I'm probably receiving like 600 power using like 70 of it or something, and then the rest of it is going into this splitter. And if I had two of these splitters, it would be going half and half. It's bad. It's not good. It's bad. That's a redundant statement. Whatever. You get the point, chat. So anyways, that's why power extenders were bad, and now they're not bad. Because if you chained them together in your base and wondered why a specific part of your base wasn't getting any power, it's because you kept like cutting it in half every time you did it. This setup right here, however, should be completely fine, and this is the AND gate, so to speak. Both of these power switches need to be active for this auto arm to run. I did not want to pick that up. Hitboxes. Alright, anyways, both of these need to be active. What I was trying to do was grab that right there and move this over. So instead of directly triggering the auto arm, it's going to always be turned on, but we're not going to give it power when we don't want it to have any. So I'm going to put one there. This segment pin. I'm going to stick this to the side of the rail where it should be easier to see it. JK, no, I'm not. You can't stick those to the side of the rails. So let me just move that to the side. Alright, anyways, this is the one that I want. So I'm trying to snipe that segment pin, activate this arm. Not the arm, activate this thing right here. There we go. Okay, so what this has accomplished is this is only going to do anything. Let's leave this on all the time. Turn these off. There we go. Okay, so we need aluminum, but the train is not here. So the auto arm is turned off. Like it's actually on right now, but it has no power, so it can't do anything. Let me send the train away. I don't have a good way to detect, I think, whether or not the train has any materials in it. I would need to use a station for that, and stations are way too big, so... This arm will always be on, regardless of whether or not the train is here, if the rest of the base wants the materials from it. So what we should see happen here is this arm is going to get powered now, because the train is here waiting to receive resources. So it's sitting here. I mean, you can't really tell that it's powered or not, but see the cables are yellow. And then we cut it off again, and that is the AND gate that we needed. Unfortunately, I had to do this with an RTG, because I can't attach it to my main power grid, or it is going to cut my power in half. All like 600 power that my base has is going to get cut in half if I do that. And if I do that several times, those are all going to get drained. It may or may not be fine depending on how I chain things together, because again, I think the current network gets priority access to the power supply before the directional power consumes it, but I don't know that for sure. And I really don't feel like testing that right now, because ultimately it just is bound to cause problems. And I have a shitload of these RTGs that I'm not using for anything, so we're good to go on that. So here we are, here's this system, and something I could do with this arm is I could add like a storage. If I don't have enough throughput and I want to have like a little bit more storage here, I could do that, but the reality is, again, we are building a proof of concept right now, a base that works but doesn't work particularly well. I can add more arms, I can add more silos, I can improve the storage system all I want, but if I do something that's fundamentally not going to work to begin with, it's going to be a pain in the ass to change everything. So right now we're keeping it simple. Whew, okay. I think we're good to go on that. So what we should be seeing happen here, I actually want to watch a full system do it, but I wasn't really paying attention when the first one came through. But basically I wanted to track one of these laterites and see if it goes through the full chain. So unfortunately we gotta chill for a second here while the train does its rounds. We're not gonna really need any of these. I made a bunch of furnaces before this update and I don't get to do anything with them. So, oh, by the way, if you were wondering what this thing is here, this is a research like holder that just fell into the base and didn't despawn for some reason, because there's like a 10% chance that these things just don't disappear, I guess. I don't even know. I know I've dug up a couple of these and they disappeared, but this one didn't for whatever reason. So it sits next to the cursed compound, the ompound, I think somebody in chat called it. Why is that? Is this arm out of sync? Oh, this arm's out of sync with the rest of it. Okay. Now that should work. Okay, I was wondering why the arm only did anything when the train just left. Or... wait a minute, what just... did I do something wrong here? Hold on a second, I need to think about this. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I didn't pre-activate the arm properly, did I? Wait, no, something's broken. These are supposed to turn off. Oh, my snails are getting hungry. Okay, we have some debugging to do. I broke something. Those arms were supposed to turn off when the train moved away. It's always something. Stupid snails. Alright, eat those. I need a couple more of these, so I might as well just dig them out now. Alright, I'm literally just waiting for them to go hungry. It'll take like 10 seconds. Then they'll start making moaning noises. Come on. Why is this taking so long? Your bars are empty. There they go. What? I don't understand this game sometimes. I'm looking at the progress bars on the top of my screen. They were both empty and the snails just were not asking for food. I wonder if this is why they sometimes get out of sync with each other. Nothing in this game works. 90% consistent video game. Alright, so I need to go feed the one that's down here. I should really just stockpile a bunch of these on this particular platform. Apparently I had an extra one. Well, whatever, let's just use it. Blame Usagi. I would love to blame Usagi, but unfortunately I'm pretty sure this is the game devs that fucked this one up, not Usagi. Alright, so I need to figure out what the heck went wrong here, because this is not actually working. These arms are getting turned off at the wrong times. Did I break a connection at some point? They're not supposed to be getting turned on when the train leaves. That is incorrect. What did I miss? Alright, so they're turned on right now. Let's shut them all down. So they just got turned on. This is the state of the system right now. This is how it should be. Thank you for putting that in my backpack. When the train leaves, they should turn off. It's this again, isn't it? This pin is not... oh my god. What is this connected to? It must be on top of the segment pin. All I could think is this is on top of the segment pin. So I need to really just finagle the camera in here to get this to connect through the text box. There we go. Okay, that's what it's supposed to connect to. There we go. I think I fixed it. So now the arms were supposed to have been turned off, like so. And again, this one is off. It's not powered. It's technically on, but it has no power. It's the same outcome. And when the train comes back, we should be good to go. So what is going on here? Okay, we might get an opportunity to watch the system working here, and then we're gonna do a couple other things, and then probably end the stream after that. I think I've been streaming for about 6 hours, or getting there. As usual, Twitch cut my stream in the middle, so my timer is wrong, but let's watch the process. So it grabs that, it sticks it in here, and that's that step. And then down here we have this arm, which is putting crap in my backpack, but more importantly, it should put it in the smelting furnace, which I have just turned on because I realized that one was not on. Just turn them all on. There's no reason not to. They don't use power unless they're doing anything, and power is like free in my base. Alright, so this one went ahead and grabbed a resource, but it's waiting for the train to arrive. I think. Or they're out of sync again. Now here it comes. So the train should be coming. And that aluminum should get dropped off in the train. There it goes. It'll have time to grab another one, maybe. Again, throughput in this system is really bad right now. Yeah, and then it got turned off. Ideally, this arm would be turned on if I needed to retrieve laterite from this storage, or if the train was here. Either of those two conditions, but for now, we just have something super basic set up. It just works. It doesn't work well, it doesn't work fast, but it should be 100% consistent, and that's the thing that I'm interested in right now. So that's it. We got the aluminum, it went on the train, it went up here, and then in a second here we should see the aluminum arm grab this off of the train and put it in the main storage, and that is the entire cycle. There we go. Laterite goes in here, surplus gets moved over to here. And this is how I have been setting up my storage. That's it. That's actually the first, I think, full circuit we have for a smeltable material in the storage. It goes all the way from the rail that is collecting it in an auto extractor into this canister right here without me having to do anything. That's the magic of the main storage. So off stream, not like right after this, but between streams, I'm going to build the same exact thing for the ceramic and the remaining 5 metals, because it is the exact same thing. It is not interesting. Nobody wants to watch me do that. So hopefully in the subsequent stream, we will be doing these instead. We need to do the 11 chemistry lab materials. There's 12 of them, but one of them is hydrazine. We need to figure out the hydrazine situation as well, but hydrazine doesn't fit properly into these storage canisters here, so I'll have to figure out if I can fit it on the rack or not. And then I will probably just directly sort scrap and astronium from the mines, because there's no processing to do for these materials. They're just at the end because I don't need them much. I'll put the trade platform over here, most likely. We're not going to automate the trade platform for anything. I already said that's one of the rules of this playthrough, is we do not automate the trade platform, because I just don't want to. You can use the medium soil canister. For what? There's also fluid. What, for hydrazine? Or well, I know. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, the medium soil canister. I thought you meant the small ones. No, I want a large hydrazine canister is the problem. I might. Here's the issue with this. I want a lot of hydrazine, but the problem is these canisters are the perfect size for this very precise layout I have with these auto arms. I can't just make a large silo covered in hydrazine canisters, because the auto arm over here will not be able to reach all of them. So it just will not work. It does not fit the design schematic that I have here. So what I'm actually thinking of doing is having a separate spot for the hydrazine, maybe a little bit further past the end, which has a different auto arm arrangement that can actually properly store the hydrazine on the canisters without missing any of them. I wish there was a large hydrazine or soil canister. Like that would be fantastic if that was in this game, because that would solve the problem I'm having. But there isn't. They're not the same. They only made large resource canisters, so I have to come up with something else for the hydrazine is the problem. Might be able to have a large storage or only 2 canisters. Look, I'm thinking big right now. I want 400 hydrazine. Like every time I do a joyride on the hydrazine rover, I use like 2 full canisters just doing that. The only thing I could think of that maybe will accommodate this system here is storing it as ammonium and making it on site. So like for instance, you see the ammonium is over here in a small canister. I might make a large ammonium canister instead. And then just set up a manufacturing system that can produce hydrazine fast enough that I basically never run out of it. I have that option. Because this rover just consumes. And speaking of rovers, we're going to go explore the base a little bit and show off some other stuff and then end stream. So we're basically done with Factorio for today. We're going to check out the other Astroneer related content. This, I already showed all this. Oh hey, I got another free one of these. But anyways, I'm going to just tidy a couple things up, and then we're going to check out the space elevator, maybe go fly around in the rover for a bit, and then end the stream. Do I have any more rewards? I still have rewards waiting to be claimed. Good lord, how much stuff did I get from this event? Whatever, I'll move these off stream. We don't have to deal with these now. Next time, yeah. Next time if I do Factorio, I might stream Factorio someday, but not anytime soon. Alright, so anyways, I want to clean up some of the mess I made. So I'm going to put that there. So far, this is basically serving as the dumping ground for resources that I don't have an automated system for. I just stick them on here. They eventually find their way onto the train and get sent away. I eventually want to take this like platform, this whole system, and move it into the middle of my like crafting area over there so I can just dump resources onto it and not have to come over here to do that. We just haven't gotten around to that yet. So the rest of this crap will probably get cleaned up off stream. It's again, you're not missing anything. Do not worry about it. So how much material do I have? All the snails are fed. I want to put this away. So let me go back down here and drop off some of my extra stuff. Which I could just. What's on my terrain tool? We have the coloring set up. Let me unload my terrain tool. I'm going to be doing some digging later, anyways. Do that. Okay, that's good enough. I don't need the other snail for that. Let's get the rail post off. And let's go check out the space elevator. Also, the playlist ended. Nobody told me. How long has this been over? Shuffle it and just run it again. There we go. It's a 5.5 hour playlist, by the way. I'm slowly adding new things to it, but that tells me it's about time to end stream if the playlist ends, is pretty much how this works. Alright, so let's go ahead and put these here. Alright, so first thing, I did not show off the space elevator last time. We have done a lot of weird things. There were songs. Yeah, there were songs. I don't know if... I mean, I'm supposed to be louder than the songs. So if you had the volume low and you couldn't hear the music and you could hear me, that's kind of by design. If you turn it up a bit, you should be able to hear the music. It shouldn't be that quiet, so I mean, I could try to turn some of this stuff up, but... I didn't think it was that quiet. I've listened to my own VODs, and I usually don't have any issues hearing the music along with my own talking, but I'm always open to that kind of feedback. Even if I don't do anything with the feedback, I do consider it, and if I get like multiple feedback, I will actually do something about it. Because I'm just taking more resources off this. I still have rewards to claim. I have so many points from this event. Well, here we go. We get to see that operating. Well, we don't get to see it, but you know it'll work, Chad. I showed this earlier. Let's go do things. So, first thing, we have a space elevator. I need some zinc, and zinc is on Silva. We're on Calidor. Calidor doesn't have zinc, which is kind of lame, but we can get it. And we don't even need a rocket to do that, because the space elevator goes to Silva. We have 2 zinc here. So for now, I have been smelting zinc on site. On Silva. I might keep doing that. I don't really know which raw material I'm going to bring over. It doesn't matter because Silva actually has the same power grid as Calidor. Silva has like... Oh, that... You just saw the rocket right there flying back to the trade platform. Anyways, Silva is actually connected to Calidor and has Calidor's like 600 unit power grid, which is kind of sick. So let's go get on a train and head over there and swap out some resources because I do need it. So we hop in the train, head over here, and we get to check out the space elevator. I spent 6 hours building this on stream like a few streams ago, which given how infrequently I stream, that was like 2 months ago, but The point is, this was built completely in adventure mode. I did research in creative mode to like determine that it was possible, but I actually built the thing fully in adventure mode. No cheats, no mods. This is possible to do. Anybody who's been like seeing like haters on the Reddit saying that you can't actually build between the two planets, you can build between the two planets. You just have to put a little bit of elbow grease into it. You can make a scrap factory. I specifically don't want to make a scrap factory again. It's boring. It's every resource from one thing, and digging soil is really tedious anyway. So I'm probably not going to make a scrap factory in this playthrough. I'm aware that it's possible to do it. It just isn't interesting to me. I would much rather do shit like this for this playthrough than build a scrap factory, because everyone makes a scrap factory. So yeah, here's the space elevator. This is the end of it that I smoothed out. So it's actually, I don't think it's completely smooth. There might be a couple bumps in it, but we can make this look like less ass. Hold on. Quality terrain, there we go. Oh, beautiful. You're talking about using soil to make resin to make scrap. I mean, I guess just to make the scrap, I guess I could do that. If you just need to fill up the scrap canister, I might do that. I'm more likely going to actually just use a scrap rover and just go around collecting debris off the ground because it's kind of fun. I could do that, but like, yeah, we're not going to automate a trade factory. I could automate the production of the scrap itself, but I'm not going to automate the trading process. So this is the build limit for the space elevator. But the thing is, if you place a tall storage in the air in the 0G, like the zero gravity section of the map that we're on right now, and then reload your game, you can place rail posts on that tall storage while it's floating in the air. And I use this to build rail posts through the void of space, all the way to Silva, which is up here above the North Pole of Calidor, because that's just how this game engine works. Silva is not over there. Like that right there, that is not Silva. Silva's up here, which is now down here, because now we're at Silva. So this game is wild. Like, the solar system is basically an illusion. None of the planets are in those locations. These are all fake, like, copies of the visual models of the planets. In the game engine, you're actually just on whatever planet your character is closest to. And in this case, Silva is directly to above the North Pole of Calidor, or vice versa. Calidor is south of Silva. Silva is in the middle of all the planets. And once we're done with the space elevator, I'll show the diagram that I always show off really quickly. But first, let's just finish our ride. So this is the crusty part of the elevator. This is the second half that I didn't bother smoothing out. You were flying with a rover, and it looked like you were teleported to Aatrox when you tried going to the Solo. No, you were not teleported to Aatrox. You got close to Aatrox, and De Solo teleported to a different spot in the sky. Like, that's actually what happened. I will show this. So if you haven't seen this yet, water bottle, I will show all this stuff. Speaking of water bottles, I'm thirsty. Or should I call you Smart? I don't know. Do you want to be called Smart or water bottle? I'm not going to call you the whole name. That's too long. It looks like it? Yeah, it looks like it because the planets basically start rendering when you get close to them. So they pop into existence and your camera will flick to the planet. So it looks like you're teleporting, but you're most definitely not. It's just the camera jank, like pointing you towards it. Just water bottle. Okay, or bottle. Got it. But yeah, that's the space elevator. So that, by the way, the rails transfer power and oxygen. So that means Silva's power grid is Calidor's power grid. So I don't even need power infrastructure here. I have a couple of things that I built here before I made the space elevator. Path obstructed. No, it's because there's a train in the way. But you don't actually need a power grid at all on this planet if you build one of these space elevators. Should you build a space elevator? Probably not. It took me 6 hours to do it, and I knew what I was doing. It was a very tedious process to build this thing. But it was fun. It was interesting. I'm happy I did it, but under no circumstances am I going to build another one on this stream. Like, that took way too much effort to do that. So anyways, I'm here to get the zinc, and yes, in theory, I could automate the production or the sending of zinc between planets using the space elevator. Unfortunately, it's cumbersome to do it because I basically can't use this rail for anything else if I have the zinc train on it, because otherwise things will get stuck like halfway along the elevator. But I could potentially in the future see if I could develop like a better system for that kind of thing. I don't know if I'll do it. I don't know if it's even possible to prevent two trains from trying to activate the same rails, like basically adding semaphores. I don't know if it's possible to do that because we do not have wireless signals. And I am not interested in running a cable along the entire extent of the space elevator, which you could see over there. In fact, that's actually Calidor right here. If you see like all these rails and stuff, I'm gonna stop moving so it picks it up better on the stream in the 720p. That's my base on Calidor. Those are like the 3 rails that are running to the core right now. Like there's 2 rails, one of them peels off to the side. Those are running to the core, I believe. So right here, this is the core of Calidor. And then the space elevator is curving along the surface like this, and then comes straight down through this like zigzag into this base. But this is where Calidor actually is, and if I were to fly in a straight line to this spot, these specks with a like flying rover, Calidor would pop into existence when I got close to it in this exact spot. What if I put another railway on the underside of the current one? I think it might be possible to do that, but I don't want to build another railway. There are like, I think there are like 1 to 200 rail posts on this space. I think it's closer to 100 rail posts on the space elevator, half of which are in interplanetary space where you can't move anymore, and you have to basically get in and out of vehicles in order to move through interplanetary space. It was such a pain to do this. Like I could theoretically make a second rail. I would much rather see if I could figure out how to make wireless semaphores. The only thing I could think of to do that is to like control power flow through the rails, but it seems like it would be very difficult to do this. Do I have a winch rover? Yeah, I do. Not on this planet. It's on Calidor. When the trains stop from being unloaded, so the trains still move. They just move at a really low resolution. They're fine for the purposes of operating the space elevator. They're not fine for the purposes of tightly compacted like rail post systems, which is the thing that I was having trouble with. So anyways, I wanted to show that off and get some zinc. We can go back now. Like the trains work at long distances. The low quality like calculations that they're doing is just to simplify the interpolation along what I assume is a spline curve of some sort. I don't actually know what this implementation is. But in programming terms, these trains are interpolating along these rail lines. And interpolating spline curves is not even that computationally expensive, so I don't know why the fuck that was the optimization the developers decided to make. But what it comes down to is when you're a certain distance away from these trains, the interpolation quality is dropped from once every 60th of a second to once every like 5 seconds with like no in between. And once every 5 seconds allows the train to travel a really long distance. And there's something in the code for how that interpolation works that does not function correctly. Specifically, if between 2 steps, if the train goes from one rail post to another one that it got called to, it will actually overshoot that rail post, and it will break the call system if that happens. If the posts are far apart enough, it works fine, but otherwise it just breaks everything. And I don't know if it's 5 seconds. It's like 1 or 2 seconds, I think, per steps. So for slower rail cars on distant rail posts, it's perfectly fine, but if you're trying to do anything really precise, they become unreliable at long distances, which is the case for a lot of things in this game. Functional 90% of the time, and unfortunately I needed that 10%, so I'm upset about why that was broken, but I showed that off earlier. That's the thing I might make a little video out of and report to the devs, because I think it's easy to fix, and I really hope they fix it. And there you go, you just saw Calidor pop into existence again. And what I could do here as well is I could have teleported to Calidor using the gateways and then called the train like across the space elevator, and after like 4 or 5 minutes the train will actually arrive. I think it takes 4 minutes to go from the base on Silva back to my home base on Calidor. This is, by the way, that is what happens if I'm not holding down the camera button. I took my hand off the mouse for a second there. I'm actually holding it in place now. But yeah, that's the gist of the space elevator. So this was one of the things we did on this stream because it was an interesting concept, and I'm so happy that it was actually possible to do it. So if you ever see any haters saying that you can't make space elevators because of the build limit, nope, you can do it. It's possible. It just takes 6 hours to build one. If I wanted to make another one of these, which I don't, I could probably do it in about 4 hours because I like have a technique for it now, but the original like process for developing these took a very long time to build. Alright, I'm just chilling, waiting for it to come back. And then I'm going to show the diagram for the planets for anyone who doesn't know why this even works and why I was able to go off the North Pole of Calidor and wind up at Silva. All will be explained soon. In fact, all will be explained now because you saw this part already. So let me go whip up this fun diagram that I show off at least once a stream. And by diagram, I mean it's a 3D model I made in WebGL. I mean, I learned how to use WebGL to make this. All right, there it is. So here's where the planets actually are. Don't worry about the game. That's just the rail moving me back to my home base. These are where the planets actually are in this video game, because it's not practical for the physics engine to move the planets around like in a disk, like what's simulated. So the gist of it is the sun does not exist, and the other 8 celestial objects, the 7 planets and the satellite, exist in these positions in the game engine, and the game renders whichever of these you're mathematically closest to, or at least that's my understanding of it. So basically, if you're near the middle, you got Silva. And if you protrude off into the void in any of these directions, you get whichever planet you're closest to. So Novus, Visania, DeSolo, Calidor. We're on Calidor right now. And as you can see how this is labeled here, this is Silva's South Pole and North Pole here. So going north from Calidor to Silva's South Pole, which is where the space elevator is, it's along this red line, will actually just move you between the 2 planets. And right here at the halfway point where I'm wiggling my cursor, that's when it switches from showing Calidor to showing Silva. But the thing is, this game still renders stuff, like between the planets, even when the planets themselves, like the terrain is not visible, and that's why I was able to show you the rails on Calidor when I wasn't even there. Calidor to Novus would be northeast. Well, I mean, it varies depending on what your definition of east is. So for some like coordination here, so you understand what we're looking at, my home base, my home base is right here on this side of Calidor, the side facing DeSolo. So to get to Novus from my base, I would need to go in a straight line northwest from my base. So north being in this direction, west from this position on the equator is in this direction. So I would need to go northwest to get to Novus from where I currently am based on Calidor. The reality is I would build the space elevator right here and build it diagonally. It would be very long, it would be difficult to do, probably even harder if you were making it diagonally, because I mean that's a long distance. I would rather build 2 space elevators honestly than a diagonal space elevator, because just working diagonally with the terrain tool and keeping myself aligned would be very hard to do. I think it would just be more efficient to make 2 of them instead, even though that would take like 70% longer, so I don't remember whatever the number is. Divide by square root of 2. I can't do that off the top of my head. I'm not calculating. So anyways, but you could do that. You could also build a satellite from DeSolo or Visania or any combination of those things, really. You could build from Calidor straight to the satellite. It's just a matter of whether or not you're patient enough to place rail posts through interplanetary space for that long, which I am not willing to do. You could make a place where they all meet. Yep, you absolutely could. I could build the other 5 space elevators if I wanted to, and have them all connect at Silva and have one interconnected rail network for every single planet, and then I could build one to the satellite as well. It's so slow. Again, it took me 6 hours to build the space elevator from Calidor to Silva. I don't want to do that again. It was so slow, and it took me an additional like 3 hours to smooth the side on Calidor. I did that off stream while I was watching somebody else like play Spelunky or something. It would take forever. It absolutely would. Well, I mean, it wouldn't take forever. It would take 6 times. I'd have to do this 6 more times if you include the satellite. So you can. I'm not going to do it. I'll leave that as an exercise to the viewer if they really want to do that. Once again, I'm explaining something, and the guitar riff from this song is louder than the rest of the song, so the volume's not tuned correctly. There we go. It's a great song, but like I'm trying to talk here. 36 hours. The reality is it would take less than 36 hours because I know how to do it now is the thing. I have like a routine. I sort of figured out like the rhythm for how to build these. It would take less time. It would still take at least 4 hours per elevator. At least. I don't know. It might take more than that. So I don't want to do it. But hey, it's a thing you could do in this fun, exciting video game. Alright, so that's the gist of that. And anyways, for how long does it take to go from one planet to another? Did you just get here? Did you miss the space elevator ride we did? Because it was, I think it's 2 to 3 minutes for the elevator, and then another minute or 2 on the surface of the planet. You just got here. Okay, that's fine. I was just wondering if you had context or not. But we just rode the space elevator I built. It took about 3 minutes to do this trip, I think. I haven't actually timed it. It's going to vary depending on like which specific train you used. With coal, I think it's 2 to 3 minutes. With the other ones, it's probably a lot slower. I think if you call a train without an engine at all, it's probably like 5 to 10 minutes to get across that. So I don't know if I want to show that again specifically, but yeah, Stu's just linked a clip showing me riding the elevator with music playing. You can just mute it if you want. I don't say anything during that clip. I'm just playing music during it. But like that's what a ride on the space elevator looks like if you like just missed it. But I'm not gonna interrupt the stream to show that off again. Alright, so let me hide this diagram here. So there is one more thing we want to do off planet actually before I hide this diagram. So I'm going back to it. Hold on, you didn't miss anything on the stream. Pay no attention to the sliver of pixels on the bottom of the screen that shows the game. Don't worry about that. Anyways, we're missing a chess piece. Specifically, I think we're missing the king. The Lapis King on Novus. I need to go get that chess piece to complete the collection. We have an almost full chessboard, except for that piece. So we are going to show off the Winch Rover, because I love showing this thing off. It's so much fun to ride in it. So the space elevator is not the only way to go between planets. You can use a rocket, which is boring, or you can use a rover to do it, which is way more exciting. Not only does the rover take longer, but it's also harder to do it. And you know what? That's the kind of challenge I'm looking for here. On the bright side, you can use the rovers to tow things between planets, as well as the space elevator. Like, learning how this game works internally opens up so many weird things you could do with it that you would not normally even think are possible with it. So, this is how I play this video game. So let's get out of the train now, drop off our zinc. If I just put it in the sorter, it'll eventually show up in the canister where it's supposed to be. And then we're going to go play with the Winch Rover for a bit, and then maybe end the stream after that. See if we can find the Lapis King before then. So let me just take these off, do this. This system will eventually work. That's the whole premise of the sorter right now. It eventually gets the job done. It's not very fast. We just want it to work. You saw the first stream. That's right, I did do that during the very first stream, didn't I? I managed to get that right before the end of the stream. Like, all you need is an exo chip and some rubber and enough bytes to research these things. So basically you need tungsten is the only thing you need. Because you don't need any atmospheric gases, so all you have to do is go to DeSolo, get some tungsten, and you have all the tech you need to produce the chemistry lab, make the rubber and the rover, and you're good to go. And you can make one of these things. So let's roll this bad boy up to the ramp. I will explain what I'm about to do in a second here, but first let's go check out the chessboard. We also need Usagi for this, because Usagi will help us find chess pieces. This did not used to be the case. Usagi used to be bugged and did not work correctly, but they fixed that. So now this snail actually does something. It finds chess pieces for us, so we need to feed it real quick. What are the other ones doing? They're getting pretty close to low, so let me stockpile a few extras. Okay, here's yours. I'm not going to bother feeding the drill snail. Actually, I am going to feed it because I should probably bring it with me. So grab those. Got 2 extras. And let's go feed the drill snail, because I might have to do some digging depending on where I wind up. You tried to do it one time and almost lost a rover. Well, almost losing a rover is just as good as not losing one at all, so congratulations, you kept enough control over it to not lose it. I don't know how many people have tried to do this after I've streamed it. Like, I've said this before, and this is a little bit of my hubris showing off, but I think I am the first person to actually make a winch rover like this. Because I've never seen or heard of anybody else doing this. So my suspicion is that I'm the first person to do it. So a lot of people have probably, like, learned about this from me. And you know what? I'm more than happy to have people try this stuff out, because this is a way more interesting way to play this game when you have access to this kind of technology. So there we go. The snails just finished off their food. Perfect. Excellent timing. You just watched that clip? Yeah, there's another clip here. I'll give you another one to watch later. You don't have to watch it now. I actually do have commentary during that one, and the music is popping off during that clip, so I would recommend you don't watch that during my stream. But if you're wondering why this is here and not on DeSolo, where it spawns, I towed it through space with a rover. So that's a thing you can do in this video game. It's so much more fun when you actually break these games like this and just do dumb shit. So here it is. You can bring anything. That's a good picture right there. That's a keeper for sure. That one's going on the fridge. I don't even know what fucking angle it took that one from. But anyways, you can bring things through space in this video game. Like, you're not limited to what's on each planet. You can take any of these probes between planets if you're brave enough and you're willing to save scum. For instance, I have 2 large solar arrays on this planet, and that's because the one on the right is from Silva. I actually used the space elevator to tow this solar array with a train all the way through to Calidor from Silva. And then this is the one that was on Calidor already. So we have 2 of these and a few residual like solar panels. This is why I have 600 units of power on my base. And I know that you can build a base on the North Pole or the South Pole and have power 24/7, but I deliberately didn't do that because I actually wanted the day-night cycle because I thought it looked more interesting. And I wanted the logistics challenge of having to make batteries. And so far this battery array is enough to store 1 night's worth of power from my base. You'll notice a lack of RTGs. I have mini RTGs here, but I have refused to attach full RTGs to anything in my base because RTGs are boring. Like, yeah, I could have just built RTGs and powered my whole base, and it would be easy. I wouldn't need any solar power. This was way more fun. Like, you gotta make your own fun in this game. This is a baby game. Like, it's super easy to make things in this game. Like, just make a huge number of RTGs, and then I wouldn't have needed to do any of this, and that would have been super lame. So, like, I just made something on the gateway with solar panels instead. We are not on the North Pole. We are on the equator. Like, again, specifically not on the North Pole. Jasba, thank you for the follow. But yeah, we are not on the North or South Pole. This is an equator base. And again, it is intentionally an equator base. This is a suboptimal playthrough. I'm going to come clean. This is a deliberately suboptimal playthrough because I thought this game would be a lot more fun to play if I didn't just do the most obvious optimal solution for everything. Like, I would never have brought these 2 solar arrays on top of my gateway with winches and rovers. Well, it was a train for the other one. If I did not have to get power from somewhere. But we have 600 units of power now, and they're all organic. Well, except for the QD RTGs, which are barely providing any power at all. I'm just storing them there because why not? But the only RTGs I'm using in this base are on the rovers and on a couple of my other bases, like the Aatrox base is using RTGs because Aatrox just sucks. But I'm mostly using these for rovers right now. Or like remote like fixtures where I don't have a power source and it's not practical to set up like solar or wind power. That's what they're getting used for, just for convenience. Yeah, you can, I know you're talking about. That's the optimal way to do this is to put the solar panels upside down on the North or the South Pole of the planet. Because the sun is going to be at the equator, which means mathematically the sun is going to be a little bit like below the solar panels at all times if you build on the North Pole, or if you're on the South Pole, it would be a little bit above the solar panels at all times. Really just flip your frame of reference, it's the same exact thing. And what that boils down to is you always have power because the sun is always slightly, or the solar panels are always slightly exposed to the sun. The video said it didn't work on the South. I highly doubt that. I mean, maybe it doesn't work on the South, but I don't see why it wouldn't if you built it high up enough. Maybe there's a bit of jank to it. In any case, you can definitely do it on the North Pole. I'm fairly certain it works on the South Pole, but if you're saying the video said it didn't work, then maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I don't usually do that anymore because, again, it's boring. Makes this game way too easy. So I decided to present a logistics challenge to myself to have batteries. Anyways, enough talk. Let's have at it. So, winch rover. If you want to build a winch rover from your own home, all you need is the stuff that you see here. These are the ingredients that you need to put in the oven to build your very own chaotic flying machine. But before you build this, I cannot stress enough how hard it is to control this vehicle. So I'll explain how it works in a second here. I'm going to first show the diagram of where we're going to go, and then I'm going to explain how we're going to go there. So let me flip this over. And then I need to wedge myself on the wheels so it doesn't try to roll away. There we go. Okay, so back to the diagram. So glad I made it. This is so much better. By the way, this is the old diagram. Or this is the old diagram. There was one that was wrong. This is the shitty old diagram I was using for half of my streams. Look at us now. Look at how much technology we have. And no, this isn't hosted anywhere. This is a file I wrote. I know I found out retroactively that there is another diagram that somebody else made that sort of looks like this, but it controls a little bit differently, and for some reason it rotates constantly when you're not interacting with it, which is super irritating. So I basically just made my own and then found out that somebody else made one. But I like mine more better anyways. It has labels on it. So you can get a better idea of the perspective here with the axes. So what we're doing is we're going to Novus, and I actually pointed this out earlier, but my base is right here on the surface of Calidor. So from where I'm standing right now, I need to take off straight to what is currently my northwest. Like, obviously that'll change as I get further from the planet, but if I take off in a straight line in the direction that is northwest, I will go to Novus. I might intercept Silva briefly if I clip the corner of like the little cube around Silva, but most likely we're going to hit directly where Novus is. And that is where the chess piece that we want is. So if I go back to the main game now... Damn, I need a third monitor. And so if I go back over to the chessboard over here, we go all the way over here. This is what we have to work with right now. So we are missing chess pieces. I don't know why I put this one here. We are specifically missing the Lapis King. Is the only one we don't have. Everything else here is a duplicate. I want to finish the chessboard at some point by the end of this stream. So hopefully the only piece we need is the king. I will grab any others that I find, but I want the damn king. So that's what I'm looking for. Have I played Valheim? I have not played Valheim. That game kind of came and went, and I just like forgot that it existed. I don't know if is it still early access? I don't know anything about that game, honestly. But anyways, chess pieces. So let's put our stuff on the rover. Is there another silo sitting around I can grab real quick? I'll just take this one. There we go. You hear it and you swear and don't know if it's my stream. No, I have not streamed Valheim ever. Like, definitely not today, but just in general. I've never streamed Valheim, let alone played it. Alright, so anyways, explanations now. So, we have a rover with a winch on the front. The winch is in a research chamber. It is in a research chamber because the research chamber is the only thing in this game that can turn a large slot on the bottom of the research chamber into a medium slot that is directly centered. So basically this research chamber allows me to center a winch. I don't know where you're hearing Valheim music. Like, none of my music is from Valheim, and I've never played it either, so I don't... You might be crazy, I don't know. Check if you have an ad running or a stream in the background or something. I don't even know if Valheim has ads. But anyways, this is the reason why I'm using a research chamber. It allows me to center a winch on the front of the rover. Otherwise, I would not have a way to do this, and this thing would be uncontrollable, because it is super precise how I have this stuff positioned. So the other thing I did, if you can get the camera under the rover, which it's not doing, you can see it a little bit. That's the winch head right there, that little orange protrusion that definitely does not look like a phallus underneath the rover. That is the winch head attached to the underside of the rover in a very precise spot that I showed a couple minutes ago when I was setting this up. And this is basically the troll science equivalent of that diagram, with the person in a red wagon holding a magnet on a fishing rod, pulling themselves forward. The way the game works with the winch physics, as you could see, an experiment that went horribly wrong according to the game description, is that the winch doesn't function like a proper physics object in this game. It is going to pull the rover forward, and in the process of pulling the rover forward, it's going to push itself forward. And that just allows for basically just a reaction, not even a reaction drive, just a winch drive. It just goes forward at all times. I don't have to feel it, I don't have to do anything, but I cannot turn it off. It is always pulling forward while it's attached to the rover. No matter what I'm doing, we are accelerating at all times, so I pretty much have to steer in the direction that I want to go in order to get this rover to do anything I want to. And if I want to slow down, I have to turn around and let the winch pull me in the opposite direction until I stop moving. So this is like super jank Kerbal Space Program is about what we're going to do here. Maybe Astroneer is the same strong. This is my soundtrack. Like, this is a playlist of decidedly not Astroneer music that we're playing right now. Like, this is Hat in Time music that we're listening to at the moment. So anyways, but the thing is, if you're like me and you have flown these things for an excessively large amount of time, it definitely played Valheim. Alia, look, I don't know if you're insane or not. Maybe there's a song they shared between both of them, but I don't have any music on my playlist that I am aware of as being from Valheim. That is all I can tell you right now. You might be insane. If there's a song in my playlist from another game that's also in Valheim, then sure, but I don't think there are any. It played it. I mean, if you have a clip of like when it played it, we could try to work this out. I can tell you what song. What's the song before this one? Oh my god. Okay, fine. We're gonna figure this out first. The song that was playing before this one on the playlist was The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild Rito Village Night. I highly fucking doubt Valheim has Breath of the Wild music in it. Ellie, I think you're insane. And then the song before that was Risk of Rain. The one before that was also Risk of Rain, well, Risk of Rain 2. Then Starbound music, and then Super Mario Odyssey. The one now is A Hat in Time, the Lava Cake Peak. We good? You done having your mental breakdown? All right, look, we're gonna go flying here. We got things to do. So, as I said, I'm going to go northwest, and you can barely see the letter N on my compass, but northwest is this direction where I'm running my cursor. So that is where we're going right now with our funny flying rover. So off we go. I need to turn, head in that direction. Remember that I forgot to turn off high quality terrain, so I'm going to be dropping frames while we do this. I apologize. And we need to go in roughly this direction. Recall failed. That's what I was talking about earlier with my sorting system breaking while I'm away from it. I will probably want to make the bug report for that at some point here. So there's the space elevator. But that's not where we're going right now. In fact, I'm going in the wrong direction. I need to be heading roughly where the rover is pointing. I don't need the compass anymore. Oh, I can't turn the compass off anymore. I'm too high up. It disables the controls for the compass, but it doesn't turn the compass off if you do this. Alright, we're headed in pretty much the right direction. So we're going to pass Silva. Don't worry about that. Again, I said that might happen. If I stay the course, I should wind up at Novus. So there we are. Now I need to turn around and slow down a little bit because I'm going to miss the planet. I can't do any litho braking right now. So we're going to have to slow down a bit. Now let's talk about the rover for a second here. First of all, my controls are pitch. Pitch is this direction here. For anyone who doesn't understand like how flight terminology works, this is pitch. And this is roll that I'm doing right now. Those are the two controls that I have access to. There is no throttle. It is throttled up at all times. It is going forward. That is how this thing works. There's no mechanism for lift. But this is Astroneer. So instead of the rover going forward and pitching and rolling, instead the rover goes forward, it pitches and rolls, and then it also turns in random directions without me wanting it to, because this game's physics engine is occasionally trying to like rotate the rover upright or otherwise change its angle for no fucking reason. I don't know why the game does that, but what it boils down to is I'm fighting the camera this whole time. Like when you see the camera jittering, like it's doing now, this is me fighting the camera, trying to get it to point down. And on top of that, the rover is also pulling in random directions, and you'll actually see me occasionally struggle to compensate for that, like it's doing right now. But I have literally like dozens of hours of practice flying these things through various circumstances during this stream and before I was even a streamer. I discovered how to do this 2 years ago. So I was doing this off stream extensively in an older save I have that I've only shown once on the stream. And I still cannot get these things to control any better than what you're seeing here. So chat, you're free to try this yourself, but just let it be known, these things are extraordinarily difficult to control. It's a little bit easier to do now because the planets are in a better arrangement than they were in the update that I played in, where they were in a straight line, and flying into the void in the wrong direction meant that you got killed by the space crack, and at least now you're almost certainly going to wind up on at least one planet. It may not be the one you want, but going back to the diagram for just a split second here, if you fly off in any direction from where Silva is, you will almost certainly wind up on one of the 6 planets, so at least you'll be able to see where you're going. If you fly into the void once you're on one of those 6 planets, you're out of luck. I hope you have some rails or a beacon in the void of space to tell you where you need to go. And in this case, my beacon is that recall failed indicator that you saw over in the void of space. That is where Silva is right now. That is always going to be there. It will never go away. It is the only useful product that I have for that bug, is the fact that I get a beacon that more or less says this is where Calidor is. Not Silva in my case, because my base is on Calidor. But it's just, you could theoretically set that bug if you wanted to create beacons on your planets that are visible through interplanetary space. We weaponize the bugs in this game. Like, I mean, just look at this rover and tell me I didn't weaponize a bug here to make something really stupid. So anyways, the reason why we're here is we're looking for chess pieces. There's a, I believe, 1 in 16 chance that we find a the Lapis King is what we're looking for. So I'm going to basically fly to random points on the surface of the planet, looking for these Usagi indicators on my compass. Let me turn the quality down so you can see this at 60 FPS. There we go, that should help it. So anyways, these Usagi indicators on the map, which are these weird looking snail things, I'm circling 2 of them here, that is what we're looking for. Some of those are going to be underground, which I don't want to have to dig underground because it is very slow to traverse underneath the terrain, and I can't bring the rover with me. So I'm ideally going to focus on getting the ones on the surface, and as long as I park my rover carefully, it will not have enough speed to actually roll away from me. And Usagi is going to basically look for chess pieces, and we're going to do this for a little while, or until I find a king, is the goal here. So I know this doesn't sound terribly interesting, but it's kind of soothing and fun to do it. And it gave me an opportunity to fly the rover. I could have just as easily taken a rocket to this planet to do this, but rockets are boring. Rovers are fun, so why not use the tools we have? Unfortunately, we're going to mostly be finding pawns, because I think pawns are literally going to be 8 out of 16 of the chess pieces that we find, if I understand how this works correctly. But we'll do this a little while, so feel free to ask questions, chat about something, or listen to the music, I don't know. Just enjoy yourselves, relax. It's getting a little late in the day here. If anybody wants to fall asleep to this, be my guest, I won't be upset with you. Did I bring extra hydrazine? I need to grab 1 canister off the rover if I have one. I don't have one. Okay, we'll have to be a little conservative about hydrazine, the Valheim music. Okay, let's talk about the Valheim music. Alia, make a clip of when you think Valheim music was playing, and I could tell you what song was playing instead, okay? Sound good? This is super cool. I'm happy you think that. Feel free to try some of this stuff yourself. Just again, beware of how difficult it is to control these rovers. You may find yourself lost in the void of space, unable to figure out how to get back home. So make a scum save. Like, look up where the save directory is on your current platform and like make a backup save if you're worried about losing anything. There's no shame in doing that. This video game does not work correctly, and so I'm going to make scum saves for things that are going to break. And it's just ultimately you make your own fun when you're playing it anyway. So like even if you want to scum save because you've died, I mean, I'm not your mom, I can't make decisions for you. You decide how you want to play this video game. It's your video game, you bought it. I hope you bought it. If you pirated this game, please kindly leave my chat right now. But if you bought this game, then enjoy. Do whatever you want with it. But don't fucking pirate this game. It's like, what, $20 or something? It goes on sale. Alright, so here's another snail. Or here's another snail indicator. I'm gonna probably have to go back home for hydrazine, but I can use the gateways to do that. Unfortunately, the snails can be or not the snails, the chess pieces can be completely buried under the terrain. Pirated 1 game ever. Well, did you either buy it or stop playing it? Because, I mean, the morally acceptable reason to pirate a game... Well, either the company is so fucking shitty that it's unreasonable to be expected to buy the game, or you're demoing the game, would be the reasons to do that. Otherwise, don't do that. Just don't. It's a rough industry. Definitely don't pirate indie games. Like, I'm not gonna fucking, like, lecture you on what is and isn't morally acceptable, but don't fucking pirate indie games. Like, come on. The indie developers actually need the money in order to be able to do what they want. If it's a bad indie game, just don't buy it. Just don't play it. Like, come on. I don't understand the mentality. Like, making games is fucking expensive. Like, it is not easy to do it. Like, just look how many Kickstarter games failed because they ran out of money. I mean, usually they fail for other reasons too, but like, running out of money is a big issue. Because it's so expensive. You bought it for your kids. I assume you're talking about Astroneer. They hated it, but you love it. That's weird. The opposite of what I would expect. There's a lot of kids that play this game. Like, if you've ever... Is that the king? No, it's a queen. We need a king. But anyways, like, this is a game that, like, somebody on Reddit, like, I know Reddit, I know, cringe, I'm sorry, but anyway, somebody on Reddit, like, one of the comments that I read about this game that somebody mentioned was that this game is played by 12-year-olds and engineers, and nothing else. Like, nobody else plays this game, and I'm sure that's not 100% true, but it kind of captures, like, the energy of, like, the audiences that this game appeals to. Like, it's a cute sandbox game, it's not very difficult, you can basically do anything without like too much complexity, but then you can also automate stuff and do like actual engineering puzzles, and hopefully chat has figured out which of those two groups I fall into, because the answer is both. It was a trick question. I'm a 12-year-old and an engineer, but I focus mostly on my engineer side of things. Let's see, there's another chess piece over here, but I still laugh at 69 jokes, so I mean, you can't be perfect. No one's perfect. and grab this. How much hydrazine do we have? Enough, but hopefully I can get to a gateway soon so I can grab a little bit more. So yeah, we're rolling a 1 in 16 chance for each of these every time, so yeah, feel free to keep chatting. How do you know it's bad if you don't pirate it? I mean, at this point, reviews and videos can give you a really good impression of whether or not a game is bad. Again, like, if you're gonna pirate a game to demo it, that's fine. Just don't, like, keep playing the game if you liked it. Like, just go buy it at that point. And then you've basically righted the wrong that you committed here. Like, I don't like the idea of having to buy a game and not knowing whether or not you're gonna like it. Like, that shit's stupid. Like, you should be able to demo the game. And then if you don't like it, just don't, like, buy it. Don't play it anymore. It's like, I don't really understand that. Who doesn't laugh at 69 jokes? I guess that's kind of true, but I think I've fostered an audience of people that are amused by 69 jokes, so there might be some bias in my chat in particular. Let's see. So anyways, I'm going to the gateway to grab more hydrazine is why we're over here. Maybe we'll find more chess pieces while we're at it. But like, as it stands, I basically never pirate games. I always do a lot of research. Not basically. Have I ever pirated a game? I think I've received games on CD-ROMs that somebody else copied, but I myself have not pirated a game, like, ever since Steam came into existence, I think is, like, how it works. Like, that's just not a thing I do. I research a game and decide whether or not I'm gonna like it, and then I buy it. And I've only had a couple situations where I regretted that. Like, for the vast majority of the time, I liked the game because I did thorough research. And even the ones I didn't really like, I think I still got my money's worth out of them. So, like, you can do it. You can do your homework. You don't have to just blindly pirate games. But, I mean, you do what you want. Again, I'm not your mom. So you figure it out. Anyways, we need to go back to Calidor, which is this one, I believe. And get a little bit of hydrazine for my jetpack so that I can fly around a bit. That's why we're doing this. I don't remember which gateway I came off of Novus from, but there's only 2 of them, so it shouldn't take too long. Recall failed. Now that we're close again, that's going to stop happening for a second, but recall failed is getting spawned over here. What was that? A little sliver. How did I not notice this? There's a little sliver of terrain. Just floating in the air right there. Get rid of that. We don't need that. Alright, anyways, hydrazine. It's on the basement now. I gotta remember that. I need to prioritize moving the hydrazine storage upstairs where I can get to it. I'm just gonna grab all of this, or at least as much of it as I can. Why do I have this? Get this out of here. Alright, I'm gonna grab as much of that as I can and then take it back with me. I'm gonna put the extras on the rover when I get back. Up we go. There we go. And then back to the quest of finding the Lapis King. The one chess piece that RNG has not given me. And then maybe we'll do like chat plays chess or something like in a subsequent stream. That's something I still kind of want to do. Where basically I'm going to make my move with the chessboard and then I'm going to just read the first chat message for what move to make and I'm going to play that move for chat. And we'll do that and see like what happens. I'm not very good at chess, but something tells me chat collectively is worse at chess than I am. So we'll see if I'm eating my words or not when we do that. We'll see. We might meme it up and do something like that. Like, we can't all be Doug, but you know, I can still have chat integration in my streams, even if I do it manually. Yeah, by the way, these have been here for a long time. Like, I socketed all the odd stones or whatever, I just haven't activated the one in the middle yet. In fact, you can see a ramp there that I used for a flying machine to get it off of the satellite, but you can land here too. It just has invisible walls around it, so it's much harder to deal with it. Alright, Novus is this one. I just kind of remember the graphics for the individual planets. There aren't labels. There's no magic to this. I'm just remembering which is which based on their positions and the symbols. Alright, so we got a 50% chance to get the right one here. That was the wrong side. I wish this game would actually figure out what to do with the gravitational field here. Is this your card? Nope. That's the base where I'm getting the lithium from. So it's on this side. Guess what? Alright. I'm assuming this is about the Valheim thing. It's not Valheim, but it sounds... Okay. Look. I don't know what you want from me. I told you it wasn't Valheim. Game is trippy. It is kind of trippy when the camera's not making you like seasick. But thanks for the look, Jess. Anyways, let's get back to what we were doing here. Actually, first let's click on this and see what what Alia thought was Valheim. I don't think I need to show anything, I'm just gonna listen to it. Minecraft, shush, quiet. Alright, what do we got here? What'd you clip? Else made this sort of looks like this, but it controls a little bit differently, and for some reason it rotates constantly when you're not interacting with it, which is super irritating.
Oh, yeah, this
so
is
I
Breath of the
basically just
Wild.
made my own and then found out that somebody else made one. But I like mine more better anyways. It has labels. This is a remix of the this is the Rito music. This is a remix of Dragon Roost Island from Wind Waker. It's like, is there a song in Valheim that just sounds like this, or is it like the instruments specifically? I mean, they could be similar. I don't doubt it. I just don't know anything about Valheim's OST. It's both. I mean, if you could find the song, I guess I'd be curious to hear the similarity. If you want to continue this quest to convince me that it was definitely Valheim music, or at least similar enough to be indistinguishable. Alright, back to Minecraft music. I mean, there's a lot of music in the world. There's so much you could do before they start sounding similar. Whether or not it was intentionally similar is tough to say. So all these Usagi indicators are unfortunately under the ground, so I'm going to just kind of go to another random spot on the surface of the planet and hope that I find a few that are closer to me. Like, I see one over there. No, that's pointing me to the gravity globe? I don't know if that points to the gravity globe or the landing pad. I mean, they seem to spawn together, and I don't think there's anything here. I'll go into the caves if I can't find anything. Looks like I looted that already because there's no gravity globe on it. They need them anyways. I guess I could get one per snail or something and do snail racing at the end of my stream. Not this stream, but just eventually in general. It's that specific part. Oh, the beginning, like with the flute or whatever? Is that what it was? I mean, it might just be the same instrument. I'm trying so hard to stay upright and not doing a very good job at it. Novus sucks, by the way, chat. Like, navigating the surface of this planet when you don't have a flying machine is bad. It's still awful even if you could fly over half of it. I want to go over there. This would be slightly easier with a Hydrazine rover, but only slightly. The Hydrazine rovers, for some reason, just randomly lose control if you go too fast with them, even if you're not thrusting. This game's physics engine is definitely the physics engine of all time. I mean, it's Unreal's physics engine with Astroneer crust all over it. Come on, land. I'm not pressing any buttons, by the way. My hands are off the keyboard. And we landed. Alright, back on the keyboard. Yeah, it's not gonna go anywhere. Excuse me. Please don't shoot your sacks at me. I would appreciate if you didn't do that. I'm pretty sure those don't set off that dynamite. I mean, hopefully they don't, because otherwise that's gonna upset me a lot, because it is going to do a lot of damage to my rover. Of course, it's a pawn. I think we have to go into the caves to get more of these, so we're going to dig down in a moment when I see a few indicators under the ground. Oh, here's one. We just need the king to complete the set, and I know that there's a figurine that you can make out of plastic at the printer. But, like, professionals have standards, chat, and I'm a professional. You think I'm going to make a fake plastic figurine when I could get the real thing and only have to spend 7 hours of my life doing it? Well, you're dead wrong, because that is what we're doing right now. The stream doesn't end until we find the king. Oh god. I don't know if I want to own that. I don't know if I want to own up to that or not. I just want to find the damn king. We just have to finish the chessboard. This isn't that hard. This is not unreasonable. Stupid Lapis King. I don't know how I found all the ones on this solo in 2 tries. It's like, I think, the 3rd time. No, actually, no, never mind. This is the 2nd time we've been here. I think we're going to have to go underground and look for more of them. So let me roll over the top of one. Like, the ones you're seeing on the map here, this is King's Quest 11, or whatever game they're up to now. The ones underground that you could see sort of really faintly, those are the ones I didn't want to get, because going into the ground is a pain in the ass because I can't take the rover with me, so I have limited storage space. But unfortunately, I think we're going to have to do that. So let's do it. Let's drop off anything we don't need. I want all these snails. I need Usagi. I don't need Bestafar, so you can go back on the silo. I have the drill. Everything is well fed. We might need the hydrazine if I get stuck in a pit. Soil I could store in that slot. Okay, so we have enough for 4 chess pieces before I have to come up. Because this video game, for some reason, refuses to add more storage space. So, we may do with what we got. Let's go. Right through the compound. I did not want this to be here. That was not the goal. It just happened to be in the way. I'm just trying to get into the cave layer. Alright, that's a rook. I have to build up to knock it out of the air because video games. Alright, what else have we got? There's a 1 in 4 chance that this inventory gives us what we want. Paver and drill, superhighway. So I've explained this before, but I don't think I've clarified it on this stream. That increases your save file size. Every time your save file size gets bigger, your game takes longer to save. And every time you get in a vehicle, your game saves. Because in 2022, this is a video game that does not have like a scheduled autosave mechanic. So if I'm getting in and out of a rover constantly, like we're doing now, I have to fucking get a lag spike every time I save. And it gets worse and worse the more digging you do. And eventually your game becomes unplayable and you have to start a new save. Which we're not close to that. I'm on a PC with reasonable specs, so we're probably never going to see that happen. But on console, your game eventually becomes unplayable after your save file becomes too big. It's just really shitty in general. So I'm basically playing this game with a play style that specifically is designed to not increase the size of my save file as much as possible. So we don't dig anything we don't have to. We make small clusters of changes. Because every single time you deform the terrain, your save file gets bigger. That's the gist of it. And like making super highways with drill and paver literally will balloon your save file size to like several megabytes in an instant if you start doing that. Where is this particular one? Is it on the surface? So unfortunately, all the digging I'm doing here is making the save file bigger. We've been keeping it at less than 10 megabytes so far, but there's only so much you can do. Where is that one? I think it's still above me. Yeah, speaking of making your save file smaller, look at me. There it is. It was a night. Okay, let's go back up to the surface and drop these off now. Oh, I guess I had 5 slots, and then I have 1 on my hand as well. You've given up on several saves. Remove entire planets so your game crashes. You see, these are all terrible suggestions. I don't want to give up my save, and I definitely don't want to make crash saves that are just too big to load anymore. Like, I consider, like, the amount of time I've invested into a save like this, I do not want to lose it under any circumstances. Like, we're up to, let's see, 9.6 megabytes is what we're up to right now. I've kept it below 10 for this entire stream. So if you're, like, chat member, if you play this video game and your save file is 20 megabytes and you're wondering why it takes so long for anything to happen and why it loads so slowly, it's because you're deforming terrain. Like, that's the reason. So do not deform terrain as much, and you will suddenly realize that your save file will stop ballooning in size. Like, you can't fix the damage. The damage is permanent. Like, you've already done it. But, like, for the future, any other gameplay that you do in this game with a new save, if you do not deform terrain, your save file size will almost not go up at all. Terrain deformation is by far the biggest contributor to that. So there you go, you heard it from me. There's probably other stuff that plays into it, but terrain deformation's the big one. Recall failed. Valheim OST slaps, but will Stream Elements slap you for posting a link? Considering I don't have Stream Elements, and I told Nightbot not to administrate almost anything, probably not. If you post a link that's like a virus, I'll just ban you myself. But like, Nightbot was causing enough problems that I basically had to just turn that feature off. That is not an invitation to start spamming links in my chat. However, for anyone like this, there's context for this one. I don't mind getting like YouTube videos. Like if you link me a Rickroll and I actually fall for it, then shame on me. I will ban you though for like 69 seconds or something if you link me a Rickroll. But like you could, Nightbot's not going to filter that out. That's not an invitation to start spamming Rickrolls in the chat though. I mean, what year is it? I mean, I still laugh at it. And I unironically like that song anyway, so I won't even be that mad at you. It's more a slap on the wrist more than anything else, really. I'll look at what you've linked in a second here. We have found nothing but pawns again. Do I have inventory space? Okay, I have room for one more. There's one. Malwareimports.com. That's probably legit. I'll click on that. I'll check that out after the stream. You love it too. Alright, how far are we into the Starbound music here? This song is like 8 minutes long. Let's listen to what you linked. Yep, it's the instrument. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. Alright, we'll listen to this for a bit. I might vet this soundtrack. If you think this is a good soundtrack for Astroneer, I could totally check the rest of it and see if I like any of the songs on it. Add those to the playlist. No, you're crazy, because you kept insisting it was Valheim when I told you over and over again it was not Valheim. There's no way. But it does sound like it. Like, you're absolutely right. Oh my god, look how much crap is on the floor here. Who dropped all the bubble wrap? Or the what did people call the Orbeez or whatever these are called? I don't remember. Some 90s ass like product. There's another pawn over there. Alright, we need to do another drop off. We are not having good RNG. Why can't I craft together like two of these like bishops or rooks or something into a king? River's over that way. Crazy. Okay, here's another fully... It's so weird that this is a thing you can find. You can find a full XL wind turbine, like a fully functional one that isn't broken, in these wreckages. Like, there's just a thing that could spawn now. I think that was a recent change they did. It's kind of broken, honest, like, overpowered. Like, the wind turbine's not broken, but the fact that you can get it like that is pretty broken. Because, like, that is your power issue solved. I don't know if this could spawn on Silva or not, but... that is like the solution to your power problems if you find one of those. See, I need to figure out when... Don't remember the rest of the OST. You enjoyed it. The battle music. Yeah, this is a full soundtrack. I need to figure out when to cut this off. I don't want to listen to the whole thing right now until I've vetted it a bit. Oh, it just ended. Okay, that was the home base music. I'm going to favorite this and listen to this later and see if there's anything like fitting for Astroneer. Anyways, back to what we were listening to. Because, I mean, of course it has to be music I like as well. And I have very exquisite tastes. Alright, back into the mines. If anybody's ever wondering what song is currently playing, just ask me and I'll tell you. I don't have a setup that can show you what it is because the setup I have for this playlist is super fucking ghetto, and I don't have a way to like integrate any of the chatbots with it. At least I would have to basically make one myself. I know there's better ways to do this, but the thing is, like, Spotify doesn't have all the music you want. YouTube has it, but YouTube videos just get taken down randomly. And I had to like come up with my own jank-ass like playlist solution because I kept having problems where YouTube videos that I was using for my playlist just kept disappearing off the face of the internet, and like I was just tired of that happening. Like, how many times did I had to re-add Steam Gardens to the list because fucking Nintendo kept taking it down? Yeah, I need to hydrate for sure. I need to end stream pretty soon here. My throat's starting to hurt from all the talking I've been doing. But let's see if we could find the king. I said I was gonna look for it for the rest of the stream. I mean, let's be real, I will stop at some point if we cannot find it, but I would like to just find the damn thing. So this is the opportunity to talk to Cosine at night. Like, late night Cosine, when my brain is starting to rot and I'm not talking good words good no more. Maybe you can make me slip and say something funny, I don't know. Oh my god, everything is a pawn. Alright, let's see, we have room for one more and then the cursor slot. Show peepee. I guess technically I do have a webcam, it's not plugged in right now. I keep meaning to like work with it a bit and set it up, not for streams, but for like job interviews and stuff, because I'm pretty sure they're going to want that. I don't know if I'm ever going to do a face cam on one of my streams. I'm not interested in doing that at all, but I do need to have a webcam for job-related stuff. Should I ever stop being an unemployed peasant and actually make something out of myself? To do something for society? I mean, to be clear, I'm not like living off of welfare right now. I'm living off savings from the job I did have, so it's not like I'm mooching off of anything. I do get free healthcare though, but the healthcare system can go fuck itself, so I'm glad I'm getting free healthcare because they don't deserve my money. Hey, Kristen. Oh my god, this camera. Devs, please. Dev in chat, hear my prayers. First person camera. Please. Alright, where's the chess piece? Alright, somewhere above me, I think? Could be below me. Let me check a little below me. There it is. There it was below me. We need to make our way back out. Are there any funny caves nearby I could dig through? How am I getting free healthcare? I don't have a job. I have no income. You get free healthcare if you have no source of income. And I'm unemployed. I don't have a job. I just have savings. I mean, I have investments as well, but the investments, I think that only gets taxed if you take out the investments, if I understand it correctly. And I don't think I have enough to qualify as livable income anyways. So I basically went to fucking healthcare.gov and filled out the thing, and they said, oh, hey, fam, you get free healthcare. And I was like, oh, shit, sure. I'll take it. I'll take my free healthcare. It's the one good thing that came out of that system. Thanks, Obama. That's the thing. I could say thanks, Obama, now because I have free healthcare. Obamacare did something, even if healthcare.gov sucked ass when they released it already. I had a job back then. Or I was covered by my parents' healthcare, one of those two things. I don't remember what the timeline was for that. But yeah, if you have no income, like literally no income, I don't know if there's other things that go into it. All I know is I filled out a long-ass fucking form on paper and had to like scan it and send them a PDF or some shit. At least I didn't have to mail it to them. And they came back and said, you qualify for free healthcare. Like, that's all they said. I filled it out. I didn't fucking hide any, like, sources of income. I literally said, I said I was streaming, pretty much. Like, I said I had, I think I said I was going to make, like, a maximum of, like, $600 a year from Twitch streaming, which I think is roughly, I think I'm making a little more than that, but it's definitely not livable income. By the way, thank you for anyone who does financially support me. But again, this is not my job. I'm not living off of this, and I don't expect to live off of this. So your donations are appreciated, but not mandatory for my well-being. So if you want to see me fly around on a rover and get stuck on trees, you don't have to pay me money to do that. I could keep doing it for free. But like, I don't make more than like $1,000 a year from Twitch. Not a month, a year. That is not livable income in this country, or most countries. Certainly not any country I want to live in. So, free healthcare. You're not paying money for me to do shit. That's the spirit. And the better part about it is you're also not paying Twitch money for me to do shit. Which is honestly the good part about that, is Twitch doesn't make any money from my shenanigans. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm okay with that. Nobody has to give me money. Again, I'm doing this for free. With the full expectation that people will pay for it if they want to. I will probably never become a partner, or at least not doing what I'm doing now, because I'm not consistent enough, and I don't think I could handle the stress of like feeling pressured to produce content at all times. It's insane how much we pay for healthcare. It's fucking ridiculous. But again, I'm not paying for it. Everybody else is paying it, which I guess is kind of sad. I guess I'm a leech on society because other people's tax dollars are basically paying for my healthcare. But here's the thing. I have not made a claim since I got on the free healthcare plan. I have literally not, even gone to a doctor. And you might be sitting there in chat thinking, wow, Kosan, that's really irresponsible. What if you have, a disease or something? And that's yeah, it's not ideal. But the fact of the matter is, there's a fucking pandemic going on right now. There's still a pandemic. I have not gotten COVID. Yes, I am vaccinated for COVID. I have not gotten the virus. I have not been exposed to it as far as I'm aware. I don't want to. I just don't want to deal with that. I'm living a fairly healthy, reclusive lifestyle, and the fact of the matter is, the physical exams I did, earlier when I had, proper health care, and I had a job where there was an incentive to do the physical exams, because they basically put money in your HSA account if you did a physical. I don't have that incentive right now, so I have no reason to do it. Because the fact of the matter is, the physical never found anything. Sure, they could find something. Yes, this is the classic irresponsible decision by young people. There might be just an old person in my chat rolling their eyes oh, youngins. oh, I'm healthy now, so I'm not gonna get sick. It's like, no, I know this is a bad decision, but the fact of the matter is it's a trade-off. Do I get a doctor and deal with the medical system and deal with my healthcare system, and maybe the doctor finds something before I notice it and it becomes a problem? Or do I just wait until I have a job with proper healthcare and then do all those things? Because here's the fact of the matter. I am scared of the US healthcare system. Like, I'm fucking terrified of our healthcare system. It has already burned me a couple times when I had proper healthcare, like good coverage. Again, I worked for a big company. I mentioned that earlier. We had good fucking healthcare, and I still got burned by that healthcare system a couple times. It had to pay out of pocket for some dumb shit I really didn't want to. Like expensive stuff, like hundreds of dollars for things that I thought the healthcare was going to cover, that it turned out it didn't. Which, thank fuck, that was money out of my HSA account. And for any of you kids out there who don't know what an HSA account is, it's a bank account that you can only use on health expenses. Well, technically you can use it on other expenses, but they get real fucking mad if you do that, so don't do that. But it's basically an account, it's an account you only use on health expenses. Let me just put it that way. You don't use it on other things because it's a bad idea. And I had to pay hundreds of dollars out of that account for a couple like different things, situations where basically they said the healthcare will cover it. Like the doctor said, your healthcare will cover it or we won't like do the procedure. And then they fucking didn't cover it. They did the procedure. I thought they were going to cover it. And then they were like, oh, by the way, fam, here's your bill. And I'm like, what the fuck? And it's because the healthcare rejected it. So like the healthcare system in the United States is dog shit. Anyone in another country, you hear memes and like discussions. I'm still looking for chess pieces, by the way. I'm not just moving around randomly. But you hear memes and discussions about the US healthcare system being terrible. It's as bad as the memes, if not worse. It is fucking awful. It is 100% profit oriented. Hospitals are terrible. Ambulances are terrible. Doctors' visits are terrible. Because it is a system that is designed to just take money from you every single time it has the opportunity to do so. Like, you can get free physical exams, but the second your case gets complicated, that shit's coming out of your deductible, like, immediately. It is such a fucking bad system. Because it's profit-oriented. Capitalism, everyone. So, I basically am scared of the healthcare system, and I do not want to interact with it on my free healthcare plan, because my free healthcare plan is going to have even shittier coverage than whatever the fuck I had when I had a proper job that provided a healthcare plan to me. And I just do not want to deal with like having a $2,000 bill show up in my mail because they didn't cover something that I thought they were going to. Like I do not want to be doing that at this point. Even if it's out of my HSA account, which still has money in it. Because again, I'm relatively healthy and I have not had like excessive expenses. Like, I still have a fucking deductible, and the deductible is high. And what a deductible is in a healthcare plan, if I'm not mistaken with my, oh my god, it's the king. What a deductible is in a healthcare plan, if I'm not mistaken, is like every year they basically say you have to pay this much money before we will cover your expenses. And the deductible can be anywhere from $0 to like thousands of dollars, depending on what plan you get. And the plan I have, which I didn't have a whole lot of flexibility for, has a fairly high deductible. I don't remember what exactly it is, but I have to pay a bunch of money before they'll start covering my expenses, is what it boils down to. And while it is money that's locked up in a health account, like that, the money that I have in my HSA account is never going anywhere. And when I get older, I'm inevitably going to become a frail, decrepit human being, and I'm going to be drawing off of those funds. So like, if I could do anything possible when I'm young to save up money for my healthcare later in my life, that seems like the correct way to play it. Because right now, I don't want to fucking deal with having a test for a disease that I almost certainly don't have, and then receive a $200 bill in the mail for that test that didn't fucking tell me anything other than you don't have the disease. Congratulations. So, fucking thank you, US healthcare. Very cool. You have successfully made me afraid to use your system. So on the bright side, though, that means that nobody's tax dollars are paying for my healthcare because I have had no healthcare expenses since I got the free healthcare. But that said, if I fucking like have a severe injury, like my god, I want to have healthcare at all costs. So, at the very least, I have a backup plan in case things go horribly wrong. Like, I'm planning for my future, but I'm also being a little bit cautious about doing it. So anyways, we found the king. While I was complaining about the US healthcare system, we found the king. So what we're doing now is we're orbiting Novus until we see the recall failed indicator show up in the void of space. So I'm just going to be sort of chilling here, because I don't know where Calidor is at the moment. I don't even know what direction is south. So I'm just hoping that I spot it at some point. Wait, I see something. Okay, we're gonna go towards that. I think that's Silva. So let's go to Silva, and then from there we can figure out what direction is south. If the indicator doesn't pop up. That's south. Okay, so it's over here in this approximate direction, I think. There it is. Alright, I see it. You might be able to see this, chat, as I get closer. That is Calidor right there. That's home. You can see some of the rails. The space elevator is where I'm running my cursor. This is the arch leading to my base, and then these are the rails going to the core, and we're here. Perfect. Thank you, Rails, for rendering from any distance. Anyways, I've been missing chat for a second here, so I'm gonna scroll back up after I land because I need to pay attention to what I'm doing here. So just give me a hot second here, or hot minute, and then we'll probably end the stream after this. The chat versus streamer chessboard in Astroneer will be for a future stream, I think, if we do it at all. If anyone's interested in it, we could do it in the future. I think it'll be a fun little bit, just like a couple chess games. Again, I'm not very good at chess. Like, I just don't really play it. I can't think more than like a couple moves ahead, honestly. Fucking king. Well, we finally found it. I think we're overshooting a bit. Not quite a hole in one. I think we're gonna get a 2. No, we're stuck in the ground. I don't want to deform the terrain. Let me try the backup strat when this happens. We don't need the flying feature anymore, so let me see if I could pull it out of the ground just by doing this. Sometimes this works. And if it doesn't, I can definitely make it work from the other direction. Alright, so let's attach the winch to the rover instead, like this. And if I jostle it around, I should be able to pull it out of the dirt without deforming any terrain. And if that still doesn't work, we dig a hole in the ground, but I'm trying to avoid doing that. So I can read chat now while I flail this thing around. So let's see what happened. You got COVID, don't get it, it sucks, alright? Will do. You had it, it was rough, and then the rest of the time it was just really bad, still not fun, alright? You babysit, so you're with sick kids all the time. I'm so sorry to hear that. COVID is terrible because you lost your sense of taste. Oh no, like permanently or just temporarily? I hope that wasn't permanent. You're a month into having it, you were pretty sick. You've been sick ever since for 4 weeks. You're starting to feel okay. Oh wait, okay, you said it. I thought I had like 4 chat members with COVID, and I was like, what the fuck? Oh hey, we did it. No, okay, that was just Jazzbo, Ken. Yeah, no, I don't want to get COVID. I'm vaccinated. I've got the 2 vaccines, the booster shot. I think I'm gonna get the second one soon. I still don't want to get that fucking virus. Like, I avoided it when it was actually potentially capable of killing you, but it sounds like it still sucks ass, and I definitely do not want to get that virus under any circumstances. It's not worth it. Thankfully, I live a reclusive lifestyle to begin with, so I have very little exposure to other human beings, and the human beings I am exposed to are generally responsible. The biggest risk I take is basically when I go out shopping, and I have to go to like Walmart or other stores, and fucking who knows what the people at Walmart are doing. Just wear a mask and hope for the best, I suppose. It's really all I can do. Fucking Walmart. If they're especially low prices, I mean, how could you say no? Alright, do I have anything else on this? 2 hydrazine. We'll leave those there, I guess, right next to the dynamite. Nothing can go wrong with that. Alright, so we're wrapping things up here. Let me see what else we've got. Temporary. Oh, being with the kids temporarily? I mean, whatever pays the bills. I'm assuming you're getting paid to do that. I don't know how much you'd have to pay me to take care of kids. Like, holy shit. Fucking, I hate kids though, so there's a bias there. I just don't want to deal with them. Like, kids are great until you have to deal with their problems and they start crying about something, and then it's like, oh my fucking god, I don't want to do this anymore. This is not worth how much I'm being paid to babysit. Okay, you're talking about your sense of taste. You know, the kids thing is permanent. Well, I hope you're enjoying what you're doing then. At least it wasn't permanent for the taste loss. Yeah, I have trouble keeping track of conversations when there's multiple things going on. I apologize. Yeah, I don't like kids. I've said this before on stream. Like, I do not like kids at all. I don't want to have them. I don't want to take care of them. I don't want to deal with them. It is not for me. That is not how I want to live my life. So there it is, the completed chessboard, complete with incorrect coloration. Because in Astute, like, if I have any chess aficionados in the chat right now, you might be thinking to yourself, what the fuck, Cosine? Why is the bottom right corner the dark color? That's supposed to be the light color. And I would say, yes, chat member, you're absolutely correct. And then an astute chat member might say, well, why don't you rotate the chessboard 90 degrees so that the white corner is on the bottom right? And my answer to that is that this video game actually has the texture rotated incorrectly, because chess pieces will automatically flip to face forward or backward depending on whether they're on the top or the bottom of the chessboard, as you see here. So if I rotate the chessboard 90 degrees, all of these rotations are fucked up. This is how the devs actually wanted us to lay out the chessboard in this game. They did it wrong. They put the wrong color on the wrong corner, and they decided that blue and brown are better colors than black and white for chess pieces. So I don't even know what color is white in this chessboard anymore. I've been using the Jasper ones as white because I think they're slightly higher albedo than the blue ones. But basically this chessboard is like as non-standard as it gets. But we have it now with all the pieces and a large surplus of other pieces that we may or may not ever use, including like 70 pawns. So let me unload those real quick, then we'll wrap up the stream, see if I bother raiding anyone at this late hour. And in the future, we are going to work on the chemistry lab related stuff. So that's the next thing you get to look forward to, in addition to random detours like what I did here with the flying machine. I try not to do the same thing for the entire stream. I try to mix it up a little bit. So I've got a couple other things on the to-do list besides just working on the factory. So stick around if that sounds interesting to you. We'll be doing that in the future. For now, I need to store all the pawns. Don't know why the distribution of pieces I have right now is so bad. I'm gonna have to save one of these silos for the high-value pieces. But all the pawns will go on that one. I think we have just enough space for them. And then we're not going to be collecting any more chess pieces as far as I'm concerned, because I don't think we need them. Yeah, we have 23 pawns right now. Thought I said albedo. I did say albedo. For, like, brightness. I didn't say higher libido. Oh my god. Elliot, why are you like this? Albedo is reflectivity, I think, is the term for it. It's some, like, comprehensive term for, like, how much light a surface reflects as opposed to absorbing. I don't know the exact definition for it. But high albedo basically means that it reflects light more readily, which is what the game is simulating here with these chess pieces. I think. Or correct me if I'm a dumbass and I'm wrong, but like I think that's right. I believe that's the correct definition for that. Everyone should know. Yes, I know that you're that way. I'm fully aware of that. Don't worry about it. I'm also degenerate in my own special ways. Let's see here. I'm trying to just get my shit together here. So the snails are about to go hungry, but that's fine. I can deal with that off stream. This is the usual loadout. We have one extra hydrazine since we're going to run out soon. We have the soil canister. I think I'm good to go here. We're all special in our own unique way. And if everyone is special, no one is. Or something. I don't know. I think John Syndrome said that or something in that one movie. Whatever, I'm rambling. Anyways, I think I've just about covered everything I wanted to do here. So, again, the chemistry lab factory is going to be the next project that we work on. Each of these has a slightly different solution depending on what objects you have to combine, but it ultimately boils down to the same thing, which is underground, there's going to be spaghetti like you wouldn't believe to move all of these materials into the correct locations. It's going to be something, that's for sure, but we'll figure it out. We'll get something functional out of all that. I don't know how I'm going to organize it. And the other thing I'm going to do off stream once I get my snail food, because I thought I wasn't going to run out yet. I'll show that. Actually, let me just get the snail food off of this thing so that we don't have to listen to this. Stop hissing. Again, the hissing is the portable oxygenator doing that. Alright, so anyways, there's going to be a lot of spaghetti down here. I'm going to tidy this up a little bit off stream as well, like get these aligned properly, make sure they work correctly. I might tidy up the timings on this rail system as well. At some point, I will probably report the bug for the rails not working correctly when you're far away from them. And besides that, I might tidy up this tunnel as well. So there'll be a few like inconsequential things I'm going to do. As far as this event is concerned, there's basically nothing else to be done here. Like, I might AFK next to this at some point, but we finished the event. This is the auto farm I came up with. It's really shitty. It's really lame that you cannot use these unless you're near them because the crops just don't grow when you're not near them. And for some reason, seeds don't replant consistently if you're not near them either. So if I set this farm off and then leave and come back later, all the seeds will be gone and just nothing will happen. So it's not good, to say the least, that they did it like that. So this timer is just going to be running forever, activating half of this AND gate while this button repeater remains idle. Again, I might do it off stream, but there's no point in doing it on stream because I would just have to sit here AFK the whole time, and that's not terribly interesting. I still have rewards to claim. Good lord, how many points did I get for this event? But anyways, I think we're done here. So besides that, it'll be the usual. I might like reorganize the base or enlarge some stuff, and I will prep a bunch of like materials ahead of time for the chemistry labs. Like we'll have like 11 chemistry labs just up and ready to go before I start making anything. So it'll be fun. We'll have a few interesting problems to solve, and ultimately, depending on how long that takes, we might still have a couple more streams of this game ahead of us. Like, I will maybe do a lot of the chemistry lab work off stream, but I will show like the initial process on stream as I've been doing. I'm just trying to get rid of the grind because I don't think the grind is interesting to watch, and it's not very fun to stream it either when I don't have anything to talk about for a long time.